What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is Hassan Podcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is 62 degrees and mostly sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. A day of celebration. It's a jubilee. It's a real fucking jubilee, bruv. You know what I mean? It's a real jubilee today. I'm live and alive, and it's a beautiful day. It's Thursday, November 30th, 12:19 p.m. And, of course, I'm going to talk about my personal news. Honestly, there isn't really too much going on in my personal news. Like, there really isn't. There really is not much happening in my life, in my personal news. I ended the broadcast last night after finding out some really devastating, really sad news, honestly. Like, just some stuff that made me real upset. And honestly, you know, I don't know how to deal with it. We're live and alive. Some are not. We might be live and alive, but some people are not. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, last night we found out that Dr. Henry Kissinger, war criminal, beloved by America's ruling class, finally died. That's right, ladies. Baby murderer, pound for pound, a singular force of evil, architect of many of the Nixon-era American Cold War policies, almost single-handedly responsible for the deaths of upwards of 4 million people. Dr. Henry Kissinger has died as of last night. Now, unfortunately, he did live a very long life. Some might even say he lived a little La Vida Loca, if you will. But that will not stop us from celebrating the joyous occasion, the joyous moment that he fucking finally croaked it. And, of course, doing our very best to talk about his actual legacy, his legacy of violence, his legacy of war, his legacy of destabilization, and maybe even some of the good things he did. But that's in a little bit, okay? I just wanted to get that out of the way. I wanted to fucking get that out of the way. But, you know, it's a hollow victory. I have to admit, it's not like a real big victory. It's a bit of a hollow one, to be fair. Because, you know, he died with his loved ones, with his sexy-ass wife by his side in his Connecticut mansion, you know what I mean? But anyway, as I was stating, you know, before we get into all that, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life other than the joyous celebrations. Not much happened. However, this morning I did do a photo shoot. That's right. The next round of merch. It's weird. Kaya is upset. She saw a ghost, I think. What is it? Is it, girl? I don't know where you're working at. He's just growling. Am I being haunted by Henry Kissinger's ghost or what? What the fuck's going on right now? I've never had her behave like this before. This is weird. Anyway, as I was gonna say, you're gonna mold at this. Henry is fucking terrible. Oh, Johnny Harris with the liberal agitprop. Celebrating a man's death is gross and inappropriate. Okay, so here's the thing. I agree with that concept. Now, the reason why I go a little heavy-handed with the celebration of like gross criminal monsters or criminal monsters in general is because I think that it's important to cut counter-propaganda against mainstream narratives that are going to be celebrating this person due to the reality that Henry Kissinger is not a... Hold on, I gotta look at what the fuck's going on right now. Jesus Christ, what is happening with this little lady? Hold on. I don't know what it is. She scoped the scene, found nothing, and is now chilling, I think. Anyway, yeah, a lot of people are going to give him praise as a top diplomat, a statesman, an elderly statesman. Some people will consider what he did as like relatively controversial or whatever. But I do think that it's perfectly appropriate to you know, use this as an opportunity to talk about the actual legacy of Henry Kissinger. You know what I mean? Oh my God, this is the worst thing I've ever seen. What the hell? Anyway, Kissinger's death is a bit different than celebrating the death of other monsters. Kissinger was still active. People power still sought his advice up until yesterday. His passing means that his influence has less hold on the world. mean, not necessarily. I think Kissinger is a continuation. Kissinger is a continuation of American foreign policy that preceded him, and his actions, albeit uniquely evil, still ultimately are a good jump-off point to describe to many people who are just finding out about Henry Kissinger and his legacy as a template for why American foreign policy has always been deadly and devastating and destabilizing and truly selfish. So that is precisely the reason why I celebrate the deaths of figureheads like this one. It's not so that, I'm so excited finally justice has been served. Justice was not served. Henry Kissinger was never tried in court. Henry Kissinger never went to the International Criminal Court. He was never in The Hague. He never was tried for his war crimes. As a matter of fact, every single person in American politics, for the most part, with the exception, I guess, of Joe Biden, oddly enough, even though he agrees with most of Henry Kissinger's policies as well personally, has celebrated him, cherished him. He wrote books. He got a Nobel Peace Prize, which was fucking ridiculous. It was so controversial that the Nobel Peace Prize committee, for the first time ever, fucking resigned in disgrace. Members of the committee resigned. You call everything a war crime, though? No, my friend. Everything I call a war crime is a war crime. The problem is you're so used to America and American allies doing war crimes that you turn around and go, you call everything a war crime, though. That is the problem. The problem is not that I call everything inappropriately a war crime. The problem is everything that I call a war crime, I call correctly. But because you are so conditioned into assuming that if America is doing it or if America's allies are doing it, it's not a war crime. I mean, and if you're genuinely interested in understanding how this stuff works, you will develop a better understanding after today. I hope I'm going to have some brilliant journalists with me. I'm going to have some brilliant journalists with me today. Spencer Ackerman, who wrote the obituary for the Rolling Stone. And also Noah Colwin of the Blowback Podcast to talk at different points about Henry Kissinger, the man, the myth, the legend, and the legacy. So here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Henry Kissinger is uniquely evil in many ways, but also exactly evil in the same exact way that American empire has always been evil. One of the most ironic things that you will find amongst Henry Kissinger's defenders, amongst Henry Kissinger's defenders is always the fact that, well, what about Dwight Eisenhower then? Should you call Dulles and Eisenhower war criminals as well? After all, Henry Kissinger, in many instances, or John F. Kennedy, or for the Bay of Pigs, or what was I going to say? Or LBJ? Are these all war criminals? And the answer is yes, and that's precisely the reason why Henry Kissinger was never tried. Because if you try Henry Kissinger for his direct war crimes and his direct contribution to the death toll, Laos, Cambodia, his destabilization, Argentina's dirty war, Chile, 9/11 #1, the first 9/11 in Chile, and Bangladesh, East Timor, so many places, or his advocacy for the Iraq War even. But I'm talking specifically when he was in a direct position of power. These are war crimes. These are actually war crimes when assessed in an honest and earnest way. Except the problem is you will not see anyone, you will not see any person call for such a thing in the American leadership, because they know that they themselves would also be subject to prison. Every single American president, every single State Department official has played a role in the continuation of death and destruction at the global level, okay? And if we are to apply Henry Kissinger's realpolitik, even though I don't think it's a deviation from American exceptionalism at all, America is the greatest evil, and every other country should unironically constantly be trying to wage war against it. My family's here. Okay, I got scared for a second. Anyway, we will, of course, connect it back to Israel-Palestine as well. And we will be talking quite a bit today about Henry Kissinger and also what's going on in Israel. Henry Kissinger had his hands on that too. Don't worry. Fear not. Henry Kissinger, for those of you who are wondering, in his tenure also touched upon, obviously, the Israel-Palestine conflict, ethnic cleansing. Anyway, so we'll talk about all of that. There's a lot to cover today. War criminal extraordinaire Henry Kissinger finally dead. at 100 talking to and Noah Colwyn. Efendim. Okay, bir dakika, tamam. Later on his... I gotta pick up my mom real quick. Sorry, guys. Yes, Henry Kissinger was responsible for peace between Egypt and Israel, completely sidestepping Palestine and marginalizing their existence and accepting the occupation as de facto governance. Absolutely. Noah, last time it was on, briefly talked about this as well when we were talking about like the dealings with Egypt in the 70s and how that dramatically changed the course of history, which also unironically led to, which even led to the major oil crisis in the United States of America after. We'll talk about all that. I'm jumping ahead of myself. Mehdi Hassan's MSNBC show canceled. War criminal extraordinary Henry Kissinger finally did a 100 talking to Ackerman. Mehdi Hassan's MSNBC show canceled. Newsom DeSantis debate later. Yeah. Geliyorum. Bir dakika baba, bir dakika, şu anda daha yeni başladı. En önemli zaman şu anda. I know, özür dilerim. Dursun bir saniye, dur geliyorum. Henry Kissinger bombed all the gaming frogs. Man, shut the fuck up about the goddamn gaming frogs. What are you, stupid? Like, what do you mean? This is a profoundly important fucking time in educational too, as a matter of fact. What the fuck do you mean gaming frogs? This is like a universally, roundly criticized, controversial figure that even liberals fucking recognize as a devastating war criminal. Anyway, here, I'll start off with this real quick while I go help my mom out. Okay, I'm gonna be back in a second, okay?
Without doubt, America's most influential diplomat of the 20th century. As Secretary of State under President Richard Nixon, Henry Kissinger was both revered and reviled as the prime architect of US foreign policy throughout the turbulent decade of the 1970s.
Mr. Nixon embarks on the first visit of an American president to the People's Republic.
A period that saw Kissinger broker the landmark deal that finally forced Washington to open up to communist China, forge arms control deals with the Soviet Union, and end the war in Vietnam.
Dr. Henry Kissinger assures Britain's Foreign Secretary that all America wants is peace.
To some, he was the genius negotiator of his time, able to bring leaders together like no one else before or since. To others, a war criminal whose relentless strategizing in the name of American self-interest led to the death of tens of thousands of innocent civilians. Like in Chile, where Kissinger helped pave the way for the brutal dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet, and Cambodia, where he reportedly told US military to carpet bomb anything that moves in America's war against Vietnamese communists. But that he was a towering figure who shaped American and global politics is not in dispute. Kissinger came to America as a young boy, a German Jewish refugee escaping the Nazis before the start of the Second World War. Inside the White House, he later enjoyed almost unbridled power. Famously flying in secret to Beijing, where he met with Chinese leadership and helped to carve a delicate path between the world's two biggest superpowers during the height of the Cold War that's still the basis of their relationship today. It earned him almost royal status in China, as was evident just 4 months ago, when Kissinger was warmly welcomed by President Xi Jinping. And he was controversially awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 1973 for his part in helping to broker an end to the Vietnam War, although critics argued he could have made the same deal years earlier and saved thousands of lives. Beyond foreign policy, the gravelly voiced Kissinger relished his image as a political pin-up. He was known as a ladies' man and had a brand name that was unheard of for the typically staid world of backroom diplomats. But he was a diplomat like no other.
But it's an honor to have Henry Kissinger with us. He's been a friend of mine for a long time.
Kissinger would advise 12 US presidents, and while not every one of them agreed with everything he said or did, no one will ever doubt that his was a remarkable, if controversial, career. A young immigrant who went on to become the most influential architect of American foreign policy of his generation.
Siobhan Kennedy. Well, joining me now is the Sundance and multi-Emmy award-winning filmmaker and author Eugene Jarecki. He directed The Trials of Henry Kissinger, a 2002 documentary film which examined alleged war crimes. Thanks for coming on the programme, Eugene. He can't have liked the title of your documentary very much, can he?
Well, we did hear some rumors about Dr. Kissinger's way of receiving the film when it came out. There was a very large 20-meter billboard hanging over Times Square, rather near his office. that said, I think he's a war criminal, which quoted the late Christopher Hitchens in his estimation of Kissinger's career. But I will say that the movie, as you may know, it borrowed its title in a way from Christopher Hitchens' work, which was called a book called The Trial of Henry Kissinger, which I would suggest everyone read. It's a masterpiece. With our film, we changed the title to be The Trials of Henry Kissinger, to include those trials and tribulations that Kissinger himself went through, which I think are necessary.
Sorry, my mom fell yesterday, and she just got back from so I had to carry her up the stairs. She's all right. It's fine. It's okay. But that's what I was doing. Okay. Yes, she's okay. Everybody calm down. I should have never. I don't like mentioning stuff like this because some of you motherfuckers get super parasocial for no reason. It's fine. Everything is okay. Stop talking about it. Let's move on. Okay? Okay. Let's continue.
To have a full and mindful understanding of the man from all directions.
And what do you think was his core? What made him tick?
I think he was someone who had a very cold calculus about what he viewed as the forces that run the world. They're not views that I agree with, and they're not views that many humanists would agree with, but I'm sure that Dr. Kissinger, were he...
Am I a fan of Christopher Hitchens at all? Some of his stuff is good. Like, his take on Henry Kissinger is good. He's old Hitchens, like, post 9/11, Hitchens is, like, I feel like very different. He's always a bit of a fucking asshole, right? He was always an asshole. However, like in old Christopher Hitchens, is very good. Like a lot of great takes, in a sea of him being a fucking douchebag. But newer Christopher Hitchens is like most notable for his anti-theist Islamophobia. So yeah, he is like the he is the archetype for the Sam Harrises of the world, I would say.
Here would pat me very pityingly on the head and say that, well, you don't understand the way the realpolitik of the world works, and that, as he once said in an interview, some people think that states can have their morality judged the same way that human beings can. But he went on to say, but sometimes statesmen have to choose among evils. He was very good at crafting phrases, but when I stepped back over time, I figured out that's just a trick loaded into that sentence. I don't think he's tricking us. I think he's tricking himself into being willing to.
His anti-theism was good. His being pro-war in Iraq, Afghanistan was bad. I mean, the reason why I'm getting mad at that is the reason why I mentioned that critically is because, like, yeah, anti-theism pre 9/11 is like mostly even-handed, regularly shitting on the dominant forces like Christianity and Christian supremacy, Christian fascism, Christian nationalist fascism. Post 9/11 anti-theism, it turns completely into unregulated, unrestricted, brain-broken, neocon, policy-backed, Islamophobic, war on terror sentiment. It's also incredibly racist. I have my criticisms of religion, as you guys know. I am very much against fundamentalism. I am very much against reactionary conservatism in every nation. I am very much against using religion as a template for dishing out oppressive structures and engaging in violent actions. But I also understand that religion is basically a tool. It's simply just an extension of ideology. And therefore, it can be used to rally people to do good. Religion has been on both sides of the both justification of slavery and also on the abolition of slavery. So it's just like everything else. There is, for many people, a real reason for it. People believe it. People truly love it, care about it, and make it a core part of their identity. I'm very forgiving, I would say, of people who do stuff like that, both for religion or any other thing. After all, I'm forgiving of people who believe capitalism is good. You know what I mean? And that's the overwhelming majority of people, both in my life and in America in general. So you just have to be normal. And I do think that anti-theists, in many circumstances, end up moving beyond the boundary of normal criticisms and just oftentimes reinforcing like really racist dogma. Tell that POV to indigenous populations. What do you mean? People always say this kind of thing, but I think it's silly. I've already talked about it. As long as it's not hurting anybody, if your own moral framework is in some way shaped by religion and it's not actually harmful at all, then who gives a shit? Like, who gives a fuck? Actually, the irony, of course, is that a lot of the anti-theists unironically turn into the same proselytizers that believe their cause is also just and their cause is moral, and find themselves just basically being either really unwelcoming and outright hostile to those who express their religious beliefs in any way, or they turn into like crusaders, but not necessarily like a militant power. They don't become crusaders of backed by like a militant superpower or anything. They just become crusaders of being incredibly annoying. Like their cause is just, and their tactics are just annoying people, you know? Redditors. Which is ironic because, once again, this is a community where it's like, what, 76% atheist and agnostic. 76%, okay? People who are religious in this community are demonstrably a minority, okay? And yet, whenever the topic comes up, it seems like the chat oftentimes, and we've cleaned this up a lot, but it seems like chat is oftentimes not necessarily talking about, this community or religion's impact or whatever, but instead talking about like how they were bullied at fucking Catholic school or some shit. Like I always feel as though I'm talking to people who are duking it out with their own personal demons, their demons of development. Anyway. How do you know the religious breakdown of your viewership? We run polls regularly in this community, sometimes twice a year. Anyway, people like religion, not capitalism. I mean, we can convince people that religion can and will still exist post-revolution, and that's the goal. Yeah, I think that anti-religious activism, or even anti-religious actions that were undertaken in the USSR, led to its downfall too. For example, that's like one example I will point to always. Anytime you start fucking doing terror on churches or mosques or synagogues, like, you're the bad guy. You're the bad guy. Okay? Anyway, thing is, like, I am culturally Muslim, as I say. Grew up in a Muslim country. There are a lot of cultural implications of such in my life, but I've never been a particularly religious person ever in my life. I would go so far as to say I was more of a r/atheism nuisance in my earlier years, from third grade onward, I would say, when we first got our religion class, where I was very annoying as a kid and thought, well, this is a religion class, but why are we only learning about Islam? Doesn't seem like we're learning about other religions. Also, the only class that I barely passed with a 3 out of 5. We don't have an ABC grading system. We had 1 through 5. Yeah, I was a real oh my science. Anyway. Was it difficult being an atheist in a family country of Muslims? No, it wasn't. Because you want to know why? Because, like, as long as I'm not being fucking annoying, they don't know. Nobody knows. Like that's the thing I've tried to describe to people, and they get so mad at me. Like, obviously, there's certain aspects of your life that you can't change about yourself, your sexuality, your gender expression, things of that nature, and like oftentimes religious families might not be as understanding, but that's not a byproduct of religion. That's usually just conservatism. It's social conservatism. Also, you have to remember, Turkey is a very secular country, or especially back then. And I come from a family of heretics themselves. So, while I was still certainly surrounded by Islam all around, I recognized it very early on. My parents never like forced it upon me or anything like that. Instead of saying bless you, I said peer review studies you. Exactly. So anyway, let's continue with this Henry Kissinger shit.
A kind of cutthroat calculus, as if humans don't choose among evils. We all do. Life is an endless process of trying to find the least worst in situations.
My uncle is literally an r/atheist Andy. Yeah, while I was growing up, he was actually the most religious person in our family. He was the most Muslim. My uncle used to be, and my grandfather to a certain degree, used to be very Muslim. They loved it. They were big Islam boys, and conservative too, actually. And then they both became r/atheist Andys. But I mean, I had made up my mind far before that.
situations in an imperfect world. And I think Kissinger took license in a way that was very helpful to the American empire. And I call it that advisedly. We are an empire, that's clear. And Kissinger was our front man, willing to do the dirty work.
I mean, there were some astonishing achievements like cozying up to the Chinese, splitting the Chinese off from the Soviet Union. But then, of course, he was also instrumental in overthrowing Allende's government in Chile, democratically elected. There was the carpet bombing of Laos, etc. You know, how do you think the cold eye of history will judge him? You know, on a scale of 1 to 10, good guy, on a scale of 1 to 10.
Just objectively bad guy. The only group of individuals that could like maybe cherish his legacy a little bit, who I have more bandwidth with, is Chinese government. Okay, is the people in fucking China who are like, yeah, that was pretty pog. Thank you for participating in the normalization and the recognition of the People's Republic rather than the Republic of China. It's you know, that's it. That's pretty much it. Other than that, and there was his own personal reasons for that too. But even then, you know, aside from opening up China to the rest of the world, or opening the floodgates, the two Maoists, Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger, were pretty fucking bad overall. Belligerent, psychotic, not like the brilliant, bold, beautiful statesman that they are championed as, not calculating. It's always ironic because like people will often look to Henry Kissinger as this like brilliant elderly statesman who played you know, the diplomatic game really well, the detente and all this shit, right? And it's like, okay, except you fucking despise Nixon. So how does that work? Not to come across like a defender of Henry Kissinger, because many defenders of Henry Kissinger will turn around and unironically say, well, you guys are, you know, you don't even consider Richard Nixon to fucking be as bad. How can Henry Kissinger be worse than Richard Nixon, right? And the opposite also works in this situation, because like there are people out there who fucking despise Richard Nixon but don't take the same issue with Henry Kissinger, liberals, okay? And then there are people who I would say, I mean, most people hate Richard Nixon, but like don't hold him to the same level of like responsibility or culpability as Henry Kissinger. I, on the other hand, have a consistent moral principle here, and I say, of course, that all American presidents have participated in a litany of war crimes as a consequence of their endless conquest to expand on newer ventures and continue capitalism. And without imperialism, you cannot continue capitalism. One might even say imperialism is the highest stage of capitalism. So all of these leaders have been war criminals in general. Okay? That's what we're going to be talking about today. Hopefully with Spencer Ackerman first.
I think it's a bit more complicated.
Don't know where he is.
We are
I'm going to find him right now.
That is so insecure and spiraling into man's inhumanity to man and man's inhumanity to nature with such velocity and with such significance for all of us that Kissinger almost seems quaint in his carpet bombing of Cambodia and Vietnam. He seems quaint in having illegally entered the United States into conflict in Cambodia without telling the American people or Congress. And I guess you could say in some macabre way that it's quaint the way he provoked the genocide, unleashed the forces of genocide in Cambodia. Today we see genocide in many directions.
Bro, he literally did the genocide, and then more genocide continued because of the genocide that he did. Like, he doubled down. He double booked on the genocide front. It's pretty fucking wild. I mean, timestamp recently, Kissinger asked about Cambodia, doesn't like the question. No fucking way.
Controversy, the bombing of Cambodia, the war in Vietnam, Argentina. If his critics...
Hey, look at them, Code Pink. You know, Russian Andes, classic.
Were not even alive when the events they condemn.
Who was worse, Dick Cheney or Henry Kissinger? What do you mean? No, it's not a question. Guys, when I hope we can put to rest why I say America bad so fucking frequently, because this is like a regular criticism that I get from people, Whenever I say America bad, they say, Hassan, that's all you say. That's all you say. It's like, no, I actually tell you why America is bad. And then I follow up with, this is why America is bad. Most of those people are probably also celebrating Henry Kissinger's death today. Okay? Dick Cheney is close, but nowhere near as bad as Henry Kissinger as a singular force of evil. It's like, it's weird to look at. I mean, who's worse, Hitler or Henry Kissinger? No, Hitler is worse. I would say Hitler is worse. Like, if we're looking at the numbers, on the board, if we're simply operating off of, Hitler is definitely the worst. If we're looking at the numbers on the board in like contemporary history, I would say Hitler definitely is worse because of all the death and destruction and destabilization that happened on top of the Holocaust as well. So his death toll is like still much higher than Henry Kissinger. As far as Henry Kissinger goes, like he's definitely, I would say he's up there. Yeah, Hitler did a literal personal domestic genocide that's pretty hard to top. And then on top of that, World War II, which is like, tens of millions of dead. So that's like Henry Kissinger is the reason why we criticize Henry Kissinger. The reason why I criticize at least Henry Kissinger is, well, you know what? We'll have Spencer Ackerman on right now to talk about it. Let's do it. Okay. Hello? Spencer, can you hear me? Hello. Also, while we wait, Spencer Ackerman of Rolling Stones and many other places, he's a brilliant national security reporter. He's author of Reign of Terror and Waller versus Wildstorm. I have him on right now. I'm going to be talking to him about Henry Kissinger. He wrote this obituary, I assume, a long time ago. But right now we're experiencing a little bit of technical difficulties, which you might also experience if you don't subscribe at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. I'm going to run it now. Hold on. I can't see or hear you. Hello. Can you hear me? Oh, wait. I think you're talking. I saw the green bubble pop up. Let's see. Output device.
Hey, can you see me?
Oh,
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Perfect. And I can see you. Let's go. Dude, we went from Mike Isaac to you with the wonderful mustache combo. This is like everybody I have on the stream has like a powerful mustache. Can you hear me? Oh, I don't think you can hear me. All right, I can see you, but you cannot hear me.
If maybe this works in.
Say something.
Hello. Can you hear me? I'm speaking, but you cannot hear me. Okay. Figure this out. Let's figure this out. How do we figure this out?
Can you see or hear me?
Yes, I can see and hear you.
Okay.
I think you need to.
I don't know why I can't see or hear you.
Audio source settings on Discord.
All right, give me 1 sec.
To the left corner, bottom left corner.
Okay.
User settings, click on voice and video. On user settings, click on voice video under app settings, and then change your output. It's under app settings, change audio output device.
Okay, I hear you.
Oh,
I'm going. I was running my Yeti as the input, but
there it is. Okay, perfect. We did.
Sorry about that.
No
okay,
problem.
Look, we succeeded.
Yeah. I started off by saying after having Mike Isaac on, I'm having you on this week. Two powerful mustachioed journalists.
Also, I used to work with Mike like 12 years ago at Wired. I love that guy.
Oh wow, that's sick. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna have Noah Colwyn on as well. I don't know if you have good words.
Oh great. No, that's perfect. I can't wait to. Perfect guy to have in this conversation.
Yeah, he's apparently at Blowback season. What are they on, 5 now? Let me take a look. Yeah, I think Blowback season 5 is going to specifically feature Kissinger. Which, by the way, I mean, if you're doing anything about Blowback, I mean, oh yeah, they're doing it on Cambodia. Apparently, it's certainly he's certainly the perfect guy. But yeah, so you wrote an obituary, which many people are, at least in my community, were very excited to read. I want to ask you. Every journalist, it's almost a cliche, every journalist has an obituary for Henry Kissinger. When did you actually write this?
So, my friend... No, it's fine. June-ish of 2022. and it was commissioned. My friend Noah Shackman, who I worked for at Wired and then again at the Daily Beast, who's now the editor-in-chief of Rolling Stone, right before we each left the Daily Beast, Donald Rumsfeld died. And we did an obituary that Noah headlined something like Donald Rumsfeld, killer of 400,000 people, dies peacefully. And we definitely knew, particularly seeing how, I think, pretty straight, like a recitation of Donald Rumsfeld's record there was in that piece, compared to like the way a lot of other obituaries of him, soft pedaled the destruction he unleashed upon Iraq, Afghanistan, and beyond. We really wanted to do something again, and I think fairly soon after he got to Rolling Stone, like he thought, Kissinger is something like 98 years old, might as well have something ready. So he asked me if I wanted to do it. I could not have said yes fast enough. I spent at least a couple weeks reading and rereading stuff. Whatever anyone wants to think about Seymour Hersh at this point in his career, when he wrote The Price of Power, his biography of Kissinger, like he was at the absolute height of his powers. That book is really incredible, especially considering how much of it Hersh reports himself, based on really extensive shoe leather reporting that he did. There's I'm going to forget the guy's name, but he was the justice minister in the communist regime in Vietnam after the American War defeat, and he wrote a memoir. He wrote something called Viet Cong Memoir about his time in the revolution, and it was interesting to reread that, to see like the Vietnamese perspective, which is surprisingly respectful of Kissinger, like in the way that they, the guy wrote of an adversary, a defeated adversary, so it probably has that flavor of perhaps magnanimity, but nevertheless, like there was a respect for what they saw as Kissinger's intellect in implementing an evil policy that wreaked devastation upon their land. So after a while, I just like wondered if there had been some secret deal that Kissinger had made with some kind of metaphysical power, because time went by and he just hadn't died. And after, it was weird then when he finally died last night, and then they published the piece at Rolling Stone, to suddenly like reread some of it because it had been so long.
Yeah, it's he was at his time of his passing. I believe he was one of the last remaining top administration officials on the Nixon administration, and it had been that way for quite some time. As a matter of fact, speaking of writing obituaries ahead of time, this is something that people, I guess, don't know in my audience, which is why I asked you when you wrote yours. In the New York Times obituary for Henry Kissinger that immediately came out, one of the journalists that had written, that had contributed to said obituary, had passed, I believe, 13 years ago.
Oh yeah, that happens. Yeah.
Yeah. So like that is how. Yeah, here it is. The Financial Times had Henry Kissinger's obituary prepared so long that one of the people who wrote it died in 1999.
Incredible.
Malcolm Rutherford.
Like that,
yeah.
R.I.P. Malcolm.
Yeah. So one thing I will say is I do think, for me specifically, I obviously have a bias towards American imperialism. I cover it quite frequently. And because of that, I guess like there's two things I want to talk about. One, Henry Kissinger is not unique in many ways, I would say. I don't think that his policies, like if we look at a broader analysis of American imperialism, American involvement globally, post-World War II, I would say that every single administration has had its own version of war crimes, and which Henry Kissinger in many ways continued. Indonesia in particular comes to mind, maybe accelerated, but still continued on the same trajectory.
And that's pre-Kissinger, that's 1965.
Exactly. And I think that, and post-Kissinger as well. So In many ways, I think Henry Kissinger is a good person to use as a jump-off point to describe to people America's like Cold War policies, especially because he's like widely regarded by many as just a bad guy, surprisingly so. Obviously, outside of the foreign policy apparatus, outside of like, you know, people who consider him an elderly statesman, people in actual position of power, they love him. But most Americans, I would say, even liberals across the board, are not too fond of him. Like boomers still have that Cold War era liberalism, and I guess like that plays a role in his in everyone roundly criticizing him. So I like to use him as a jump off point, but I don't think that he is I mean, he was uniquely evil, but I don't think that he is deviated away from American foreign policy as a whole.
So the way I would put it is that Kissinger is not unique, but he is exemplary from the perspective of whether you want to look at it exclusively as a product of the Cold War, or if you want to look at it more broadly as the rise of American imperial hegemony or something like that. You would look at Kissinger and say, like, that's the GOAT. Like, that's the best to ever do it. The person who not just takes the experiment as far as it can go, like beyond the boundaries of what was acceptable at the time. And that therein, I think, lies really a reason that you identify for why there's this, you know, hesitation even among like Cold War boomer liberals to be like the full embrace of Kissinger, but we'll get there in a second. Kissinger is like the unmasked face of what American foreign policy is. That there's no, and that's why it's so grotesque to see the adulation for him, the fame, the wealth, the deference from all sides. The idea that like this was essentially from, you could really say, one of the absolute titans of American statecraft, seen as such by those who want to be like him. There's a line in the piece that's like, when Anthony Lake or Hillary Clinton looks at Kissinger, however much they might find, you know, this or that thing that he did beyond the pale or even, you know, morally despicable, they see themselves as they wish to be. Kissinger, it's, you know, the myth and the legend of Kissinger more than the actual reality. But like, there was, until it became useful for neoconservatives later to kind of rewrite this as a period of weakness that accelerated turns to like militant neoliberalism would rectify. But back then it looked like Kissinger had given American foreign policy salvation from the ashes of Vietnam. And over time, it became more and more distasteful to dwell on what those ashes were made of and what the emergence from them was in terms of continuity rather than departure. And there you have, among other things, the, you know, illegal bombing of Cambodia and Laos. And, you know, Cambodia, just to do one thing about this, because a lot of people have focused on the headline of the piece. Cambodia was a formally neutral country in the Vietnam-US conflict. Bombing it, to say nothing of how extensively Nixon and Kissinger bombed it for, it was, I believe, 14 months of secret bombing, a secret bombing in which something like 100,000 out of Cambodia's population of 7 million perished. A bombing about which Kissinger said to his aide, Al Haig, anything that flies, anything that moves. So when we talk about Henry Kissinger as a war criminal, we're not being hyperbolic. Like all of the things I have described, bombing a neutral country, anything that flies, anything that moves, not the basis of, sorry to be a little bit all over the place here, but the basis of international humanitarian law, such as it is, save your jokes, we know them. None of them are wrong. is what's called the principles of proportionality and distinction, which is to say you distinguish enemies from civilians, and from proportionality's perspective, you only take the amount of force minimally necessary, to achieve your objective. We've blown through all of these conditions. Then we get to illegal from the United States' perspective because it was not a declared act of war by Congress. This plays a crucial role in the creation, not that it will ultimately matter in practice, of the 1973 War Powers Resolution, meant to stop secret bombings like this, and non-declared wars proliferating all over the globe. Now, fast forward 40 years, that just is America. Like, that is uncontroversially a picture of American foreign policy as a post 9/11 feature.
Yeah.
And I would argue that one of the reasons that it has been able to become that way is because there was absolutely no consequences for Henry Kissinger. This was, at one point in time, I did not know this until I did my research for this piece. An amazing, historical fact that this, indicates. The secret bombing of Cambodia was one of the original articles of impeachment against Richard Nixon that comes out of Watergate, and also the leaks of which in the Pentagon Papers, spur the thing, Watergate saga in the first place. But eventually that gets stripped out of the Nixon impeachment, ultimately preempted because Nixon resigned. But it is impossible not to take a moment to imagine a world in which one of the reasons that a president was removed from office was waging a secret war, and what that would have meant. Possibly nothing, and we'll never know. But what precedent and deterrent effect that might have had on
no
what
presidents
is
after
now
would ever
US
do such a
foreign
thing,
policy.
right? No president after would do such a thing. Wage secret
I know.
wars.
Certainly not 4 in a row.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think that a level of accountability instilled in that moment maybe could have potentially at least reined America's bloodthirsty endeavors in just marginally, or at least apply some level of process to it, because it's not like Western powers are somehow better than all of our foreign adversaries that we often orientalize and look at or look down at. An example I use often is there's bribery that is commonplace in some countries like Pakistan, right? But we already have corporate lobbying. We have basically codified bribery, so it somehow seems more normal and institutionalized and therefore better. And this in and of itself would have probably found, the American powers would still figure out a way around it.
There are rules for it this way. Yeah. There are rules for it that route bribery into the realm of the respectable.
It would have been more civil and maybe better paper trail as a consequence of such civility. But I do think that America would still continue its bloodshed.
Yes, I mean this was also by design, institutionally, the policies that Nixon and Kissinger created, some of which were more Nixon than Kissinger, in particular China, which is, I think, easily the biggest, success and most consequential aspect. Maybe not the most consequential aspect, given, all of the human suffering of Nixon's foreign policy. But, nevertheless, this is what I would say, Kissinger and Nixon at this point in history are a crucial turn of the ratchet in order to institutionalize this corruption and this bloodshed. One of the things that I wanted to do in the piece is look at places where Kissinger not only destroyed but built, and that brings you right into Chile in 1970 to 73, where after the democratic election of a socialist president, Salvador Allende, immediately Kissinger sets to work seeking to overthrow Allende, including with an extremely January 6th-like CIA plan to stop the Chilean Senate from seating Allende, even though he had won the election. And, Kissinger had epic lines. Cy Hirsch's book has this, The Price of Power. Epic lines from people who were in the room talking about Kissinger was saying things like, why should the fact that why should we let a small thing like a Chilean public opinion get in the way of stopping a government that's going communist? And quotes from aides to Nixon and Kissinger talking about how Kissinger thought, precisely because we now had an example of elected socialism in the Americas, that Allende was more dangerous than Castro. Now, if Noah Coleman's going to be on, he can run with that. But the point I'm driving at is that ultimately this culminates in U.S. support in 1973 for Pinochet's coup, for the thousands that he kills, for the tens of thousands that he tortures and disappears, and the entire reign of terror that emerges from it has Kissinger's extremely enthusiastic blessing, and ultimately is for a purpose, which is to create a laboratory of neoliberalism. They invite all of these Chicago school economists to design a thoroughly privatized economy, stripping away at all of the worker protections that Chileans had come to enjoy, and ultimately decimating the ability of the Chilean working class to ultimately benefit from the society that its labor was creating. And there we see Kissinger's contribution to shaping the world that we currently live in.
The Justin liberal world order, as you call it, as you talked about with
as
Hillary Clinton.
Yeah.
The continuation of that is definitely demonstrated. I feel like he's like Henry Kissinger. I wouldn't say he's the turning point for this, because I think that there's always been bipartisan consensus with like maybe marginal deviation on methods and tactics, or how aggressively America wants to pursue imperialist actions and destabilization in certain parts of the world. The fact that I think American leadership, like Democratic Party leadership, regularly celebrated Henry Kissinger shows that this has always been a bipartisan. This has always been a bipartisan initiative, and I mean, after 9/11, I would say it's like a even more pivotal point where this became permanent, where even on the ground, the anti-war activism of the Democratic Party completely subsided. It was over after that. And we have yet to see any kind of movement in that direction
until recently. As a matter of fact, I would say the pro-Palestinian Gaza.
Yeah, the pro-Palestinian protests are the first time in my 32 years of being alive have I ever seen, and I've only lived in America since 2013 or 2009, is the first time I've seen like genuine activism in that direction happening within the Democratic Party again, and they're of course aggressively trying to clamp down on it. Speaking of which, while we're talking about Kissinger, I mean, he had his fingers in everything, obviously. What would you say was his main motivation? Because a lot of people talk about realpolitik and how it deviates away from American exceptionalism and whatever, but ultimately, I don't think there was that much of a deviation, I guess, with some notable exceptions. But beyond
I think the realpolitik, I think, the realpolitik just serves the exceptionalism. And the point is, it's not even exceptionalism for its own sake. What it is recognizing that these are ideological justifications for achieving, sustaining, and pushing the frontiers of American imperial control. And I can't read I can't read Kissinger's mind. I can only read Kissinger's words. And the impression left particularly by his famous work, A World Restored, is that he believed, you can't really translate it into 20th century terms so well, but like his sense of what order required was imperial domination. And I don't really think it matters to ask whether that was believed or, cynical or what. I think all that matters is that it is a useful means to an end of wielding American power for the purpose of imperial domination, for sustaining that empire, and for pushing the frontiers of its influence, really far. And, Kissinger, this is why I use the term that, he's a turn of the ratchet. He's not, a thing that makes the difference between, not being, an empire and being an empire. It's, when you think of the way, after a while, people like in the Democratic Party foreign policy orbit, came into power. A lot of it, had to do with the widespread anger at the Vietnam War, of which, Kissinger by the, early to mid 70s was a symbol of. And then after a while, as they ascend through the kind of rank, the kind of foreign policy ranks, the consultantship ranks, I guess that's more of a recent thing. What they come to fixate on more was the way in which Kissinger successfully pushed those frontiers of American power. After the 1973 war, Kissinger assiduously cultivated Egypt and pushed it from the Soviet, or got it from, the Nasserite era Soviet orbit into the American orbit, where after Camp David it stayed ever since. You can, I think, probably view Chile in the same way in terms of
there's also a continuation here that I'm personally very interested in, because I think in some ways you can draw a direct through line from that onwards, with some exceptions along the way, with Yitzhak Rabin maybe, but even then not too much of a deviation from the standard, all the way to the Abraham Accords of cutting out, securing relationships with regional partners, regional Arab leadership, and cutting out Palestinians from the deal altogether, while simultaneously, at this point it's a little bit different, because those relationships have become permanent. These are basically de facto client states now, like the Gulf nations in the region. But at that time, ripping Egypt away from any kind of Soviet sphere of influence, and then doing that while simultaneously, secretly and sometimes not so secretly, backing the Israeli leadership, I think, is exactly how American foreign policy has continued and only expanded on that same principle.
It's important to remember that in foreign policy circles, the circles that make foreign policy, as opposed to discussing it from the outside, or from the briefly out of power, the scale of opinion is Kissinger, effective son of a bitch, or of the American project. There's not much, viewing of him that lacks respect. There just isn't. And it's been an education, an ongoing education. This is one of the reasons why I wrote my obituary the way I did, to talk about not just Kissinger and what his works were, but to kind of turn it in on us and ask, what does his impunity, his freedom, his wealth, his fame have to say about American elites? And it's an exceptionally ugly story that ultimately boils down to saying millions of lives don't matter.
Yeah, I think that Henry Kissinger's endless interest in brown nosing, and also playing the role of a rather famous figure, despite being a dude with a PhD from Harvard and then onwards, and a guy in a prominent political role, the fact that he was able to also play the song and dance of being a part of the New York elite, and maybe even his dating history even, and all the wealth and all of the fame that came along with it, I think helped solidify him as a figure, as a permanent fixture. But also, on top of that, the fact that he never got any sort of punishment directed towards him for doing all of these awful things, openly engaging in war crimes, is because it begs the question, if Henry Kissinger is to be tried, right? Obviously, that's a laughable notion. Who is going to try him? How could they ever do this? Like, is Laos and Cambodia going to do such a thing? Are they going to be able to, cut trade relations with America or invade America or, engage in war with America? There's no way that they could do that, right? But
it begs the question, if that happens,
yes.
then what, does it, what's then to stop Kissinger from pointing around at all of the rest of you in the foreign policy establishment, and
yes.
you were there, and what else, what
and
about,
the
Bundys before me? What about,
yes.
on and on and on.
Yes, because every single American president and every single administration before Kissinger and certainly after Kissinger has conducted themselves in an almost identical way. Even though he was, exceptional, as you said, in the way that he conducted his affairs, he was
exemplary.
He was exemplary. Sorry, not exceptional. He was exemplary. You have George W. Bush, Dick Cheney in that administration, and many members of that administration, which should immediately be tried for war crimes, right? And pretty much every single president.
And again, there's a lot of talk, and understandably so, and appropriately so, about normalization and the dangers of normalization. And, something that I kind of write about a lot is the unresolved status of the war on terror. And one of the reasons why it feels not unresolved, since October 7th is a different story, but one of the reasons that it is often felt in the popular imagination to be resolved is by how normalized it just became, until it was no longer newsworthy, even when the stuff wasn't hidden from the public view, which it more frequently than not was. It was no longer exemplary to say, well, another drone strike. It's just what U.S. foreign policy becomes. And it's really important to remember that this is a choice that publics make that they can also not make if they organize themselves and they are strong enough to make these demands. And with Nixon and Kissinger getting away with it, I should say, Nixon resigned. Kissinger did not. So Nixon was disgraced. Kissinger never was. And the way in which that created not just a sense of that what he did could ultimately, be defended, it, teaches no different than, you teach a child oh, that's actually okay. There's no consequence for that. And more people then become eventually it's good that we, it's necessary that we do this routinely. And then it becomes, it's valorous that we do this routinely. And Kissinger, by, going from, outrage and resignation, the famous defense intellectual Thomas Schelling, denounced the secret bombing of Cambodia once it became public. And now, people don't bat an eye at this stuff. And it becomes just sort of part of your resume in the foreign policy establishment. And it's weirder if you don't have it.
Yeah, I think it also makes it much easier, in my opinion, to just never really talk about the awfulness of that era, because that makes it easier to justify what we're doing now. If you don't think about, the 580,000 bombing missions on Laos between 1964 and 1973, then all of a sudden it's much easier to justify what's going on now, because you say, yeah, those stuff, we don't know the extent of the crimes, we don't know the extent of the violence. But yeah, that stuff was bad. But right now, what's going on right now, well, this is good. It's good this time. America's involvement and interference in world affairs is good this time.
Right. There's a sense that, we've learned our lesson. If the activities that you're conducting are institutionalized criminality on a mass scale, and we can go into so much detail about the various different avenues those criminal activities take in their institutional courses. Only real penalty, reputational, criminal penalty, financial penalty can teach the disciplining lesson that you can't do that. It's why we have laws in the first place. It's just that this is an enterprise only the low-level torturer, if that, bears the consequence of the institutionalized criminality. And the point of making that person bear it is to say what they did was criminal, but that was different than what we did, which was policy.
Yeah. It's also identical in the way that we conduct our affairs globally, where we look at we look at foreign adversaries and their war crimes, and plenty of foreign adversaries have engaged in such actions. That much is
this is definitely
not
not an exclusively American activity, even if it is an American particular competency.
Yes, the only difference between us and them, however, is that when our foreign adversaries engage in acts that would be declared understandably war crimes, that is an opportunity for America to engage with them and actually do our much more devastating war crimes to them without any such condemnation. The grip of power that America has on the international rule-based order dictates that we get to do war crimes when our foreign adversaries have done any kind of war crimes. And even if they haven't at that point, we can just say that they have and then continue interfering in their affairs and being and devastating entire regions.
This is why it's so important to challenge the concept of American exceptionalism, because what American exceptionalism says is that, there's a story that American exceptionalism tells about, like, the uniquely virtuous and uniquely, freedom forged virtues that make America, reluctantly, a necessary force for good on the world stage. But what it's really saying is that the rules don't and can't apply to America. America enforces those rules. And secondly, it creates this crazy framework for thinking that there should be no sense of consistency, that we don't judge these acts, in fact, by how disgusting they are, how damaging they are, no matter who commits them. We judge them according to who commits them. We admit their monstrosity when it suits American prerogatives. We deny its monstrosity when it doesn't suit American prerogatives. And when it suits American prerogatives, we will also aid, if not actively commit, such monstrous acts. I don't know if that is
Israel is
but I'm streaming right now. I can't. Sorry.
My family's right on the other side of the year as well. They're yapping, so I get it. What I was going to say is, what you're describing is perfectly. It's so prescient, especially in this very moment where Anthony Blinken is in Israel once again, and the ceasefire, the 6-day truce is slated to end today, and
oh my God,
we know the monstrosity and the war crimes that Israel has committed, war crimes that have been greenlighted.
You just also coined a really insane phrase, if it turns out not to extend, 6-day truce. That's a bleak phrase given the history of the region, the resonance, of course, with the 6-day war. Oof, that's a bleak one. But what was Blinken saying in Israel? He was saying the war is going to go back on. We expect it to operate within these parameters. It's I've definitely seen arsonists play firefighter before, but I haven't seen them play firefighter while simultaneously giving the arsonist the Molotov cocktail.
Yeah. Blinken has said as of an hour ago, according to Washington Post, that the pause in fighting has been producing results as more hostages are being freed. Yesterday, there was a point of contention between Hamas and Israel on how many hostages were being released and who the hostages were. I believe they produced 7 women and children amongst the remaining hostages that Israel claimed was not enough and that they were going to continue its bombing campaign, which I suspect is the reason why Blinken's there. Now, of course, I don't believe that Blinken is there because of his genuine interest in maintaining peace. I think it's getting to a point where it is undeniably, Israel's actions are undeniably becoming a problem for American foreign policy because it undermines American influence.
And for Biden, sorry to interrupt you, and for Biden domestically, for the prospect of him being reelected. And so now you have this spectacle from Blinken of trying to like have the emphasis in one audience be, we told Israel it had to limit its war, while to the Israeli audience, it's saying like, yeah, it's back on, go. And right before what you called the 6-day truce, the Israeli defense minister, Yoav Gallant, was quoted as saying that once the truce ends, he expects 2 more months of war. Now, if you know anything of it, I'll just put it like this. It took 9 months for the US, the Iraqis, and the Iranians to oust ISIS from Mosul, a place where they had nowhere near the durable ties, local knowledge, like embedding in the local patterns of life, infrastructure, all of it that Hamas.
ISIS did not have a civil governance division actively working for the past 15 years.
There's no way of so like it's militarily laughable to say that 2 months can achieve Israel's objectives. It can't, because Israel's stated objectives are euphemistic and function and pretty much pretextual. What Gallant is saying, they have 2 more months of international leeway as they judge it to decimate Gaza and allow pogroms in the West Bank. That's what 2 months means. That's the stakes of returning to a state of fighting instead of extending this truce. And there just shouldn't be like any illusion that there's something that like Israel can achieve in terms of the objectives that it set out for itself. It can't uproot Hamas. I mean, this was in many ways real. I wrote a piece about this, at the start of this for The Nation that was headlined something like, the lesson of 9/11 is that Israel cannot win its war. But the reality of the statement, what's clear about this is that it's not about uprooting Hamas from Gaza. It's about uprooting Palestinians from Gaza. It's about making Gaza uninhabitable. The death toll that we've seen already is going to be, we know, like from every war that's ever happened, from the warnings of the WHO right now, the deaths that are going to come from disease, from lack of the sanitation infrastructure, from the fact that Israel destroyed the healthcare infrastructure in Gaza. That's what's going to ultimately be even deadlier than, I don't even know how much the estimated death toll is at this point.
Part of that is we can't figure that out. We can't figure that out because Israel has destroyed the healthcare infrastructure that was reporting on the matter. Before they destroyed the healthcare infrastructure that was adequately reporting on the matter, there was also another moment where the Biden administration played a devastating role in undermining the confidence that they historically had on the Gazan health ministry by claiming that those numbers are unreliable in the aftermath of the Al Ahli explosion, which led to this major, which played a major role in the propaganda war at the behest of Israel. Like since then, I have seen so many times that the media changed its style guide, started reporting on health ministry numbers as like the Gazan Hamas-backed Gazan health ministry numbers, like always with a douse of skepticism. One that is never offered to the IDF, which is routinely lied. If we're looking at like the inconsistent information coming or the historic track record coming from Hamas-backed or even Hamas directed organs of information in comparison to the Israeli government greatly outweighs. I mean, there's so much more misinformation that has come out of the Israeli front, both from Knesset members, both from all of the organs of information, and it definitely deserves skepticism. Like any serious journalist should be skeptical.
I'm so old, I remember when underneath the Al-Shifa hospital complex, there was the Hamas Command and Control Center.
Yeah.
It compounds, and journalists have to ask themselves, really honestly, what kinds of credible sources from all sides they are actually confronting. And in so many cases, look, Israel, Israel keeps... First, Israel has killed something like, I apologize for not knowing the total
almost
number,
60 journalists.
Thank you. Yes, over 50 for sure.
Yeah.
Since this has begun, and it stops journalists from seeing Gaza for themselves independently. And to tie this back, because I think what my daughter was indicating there is that I'm going to have to go. To tie this back to Kissinger, I wrote a piece. This is also in the Kissinger obit somewhat, but I wrote a piece for The Nation that's in its current issue. I'm very honored to have that be the issue with Mohammed El-Kurd's incredible cover story, The Right to Speak for Ourselves. And this piece was called Gaza Shows the Difference Between International Law and the Rules-Based International Order. It is really just as obvious as it was for Kissinger being a war criminal. Israel, throughout the Gaza war and before, the occupation of the West Bank is illegal. It has been illegal for 50 years. So the routine violation of the normalized violation of international law by Israel can happen because Israel has something stronger than that. It has the U.S. rules-based international order, which operates on the rules of American exceptionalism that we've been talking about before. Kissinger brought that rules-based order to an extreme height, a height that would subsequently be surpassed. But in the Mount Rushmore of American empire builders, he's like really high up as a statue, a monument soaked in blood. That's a weird metaphor to mix, but that's how I'm gonna get here.
Okay, Spencer Ackerman, thank you so much for coming on. Hope to have you again. I hope to have you on again soon. But we'll be reading your work later on in the broadcast as well.
Can I just say one more thing before I go? If any of this for me has made sense, and you are interested in superhero comics, on December 12th, the final issue of my 4-issue miniseries for DC Comics called Waller vs. Wildstorm gets published. That'll be collected and released in January. But very much that is a story about everything we've just been talking about as a kind of spycraft murder mystery. So just needed to plug that.
Yeah, one thing I will say. Okay. I know you need to leave, but before you leave, as a comic book fan and one who has made comic books himself, yourself, how do you feel about the Mossad Marvel hero?
Oh my God! Have me back up. Her name is Sabra. I actually have. I mean, this will never get made, so I might as well say it. I have an unpublishable pitch for a Sabra story that, Marvel, if you're listening, I doubt it would ever possibly be able to be published. But I have some thoughts about writing Sabra and the purposes for which one writes Sabra. But to be clear, when this character goes into the movie that's gonna happen, I think it's a Captain America movie, buddy, be prepared for just how heroic this presentation is going to be. That's going to be a rough thing to watch. It is going to be, if you thought, Gal Gadot, Wonder Woman, saving the little kids from the missile was something, just wait until you see Sabra and Captain America valiantly in action together.
She's gonna participate in Sabra and Shatila, but heroically. The bad guys. She's gonna
or she's going to save a camp of refugees from a Sabra and Shatila.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. That's my favorite trope of America's war crimes are so awful that only our enemies must have done it in popular media, like the Call of Duty, the bombing of the Highway of Death, being attributed to the Russians, like an act of grave evil. Of course, only our foreign adversaries might conduct themselves this way. We would never do that. That's
all right, man. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for coming on, Spencer.
Absolutely appreciate it. Take care.
All right, that's Waller versus Wildstorm. The Reign of Terror of Comics. Reign of Terror, of course, is a book written by Spencer Ackerman. He's an author and a journalist. He's great. Friend of the show. Second appearance on the show. We will in the next 5 minutes. I will of course also have Noah Colwin on. Yeah, I hope this was informative for you guys as we continue with the legacy of Henry Kissinger. We already have a massage superhero. What is this? You don't mess with Zohan. Don't ever. Come on, bro. This is like, is Ryan Grimm next week gonna be in-house? Yes, Ryan Grimm is gonna be in-house next week. You're like an actual news show with a special guest? Yeah, I am like an actual news show because I am an actual news show just for Gen Z and millennials. I'm an actual commentary show. Anyway. Oh man, Henry Kissinger, what a guy. What a guy. But yeah. Remember, these are a lot of the journalists and a lot of the people that I have on my show will be roundly criticized by fucking neoliberals online because they're just intellectually incurious charlatans for the most part. And they just don't really think about anything deeper than whatever the fuck is a more edgy rendition of what you hear on MSNBC. Speaking of MSNBC, we will get to briefly the Mehdi Hasan story. But before I get there, what I was going to say is it's always the likes of Seymour Hersh, for example, that will put so much thought and so much effort and stake their entire reputation on uncovering the truth about these horrifying war criminals and the horrifying war crimes that the United States of America has engaged in without any sort of like legal recourse or even any sort of real criticism, right? But remember that they will all be remembered fondly, not the war criminals themselves, no matter how hard people try to make it fit. Speaking of Mehdi Hasan's show was canceled by MSNBC as a part of the weekend shakeup. I haven't reached out to him on this, but I could possibly have him on as well in the future. I talk to him from time to time. I've had him on the show before. MSNBC has canceled Mehdi Hasan's Sunday night opinion show as a part of the broader shakeup across the network's lineup of weekend programming. Hasan, who will remain with the network as an on-camera analyst and fill-in host, informed his staff of the decision on Thursday morning, Semafor first reported. Semafor broke the news, of course. Semafor is increasingly becoming one of my favorite outlets, really. I mean, they have some really great journalists that I like. Obviously, Dave Weigel works there as well. MSNBC is canceling the weekend program and the show that was streaming on the service Peacock. Two people familiar with the move, which MSNBC privately announced the staff Thursday morning, told Semafor that Hasan will become an on-camera analyst and fill-in host. The network plans to expand host Ayman Mohyeldin's weekend program to 2 hours to replace Hasan's show. Over the past several years, Hasan became a cult favorite online for his tough interview style and impassioned monologues, but these never translated to rating successes on the weekends or during fill-in appearances on primetime shows. That is the reason. That is what they are using as, I assume, the reasoning for why they are taking him off the air. Now, the unfortunate reality is that television watchers as an audience, the non-cord cutting generation, profoundly and unconditionally pro-Israel, so much so that Fox News' ridiculous coverage, its bloodthirsty, monstrous coverage, as a matter of fact, has led to an increase in ratings, as far as I understand, during the course of this post-October 7 latest siege on Gaza. They're very old, and they want to hear information that is going to defend their perspective. Here's back when I was on the Young Turks and I had a show called Agitative Propaganda. I, of course, had Michael Brooks and Mehdi Hasan on the same show, Criminally Underrated, 362 views, if you guys want to listen to that, where we talk about the importance of debates, because Mehdi Hasan is a big debate bro, big-time debate bro. MSNBC having a ratings issue on the weekends. They're moving around all the shows, and I learned they have the largest majority of 65-plus viewers. Crazy. I thought Fox would have the most. But yeah, since then, of course, I've grown and serve a lot more top-of-the-hour ad breaks, of course, that come at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. We're going to have Noah Colwin on right now, wall-to-wall, back-to-back, baby. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm going to call Noah right. All right. Hello? Can you hear me? Noah, can you hear me? I don't think you can hear me. I see you, though. Hello? I am speaking. Change your device on settings. This is happening a lot today, I think.
Okay, now I should be able to hear you.
Oh, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Change your output.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, we're good. I hear you.
All right, you can hear me now? Perfect. Noah Colvin is back on, a mainstay on the Hassan Hassanabi Piker broadcast. All right, no, we just talked to Spencer Ackerman. He said horrible things about you. He was like, this guy sucks. This guy Noah, just terrible. Terrible. Don't listen to the Blowback podcast. No, I'm just kidding. He had only good things to say. Noah, thank you for coming on. You have some interesting news as of last night.
Yeah,
you want to elaborate on that?
Well, I'm honored to be here, and happy Kissinger Death Day to you, my good sir.
Yeah. What a wonderful, joyous occasion.
Yeah. May it go down in history as such. No, I mean, it's, that's true. And then on the other hand, he lived to be 100, and it's sort of a demonstration of the limits of karma as a force in the world. But yeah, I actually had a funny, like, I think I'd actually been, so Brennan and I announced last night that season 5 of Blowback will be about Cambodia. And we, so I'll kind of offload a lot of my Cambodia talk for that future point in time. But it does mean that I have been reading a bit about Fair Henry and talking to people who reported on him. And so, his death came at a pretty good time for my livelihood, I've got to say.
I feel like you say this every time something happens.
Yeah, I mean, it is true. You're not wrong, man. Like, I watched To Live and Die in L.A., or rewatched it, like, the day William Friedkin died. So keep your faves away from me, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Some of our faves are going to be indicted. So, all right, Noah, this is a figurehead of American imperialism that, in my opinion, most interestingly, goes across genres, where you even have like liberals who hate him, but then simultaneously the same liberals will be like openly talking about how sick it is that, the Hamas terror tunnels are being destroyed in Israel. So let's get started on that front. Like, why do you think liberals kind of despise Henry Kissinger, but simultaneously love like everyone else that his style has and the legacy that everyone has continued, even though his legacy or the American imperialist actions predated him as well?
So I think the way to sort of like the short answer to that is that, he's the prototype. He was the person who took what is not he's not the first powerful whore in Washington. But he was the person who, at the right point in time, was able to demonstrate, what was kind of possible with reinvention in modern media and spectacle. He used celebrity in a very effective way, whereas previous presidential advisors who had had just as much longevity, let's say Clark Clifford, for example, who had advised Truman all the way up to Carter, Democratic administrations, like Clark Clifford didn't want to go fuck models. There are things about that Kissinger that I think are worth sort of first establishing that are, this was somebody who sought to elevate his profile. And then the second thing is that Kissinger was, when he came into power, right? So in 1968, Kissinger had actually been advising the campaign of Nelson Rockefeller, the liberal Eastern establishment Republican, a huge rival of Nixon's. And Kissinger, goes on the radio the days after this convention in 68, and he says, "Oh, Nixon's going to be a disaster. I've got really grave doubts about the guy." And then a month later, Kissinger is secretly sending information to Nixon in an effort to, win favor with Nixon. And, basically, essentially, he's feeding him information about the ongoing talks between the North Vietnamese and the Johnson administration. And there's not really a lot of evidence that the Nixon administration used this information that Kissinger gave them, but Nixon did like the cut of Kissinger's jib. And the effect of that meant that, Kissinger was somebody who could, from Nixon's perspective, solve a lot of problems for him. He was a Harvard professor. He had a lot of credibility with these, Poindexters. He seemed he was willing to be very loyal to Nixon, which I think everybody, if they know one thing about that guy, it's that's what he demanded.
He was a schmoozer and a major suck up. I think
he
a
was
lot of
unctuous. Well, and this is where it's like so why do people hate him? Why do libs hate him? Because he was, this ultimate suck up, this ultimate, unctuous figure, this ultimate handmaid into power. And the first president that he did that for was fucking Richard Nixon. So when Richard Nixon comes into office, it's this mandate, right, to draw down the Vietnam War and, everything like that. Except what actually happens? Nixon wants to bomb Cambodia. Nixon wants to bomb Laos. Nixon wants to widen the theater of the war so as to pressure Hanoi and change negotiations, perhaps. And maybe, some people even say, perhaps maybe we could actually turn this war around. And of course, it goes disastrously. And it's done in secret. And so for many people who I think were always opposed to the Vietnam War, if they were opposed to the Vietnam War and they were opposed to Nixon, they rightly associate Kissinger with this, 1969 to 1970 and ultimately to 73, just this useless, prolonging of the war, and costing the lives of how many knows Vietnamese and many Americans as well. And this is not like a dovish point, by the way. The thing I just said was essentially what Arthur Schlesinger, who was an advisor to JFK, let's say like a liberal believer in American power. That was what he said in his diary the day that like Kissinger, I think got either that he got the Nobel Prize or like announced, was getting credit in the press for some diplomatic thing. But yeah, I mean, it's a very like he acceded to power and by basically being Nixon's effective hatchet man and giving himself all this power. And then, he went on to do many, many other horrible things. But that's like the original one. That's the big original one, is how he helped Nixon do Nixon's Vietnam policy.
Yeah. Henry Kissinger is I think one of those individuals that you can point to as like a singular force of evil, because he like perfectly shows, in my opinion, like the neoliberal rule-based international order and how little Americans give a shit about that, or how little both parties give a shit about that, considering that he was, I think, beloved by all the figures that came after him, at least in positions of power. I guess like I'd like to talk about I'd like to talk about like some of his work in Latin America, if you'd like to, or even in Indonesia as well.
Yeah, sure. We can go through his earlier albums and then talk about his maturing as an artist.
Yeah. Where do you think is the best place to start? I mean, we already talked about how he sucked up to Nixon and gained prominence, and then continued his.
So I think one place to start is, I think a really good one. Let's start with is basically how Kissinger. I think in South Africa, and basically how Kissinger really fought to preserve the apartheid government in South Africa and in Rhodesia is like really, really worth examining. In essence, like Kissinger had this theory, and the historian Greg Grandin has called attention to it. That he had first put this kind of idea into writing in the 50s when Kissinger was in grad school. But the idea was that there should be little wars, he called them, in the quote-unquote gray areas. And that was not like necessarily something that he coined as a concept, the idea of doing small wars on a global scale against the Soviet Union and against communists generally. But it was the way he phrased it, sort of, it illustrates kind of how he pursued the next phase, beyond, if we were to think about like, what were his ambitions as a foreign policy maker beyond that. And the two things you kind of see are that he was interested in these kinds of little wars and operations, trying to use American power wherever possible to get maximal favor. And the idea was that, the second part of that is that it was about sort of always showing, like projecting a constant amount of strength. That was the theory. But it was very improvisational. It was not, a particularly deeply thought out like he wasn't this brainiac thinking 20 steps ahead, even though that's how he's kind of cast himself and how many people describe him. I think what's much closer to the truth was that he really understood that if to act decisively and quickly, regardless of the consequences, is all that matters. Like that was his approach. And that satisfied Nixon obviously very well. And so in the case of something like South Africa, essentially you would have, in the case of Angola, you have a government that is, with the support of the Cubans, going to war with Rhodesia and the South Africans. And what does Kissinger do? Kissinger cultivates Jonas Savimbi, who goes on to kill something like 400,000 people, and who is the quote unquote Angolan resistance leader that is stepping up to their big bad old Marxist government.
Yeah,
and I think that there is a kind of like, it's a good example of how that's one particularly gruesome little war. But then there's also East Timor, when a left-wing government comes up there and he endorses the Indonesian effort to basically recolonize East Timor, and it produces a genocide that kills something like a third of the country's population. Kissinger, he made a gigantic mess. The economist Dominic Lusder, who's on Twitter as New Left eViews, he had a pretty good line about it, just that Kissinger's really a vandal. He made a gigantic fucking mess. The kind of dialectic truth of it, as Greg Grandin has pointed out, is that he really, even though he was not a neocon, he basically created the conditions for them to arise, because he created such a mess that he, was able to, that there were a bunch of people who were able to smuggle in this argument that the only way to correct this messy amount of force was with a more muscular force. So when Ronald Reagan runs for president, he says Kissinger like it's a slur at campaign rallies. That's how he blamed. It's how in '76, when Reagan's running for president, he's lambasting President Ford's policy as being soft and criticizing detente and all this. And there's a way in which Kissinger pursued these brutal objectives as a way to project power, but only in a way that just kind of empowered people further to his right. And obviously, I think it's, as time went on, it's really clear that he just did not care, because what he really seems to have cared about was personal advancement and enrichment.
Yeah. There's, of course, I think East Timor is a great example of this, but it's always a continuation of previous administrations' policies of anti-communist pursuit that he greatly accelerated as well. I think that's really important to understand. Part of the reason why Henry Kissinger never actually was faced with any sort of legal recourse for his war crimes, even after they were unearthed, is specifically because, and I mentioned this in the Ackerman conversation as well earlier, is that if you bring him to justice, which would never happen regardless, that opens up the door to every single president and their own individual war crimes. Like if you think about 1975, Kissinger greenlighting President Suharto's invasion of East Timor, then you also have to ask about the Jakarta method and how Suharto even came to power and what happened and how devastating and deadly that was for Indonesia to begin with. And in that situation, all of a sudden, prior administrations have to be held responsible for almost identical crimes that are devastating as well.
And what's more is that what Kissinger also did once he left, public service, was that he became a professional influence peddler who's frankly, this is one of the more disturbing things about Kissinger, and it's something that's hard to talk about, which is that Kissinger associates, we don't know who their client list are. When Kissinger, the one time, I forget what the position was for, but the one time that he was put up for something that was congressionally nominated, I think in the 90s, maybe it might have been the 80s, but Jesse Helms basically said, all right, tell us who your clients are. And, to this day, nobody knows who pays Kissinger associates. And, the Foreign Agent Registration Act stuff, foreign lobby disclosure in the U.S. is it's just very badly and unevenly enforced. And so, Kissinger, in the end, like it's part of the way he got away with it, and that nobody prosecutes for these crimes is because he became so useful to so many people. Just as like you could just imagine the situations for however many people that it was useful to know Henry Kissinger. I mean, for example, in the George W. Bush years, Kissinger and Dick Cheney, they initially hated each other. They were rivals in the Gerald Ford years. But then, 2.5 decades on, Dick Cheney and Henry Kissinger, they have a standing meeting every month or every other month. And so if you pay to have access to Henry Kissinger, and Henry Kissinger has periodic access to Dick Cheney, the power behind the throne in George W. Bush years, then, it stands to reason, we could guess who are all the people that were perhaps, would really be champing at the bit to get to work with Kissinger or pay for Kissinger's services. And I think that is a really underrated part of, why, not just on like this sort of point you've been making about precedent, about why he gets kind of unpunished, but it's why Samantha Power sucks up to him and stuff. It's not because they genuinely believe he made some incredible contribution, which I frankly doubt, but it's because, he really is that powerful and is yeah, I mean, it's tough. Oh yeah, because the Eagle Burger, that was it.
Isn't it interesting that like he's seen as this like incredible statesman, diplomat, and brilliant, and yet his most important, I guess, like his signature accomplishments beyond like the war crimes, even as political theory, are belligerent, like the madman theory or the acceleration of like the nuclear arms race, the missile gap, and the like. Obviously, many others contributed to this as well, but like it was. Specifically, like the madman style.
Well, I think though, I mean, it's important to note though, like the madman theory, like that phraseology that comes from Nixon, and it's sort of again, like I think that actually speaks to again, like what is it that makes Kissinger so evil, or like what is particular to Kissinger's evil? It's that he's the guy. He agrees with that, and what does he do? He basically agrees with. I mean, this is the thing, like, and Greg Grandin makes this point very well as well, which is that like. Basically, Kissinger uses the madman theory. Like he even if he wouldn't formulate it like Nixon does, because Richard Nixon is a unique guy who uses unique phrasings like that, Kissinger is very much interested in that kind of idea of, using the threat of force on this, maximum, on the biggest possible scale, using that threat of force to on the one hand, achieve a political solution, which is why Kissinger is, this person who is a theorist of violence, first and foremost. He's, I think there's like a underrated, like kind of almost like Schmittian quality to how he thinks about like the way American power gets to operate in the world. But it does seem to me that like part of what he does also view as like, SALT, the arms reductions treaty with the Soviet Union, or, seeing, Nixon for decades had wanted, like it had been a personal interest of his to want to, have a rapprochement with China, with mainland China. And Kissinger, seeing that his boss wants that, and is himself like, okay, I can make that work. And, it works with our other strategic interests. For example, like that was a huge chunk of why Kissinger ultimately backed Pakistan in their horrific violence against Bangladesh. Like there was a way in which he was willing to truly use violence to achieve what he, like certain kinds of diplomatic ends. I think that it is like a difference from the, like class of like, frankly, like neocons who were just like, who made publicly idealist arguments. Now, Kissinger in his later career totally supported those people, but like he was, the record showed like willing when it benefited him to like, remember that the seal of the State Department in the talons of that eagle, you've got, arrows, but you've also got, the olive branch. And he seems to, legitimately have understood that, like, if you can't, that was the condition.
The carrot and the stick, rather than just the stick, and saying we should have the stick. If we're looking at American foreign policy, you have a period of American exceptionalism, and then like a brief realpolitik era, I guess, and then neocons, and now I guess neoliberalism is also engaging in the exact same I would say style of governance and foreign policy administration. all of that
Yeah,
is
I think neoliberalism is an important thing to bring up, by the way, because Kissinger is, he doesn't get enough credit for being an instrumental figure in the construction of like what we think of as like the neoliberal order.
Yeah.
The key underpinning of that was essentially, taming the inflation and especially the energy shocks of the 70s. And the way Kissinger did that was basically to help have all of these oil producers, particularly Saudi Arabia and Iran, buy our arms. And, we built those countries, and, it was this, petrodollar recycling mechanism by which we helped, stabilize the demand for dollar and preserve it as the world currency. And so I think that there is like a way in which we think of like, okay, so like neoliberalism as like this new world environment where we're, in a, I guess it's, if we're thinking of neoliberalism as like the historical period that is initiated by this, by us moving, to like a, I guess post Bretton Woods method or post Bretton Woods order, order or whatever. Like, like Kissinger should be considered somebody who had a piece of that because he constructed one of like the building block assumptions about how that order gets preserved, which is that like, we buy Middle Eastern oil, they buy our F-16s, which are made in Texas, which once upon a time used to be where we got our oil.
On that note, I do want to move on to Johnny Harris. Are you familiar with this person? He used to work at Vox. He's a big, has a great team of editors. We call him CIA. Johnny Harris is a joke, but he made a video.
He does. That whole place is lit like it's supposed to be in Zero Dark 30.
Yeah. He made a new video called "Was Henry Kissinger a War Criminal?" in which I assume he's going to both sides his legacy. I'm going to share my screen with you. Hold on one second. Here it is. And then I'm going to go pee really quickly, too, because I have been holding it in since the Spencer interview as well. I'm going to start it, and you can get a better understanding of what's going on right now. Can you hear it?
Yep.
Okay.
Powerful figures in American politics is dead. Kissinger was an American diplomat and political scientist. He served as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State under 2 presidents. And his career is full of a lot. Some laudable achievements, such as normalizing relations with China,
his career
but
is
also
full of a lot.
Full of some actions that many call war crimes. Many of you watching are 100% positive that Henry Kissinger is a war criminal. Others might see Kissinger as a brilliant leader who helped the US navigate very uncertain times during the Cold War. I actually met Henry Kissinger once. I was working at a think tank in DC where he was a counselor and trustee. And frankly, I didn't glean much about this guy's character in our little meeting. But since then, we've gotten to know him, at least his career. We've studied him and his actions, both the good and the bad. So today, I want to look at this man, Henry Kissinger. I want to look at what he did and evaluate what we can learn from this person who, for better or worse, has played an influential role in how American power is wielded on the global stage.
On this, perhaps the most gentle and graceful land in all of Asia, President Nixon and Mr. Kissinger unleashed 100,000 tons of bombs.
Henry Kissinger was born on May 27, 1923 in Germany. When he was a teenager, his family left Germany for the United States, fleeing oppression from the Nazis. He went to Harvard and later was drafted into the Army during World War II, serving in a counterintelligence role. After the war, he returned to Harvard and pursued a PhD in political science. Kissinger made a name for himself as a political theorist and author. He focused on the role of nuclear weapons and this new...
I'm going to pause it immediately. This is like, I mean, I guess, are you familiar with the stuff that he did during World War II? Like, or at all, or no?
Yeah, the intelligence work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like loosely. I mean, I'm just kind of. I think it's like super funny that this guy. I mean, it's I'm like waiting for this to be a bit more than Wikipedia, but like, it's so far it's. I'm learning a lot about. Also, he's like, when I was working at a think tank, I met Henry Kissinger.
Wait, he met Henry Kissinger? Oh my God, he is not beating the CIA allegations.
No, and it's
NATO too.
Well, and also, then he says this thing like, we've studied his career, we've da-da-da-da-da, and it's like, who the fuck is this we? Like, like part of me, like, so I don't know if the CIA Johnny character is a friend of yours, But he's no friend of mine.
But he is a meme in this community. I mean, I watch his videos; they're very well produced. Usually, I think he's the
it's well produced.
prototype.
The script sucks, is what I'm really saying.
Well, his style is very much so like, hey, a lot of the stuff we did in the past was bad and wrong, but like what we're doing now is actually fine and good. Like that classic liberal guy who's like whenever something gets declassified and the and in American public consciousness, we can like openly admit that it's bad. He will turn around. He will turn around and openly admit it's bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
While still using that legitimacy.
I want to see what happens when he gets to the part where Henry Kissinger actually does the war crimes.
Yeah, let's see.
Geopolitics that had emerged after World War II. He studied a political philosophy called Realpolitik, which emphasizes how countries gain power by reacting practically to conflicts and situations.
Why? By the way, so many like people that talk about Henry Kissinger, they don't have that same smoke for like Mersheimer. You know what I mean? Like why?
Well,
why is it?
It's because like they are ill-informed, and because the Realpolitik thing is just like mumbo jumbo. Frankly, I mean, Realpolitik is a real thing and like system of beliefs that can guide how people think about foreign policy. Just the thing is, Kissinger didn't evince those over the course of his career. Like he selectively used certain principles of them, and he cultivated the mystique of being somebody like that because it jibed with his image as a truth teller and as a wise counselor. Like it's very easy to see how and also it's just like truthfully, like it's very easy to lie and say like it was practical to kill all these people. And nobody will ever really press you on it in our political system. So it's like he can get away with this for like decades because it's like, people will just take that as a granted that that's an okay assumption, that there is a situation that is conceivable where you kill 1 million people and it's fine.
Yeah.
As opposed to based on ideology or values. But from my reading, what made Kissinger powerful was his ability to connect with people, to network in Washington, D.C. That was perhaps his greatest asset. And the thing,
I mean, he's not wrong. It's just
keep playing. I just want to see how he talks about this.
Yeah, I mean, his ability is to suck ass. Like he's very good at ass sucking.
It's like,
his ability, but he thinks John Harris thinks as a positive. I don't. That's the difference.
Thing that kept him close to power. This was later exemplified by the fact that Kissinger served under both Republican and Democratic presidents. You can start to see Kissinger's Realpolitik and networking skills in full action well before he ever stepped foot in the White House. According to this archived document from Nixon's chief of staff, early in his career when he was working for the Democratic president LBJ as an advisor on Vietnam, he cozied up to the Democrats' political opponent, Richard Nixon, who was running for president. So he cozies up to Nixon and conspires to pass Nixon information about secret Vietnam War peace talks happening in Paris. Nixon could potentially use this information that he got from Kissinger to prevent the peace talks from going well,
thank God, thank God, good thing to do. It's funny, like, I mean, I don't know. I want to always ask like someone like Johnny Harris, like how they feel about, Donald Trump and his campaign
I think
in 2016.
Like, it's really clear, like he's doing like I'm curious, but like it seems like he's doing a wind up to be like, he did some bad stuff, but get ready for this, because this guy who did some bad stuff, he also did some good stuff. And listen, like Hooplehead, if you want the good stuff,
you gotta do the bad.
I'm gonna guess. I'm not a betting man, but I'll bet that's where this is going.
I mean, even thus far, like framing something that could be akin to treason as like good networking is
like literally Lyndon Johnson didn't reveal it publicly, even though he had caught Kissinger doing this. I think because of wiretaps. It was because of that. It's a very I mean, all right, let's see how we keep.
In turn, would make the Democrats look bad since they were the ones in power, and help pave the way for Nixon to win the presidency. Now, there's a significant debate on whether or not all of this sort of backroom deal thing had any impact on the peace talks. But what I care about in this little story is what it shows about Henry Kissinger. That he was willing to go to these lengths to betray the president he was working for and to cozy up to a candidate who he hated but thought could potentially win the presidency. To pass on information that could potentially compromise the peace talks that might end the war in Vietnam. Anyway, the peace talks did indeed break down, the day before the presidential election, no less. Nixon ended up winning. And Kissinger, this political theorist turned power-hungry networker, had shown that he was willing to sabotage peace talks in the name of gaining favor in the eyes of a powerful man. Nixon appointed Kissinger as his national security advisor, giving him an unprecedented level of control. Control over what he could use the American power machine to do on the global stage, all in the name of national security.
Okay.
No cap detected. This is very good.
Yeah. No, so far so good. A lot of people were telling me like he's a fucking Mr. CIA in this one, but so far not bad.
Yeah, I mean we'll
Listen,
see where the turn comes, but so far so good.
Really know what this was like to live during the 60s and 70s, when kind of everything was about the Cold War and specifically Vietnam. So now you have Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon overseeing this war. It was a war that was no closer to ending. A war that, remember, these two conspired to lengthen so that together they could end it and score Nixon political points. And this leads us to perhaps the most infamous of Kissinger's sins. There's a reason why Anthony Bourdain said, quote, "Once you've been to Cambodia, you'll never stop wanting to beat Henry Kissinger to death with your bare hand." That's because in March 1969, Kissinger directed the US Air Force to fly over Vietnam's neighbor, Cambodia, a neutral third party, and to drop bombs everywhere.
By the way, his involvement on the bombing campaign is like far beyond even like far beyond like anyone.
He literally picked the targets.
Yeah, like anyone in that position, I feel like leading up to this moment was not disinvolved in exactly where to bomb. Like picking targets is crazy.
No, and it was also meant to keep people out of the loop. Like it was meant to make sure. So, because Kissinger basically, in between the election of Nixon and his inauguration, Kissinger put together a plan to remake the National Security Council from this kind of, bureaucratic intelligence analysis and centralization like division to basically being like, the end all be all for anything to get, to reach the president. And Kissinger asserted all that power and kind of, just put it up on a plate for Nixon and designed it so that Nixon could insulate all of this Cambodia decision making from the rest of the government. And this included the Secretary of Defense, Melvin Laird, who didn't oppose bombing Cambodia, but opposed the idea of doing it secretly, and then Secretary of State William Rogers, both of whom Kissinger wanted, Kissinger eventually wanted and took Rogers a job, but he hated both men and saw them as threats to his own pole position within the White House.
For chatters who are asking, why did they bomb a neutral country? Because they considered it to be of strategic interest, because the Ho Chi Minh Trail existed where they suspected that the Vietnamese army was getting weapons through through the border, basically. That's it.
President Nixon and Mr. Kissinger.
Yeah, because the enemy walked through parts of it, or so was thought.
Unleashed 100,000 tons of bomb, the equivalent of 5 Hiroshimas. The bombing was their personal decision, illegally and secretly. They bombed Cambodia, a neutral country, back to the Stone Age.
The goal was to eliminate North Vietnamese supply lines and strongholds that were in Cambodia, but the response was carpet bombing. Carpet bombing is indiscriminate. It has unknown targets, which means that civilians usually get caught in the crossfire. So now you have B-52s raining down hell from the sky at all hours of the day.
I'll explain it like this for all the Zoomers. They had terror tunnels with terror babies in Cambodia. That's why. Okay? They had tunnels of terror. So that's why they just like indiscriminately bombed areas of high civilian population density.
It's worse than that, dude. It's worse than that because Nixon believed that. So there were two communist fighting forces. There was the PAVN, which is the People's Army of North Vietnam, and then you had the NLF's fighting force, which I guess is called like the VC in America. But these two fighting forces were like Nixon believed that the NLF's military command was in Cambodia. And so he believed, like the evidence shows that Nixon believed that they were taking out the, Viet military leadership there, when in reality they were bombing the poorest part of one of the poorest countries in the world, like Holocaust levels for years essentially.
Homes were reduced to rubble, entire villages were turned immediately into refugees, and what the record shows, that came out later, is that all of this indiscriminate bombing, this slaughter from above, was approved by and then concealed by Henry Kissinger.
Approved isn't strong enough. Kissinger literally picked the targets. This was Kissinger's baby. So, but that's semantic almost. I want to emphasize that it really was.
Yeah. No, for sure.
This map that you're looking at is not some stylized representation of this. This is actual data. We have the data of every bomb, hundreds of thousands of bombs that were dropped on Cambodia during this time. All in all, at least 100.
I mean, to be fair, it's just, even when you think about the authorized actions that the American government took in Vietnam, you look at South Vietnam and what they did there, and it's you know what I mean? They're fucking god awful. They're belligerent across the board everywhere, unconditionally.
And we also this is just Cambodia. Laos was bombed even more heavily, and this is this is just the part that Kissinger created. Kissinger engineered. I mean, one journalist, he very famously wrote a book about this called Sideshow. This was just one element of it.
Yeah.
100,000 Cambodians died in all of this. 2 million were made homeless. And this is in a country of only 7 million people. In total, the US dropped 2,756,000 tons of bombs on Cambodia. Many of these bombs went undetonated, turning the country into a minefield of undetonated explosives that still exist today.
Oh, yeah.
And perhaps more significantly, contributing to the destabilizing of this country, making way for a violent communist party to rise to power with a vengeance, leading to a mass genocide. All of this happened.
I mean, it's like the classic, Pol Pot, communist leader Pol Pot.
Yeah, Paul. I mean, it's they were so only notionally Marxist, but like I said, I want to kind of leave that a little mysterious for the moment, just because big things.
But yeah, I mean, let's see what he has to say about Henry Kissinger's opinion on. Henry Kissinger is obviously an anti-communist, so I wonder what he will say about his dealings with the Khmer Rouge.
Generally,
happened in secret, without the approval of Congress. It was Henry Kissinger, this one man, wielding his deftly gotten power to ruthlessly get what he wanted at any cost. As the endless war was near its end, peace negotiations kept breaking down. In response, Kissinger sent another round of brutal bombings around Christmas 1972 in an effort to force the North Vietnamese back to the negotiating table. And I'm not exaggerating here. Kissinger literally said, quote, "We bombed the North Vietnamese into accepting our concessions." Some historians argue that the bombings had little effect on the peace talks and instead only...
Yeah.
I mean, this is the other thing, is Kissinger... So this isn't happening in isolation. Kissinger is also going to the Soviet Union and is lobbying them essentially to try and... Because they're the primary patrons of the North Vietnamese, and he's Kissinger earnestly believed, evidently, that he could take the... because the Soviets desperately wanted to ease tensions with the U.S., and Kissinger thought that he could use that into getting them to back off North Vietnam, when that just wasn't... The state had Kissinger been listening to his State Department, they probably would have told him that's not going to happen. And so he's doing he was always engaged in this game of trying to apply as much pressure as possible on Hanoi to increase America's position. But this guy, he keeps saying some historians argue whatever, but he shouldn't do that, because the record by this point is pretty clear that none of it mattered. The way that things wound up meant that Kissinger's, none of his interventions changed anything in the end, except that more people died. Lots more people died.
Another identical parallel to, let's say, sieging and absolutely eviscerating, let's say, northern Gaza, only to have a 6-day truce where Hamas and Islamic Jihad openly still continue operating out of North Gaza, which is supposed to be under siege, where they reveal hostages that some of which were in tunnel systems, but others were in fucking houses. It's like, what happened there? Like the bombing is supposedly the reason.
I mean, it's an important point. These bombing like this, and this guy made an important point about how, like, what's the point of carpet bombing? And how similar it looks and is in effect to what a lot of people today call strategic bombing. Like, the reality is that, like, it's it's meant to achieve the same purpose. And
you're laughing because my dad gave me my food. As you're on every time, I always end up eating while you're on.
Well, I make people hungry because I'm such a snack,
Yeah, exactly.
I think, like, the bombing, it's an important point, it's an important parallel to point out, because in the case of Hamas, like, people have this assumption, right, that, we're just gonna be able to eradicate them. Like, Israel's able to do that. And it's like, well, Israel doesn't really seem to have the stomach for the multi-year operation that would actually require. And so what they're doing instead is just, like, trying to do as much damage. This is my perspective, until somebody says stop. And, like, the that's where it's like the difference here is that what makes this arguably, like in a certain sense worse, was that the North Vietnamese had, for all intents and purposes, won. After, Tet Offensive in 1968, the Vietnam War had essentially been lost. Like, there was no military victory was broadly understood as no longer possible based on what America was willing to put into the war. And so with that determined, what this ended up doing, this was Kissinger and Nixon saying, well, actually, we can really win this thing if we just do it our way. And, it didn't do that. As the freeze frame says, it just brought more pain. Like, that was it. And the North Vietnamese, repeatedly, I have an article that'll come out, I think, tomorrow or the day after, where I go in a little bit more detail on this. But, like, the North Vietnamese understood that this was what they were doing, but it was just like, what were they going to do? Concede things that they had already won and that they knew if they waited out? Like, it's a common problem that, like, America has faced. They underestimate the power of, we live here, as a, incentive to hold on in negotiating.
It resulted in more pain, more death, and more destruction. And yet, this is where the story takes an insane turn. The next year, Henry Kissinger was given a Nobel Peace Prize for brokering the...
Yeah, only insane if you think, like, the institution means anything, really.
Wait, hold on. Hit play. I want to see if he says the full thing here.
Ceasefire in Vietnam. An award given to him for ending a war that didn't actually end. An award that his North Vietnamese counterpart would decline. Two members of the Nobel Peace Committee resigned in protest because of this.
It is as if everyone at the Olympic Stadium joined in carrying an athlete on their shoulders in an endless triumphal procession, without pausing to realize that, in fact, he had won no gold medal.
And Kissinger himself even felt weird about this.
Why Buckley? To use there, I wonder. I mean, I guess he's so eloquent.
Well, no, I mean, it is like he's a figure. Like, Buckley and Kissinger had, like, I'm curious. Like, it's an interesting. I think it's a good like drop. But there's backstory there, like with Buckley and Kissinger. Kissinger used Buckley as he went to Buckley a lot to lobby for Nixon's policies, and used him as a conduit to the brighter press. The conservative press specifically.
Buckley is I guess, Tucker Carlson of the era.
No, he's more than that, in the sense that like Tucker Carlson is he's a one-man show. He promotes himself. He's got his shtick. But like Buckley, he built a magazine. It's always been a money loser, blah blah blah. But like he sought to, he fashioned himself as somebody who was like an institutional influence. And so if the Republican Party president comes to you and says, I need you to stand with me, from attacks from the right on my Vietnam policy, then Buckley would do that. But also Buckley knew that, when there was when the thing was lost, like he wasn't, I think that was one of the other things with like the Vietnam policy that was hard for even a lot of conservatives to fathom from the outside, which was that why are we doing this thing half-assed? Like, why are we why aren't we committing more to it if we're going to do this? So yeah, like it's that sort of like Buckley was a he was more of an instrument than a font of ideas in this moment.
And offered to give the medal back to the committee. This is one of the great parodies of the modern era that this ever happened. But it doesn't end here. In Chile in 1970, Kissinger directed the CIA to destabilize the country and seek to overthrow its recently elected socialist president. The coup attempt failed here, but it eventually did lead to the assassination of a Chilean general. The president was eventually overthrown and replaced by this Chilean general who would go on to kidnap, murder, and torture his political opponents. But because he wasn't a communist, Kissinger turned a blind eye.
That is the most egregious use of passive voice that I've ever heard in my entire fucking life.
I mean, like, I don't think he's trying to say that the CIA didn't do it, but it's just like
No,
not
he
really.
no. This is what I mean. He is literally doing that.
I mean, but the thing that more bugged me was that he said in 1970, and then he has a photo up of Kissinger and Gerald Ford, who wasn't president until 1974. So I'm just like, listen, CIA guys, if you're editors, if his editing team is watching this, you know, come on, do better.
In fact, one of the features of Henry Kissinger during his time was cozying up to dictators all around the world, all in the name of securing America's place as the global superpower.
Yeah, he has done a video on coups where he literally said that there wasn't enough evidence to say that the CIA orchestrated the coup in Chile.
Wow.
That's why I'm saying, like, his.
I mean, it's funny
always
because
does
like
this
the general that he talks about, like the killing of Renee Schneider, was like that was literally a CIA operation. I've looked at the files of Tony Sforza, the control agent who ran that operation. Like, it's just so funny. But yeah, whatever. Go on.
No, that's what I was trying to say is that, like, the way that this insidious propaganda works is that you have to be like somewhat critical. You have to be somewhat critical of like what the CIA has done, as long as they've like kind of declassified it, and as long as like people kind of understand, you know what I mean, that it was like bad. But if there isn't a letter that specifically says like, hello, we are interested in doing a coup and putting Pinochet in power in a declassified document, these guys will always turn around. These guys will always turn around and be like, oh, well, there's no literal evidence, you know?
Yep.
Like, he made it seem like the coup that occurred was, you know, and Allende just like kind of magically perished on his own as a series of unforeseeable events.
What was like what's the thing that people put on like Instagram now when they don't want to say killed or whatever? Unalived. Yeah, he unalived himself.
He pledged his support for this Indonesian military dictator as he was invading East Timor using American weapons. We have this declassified document of the conversation between Kissinger and this military dictator. Kissinger telling this military...
Like, what do you need more to just, like, literally fucking draw the line perfectly? Like, even that, in my opinion, is, like, not a passive voice. It's like, oh, this guy, rugged anti-communist dictator we placed in power and trained its forces to do like the worst amounts of torture and violence, then gets greenlit to go and invade East Timor, which of course also has a communist movement at the time. So like, how does that, like, what do you mean? It's just a direct involvement there. There's direct American involvement at that point.
Well, but this is the thing where it's like, you can't, you know, like, it's difficult for Americans to accept that, like, look, like, yeah, like that was it. You're right. Like that was in it was it was Chileans leading that Chilean coup. It was, you know, or it's Indonesians that are invading East Timor. But as the ones with the preponderance of power, we know what we're fucking doing when we let those people do those things, or we don't let certain people do certain things.
Or when we arm them.
Exactly. You know, so there's, I mean, we hold that standard of other people. So I think it's always like people are just trying to cover their asses a bit about, you know, like they, you know, saying something like it's just a way to, you know, to me, it just feels like softening the blow of realizing how often we're the bad guys in history. That's all.
I do think it's successful though, because there are so many people out there that adorn the aesthetics of like radical politics, but then turn around and routinely say like, oh, Hassan, your arguments they're campist. This is the new thing that they love saying. You're campist. You're just like America bad guy. You don't have any like thought behind it. You just say America bad. And I think it's like a position that they take because they don't want to say America good, because that'd be embarrassing to have the politics of your grandparents. Like, that's yuck. It's gross. It's embarrassing. You're new. You're an anarchist. You're radical. You're a radical leftist of sorts, but you also want to defend NATO. You just kind of get on the defensive and say, well, some of these coups occurred on their own, and America's involvement in them is questionable.
Military dictator to move fast on his invasion and to not be too obvious about the fact that he's using US military weaponry in support. The dictator did move fast and soon was exterminating hundreds of thousands of people. Kissinger and his big powerful apparatus standing by to watch what they had sponsored. While illegally bombing Cambodia, Kissinger also oversaw illegal bombings in Laos. He supported Pakistan in their genocide against Bangladesh. He supported Turkey as they invaded Cyprus. He helped kick off U.S. dependence.
Henry Kissinger, not all bad. No, I'm just kidding.
Dependence on Saudi Arabia for oil in exchange for selling them weapons, a relationship that we're still bound to today. He supported coups and death squads across Latin America, and the list goes on and on.
I won't have it from him. He's doing this against communism. It's just another of the constituents of the gigantic lie that constitutes his reputation. He's a thug, and a crook, and a liar, and a pseudo-intellectual, and a murderer. All of those things are factually verifiable. Factually verifiable.
I mean, listen, it was the Cold War. Like, again, none of us can really capture what that was like. You had
Oh, come on, dude. It's just the Cold War, dude. We don't know what the real fears are.
I mean, honestly, by the way, that's a very Kissinger argument, because Kissinger believed that history and facts were fundamentally unknowable, and so thus the only way to proceed through the world was to just fully, concentrate on making your own reality as you wanted it. So, when somebody ever tells you, like, oh, you can't know what it was like, like, just know that that's what Henry K. has said at some point, that exact formulation.
Yeah.
Hitler
It's funny
thought.
to say that. It's funny to say that in 2023, like after he died. Oh, we just didn't know. We didn't know what it was like. We don't know what the vibes were.
He just died. We can't know what it was like, even though this guy literally just died hours ago.
Yeah, no, it's just how could we ever figure out what his mindset was like? Well, I mean, bitch, he wrote about it. Like, it's not like he was very unrepentant. He never really like he never really thought that anything he did was wrong, including all of this stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, he did something very smart, which was that, like, he did three things that were really smart. The first was that he published so much stuff and has generated so much, like, paper about his career, and so much that, like, it's just very hard to pin him down. Like, it's kind of notorious that way. And then the second thing is that he lied a lot as he was doing stuff, or buried it. Like, if he could do something in secret, he did it. And so a lot of what, exists in, say, like State Department cables or history, it's got to be taken in perspective with other information always, because you never knew what this guy was doing. He may be having an official overture and being in the cables talking to somebody in, between state and the government in France, but then he's probably got like a secret connection going that's actually where the real talks are going on with some French nuclear scientist and the head of their intelligence service or something. He was always doing shit like that. And then, the last part of it, I think, was that, like, he actually, no, I think those two kind of cover it.
Yeah. There was another thing I wanted to say, but now I'm forgetting. He's like,
two
this is the
superpowers
heel turn now, though, from the video.
Racing to see who could get more nuclear weapons. There was real fear here, and leaders had to make very difficult decisions. Defenders of Kissinger see all of this behavior that I've listed as just a leader living in the Cold War, having to do.
Yeah, when Henry Kissinger said we need smaller tactical nukes.
It's just also like such a we're not even going to pretend like for the, because that's not what they believe. Also, like, they believe that a lot of these things were defensible. Whatever. Like, hey, I want to see him play this out before I go.
What it takes to avoid nuclear conflict or a communist takeover. A vital elder statesman serving America and making impossible decisions along the way. But the most vociferous critics tend to see the opposite. An evil genius who was given the full arsenal of American power,
I don't even
which
think he
he
was a
then wielded
genius.
to achieve his grand vision of how the world should look. But when you look
Didn't
at the
have a
art
grand
of
vision.
No, he was a belligerent psycho. And they just like kind of
through temperature. And there's literally a famous article in the prestigious academic journal Diplomatic History that is called, I think it's called The Emotional Statesman or The Emotional Henry Kissinger. Like, he was known for whatever. Just
the only thing that he was good at was literally sucking ass. Okay, he was great at brown nosing, fair, which he called networking, which is like light treason.
I love that networking. That's not a skill. That's not a real thing. If I ever hear anybody like, you're dead to me. You're done.
He was a schmoozer. He was a networker. Fine, that part is true. But the idea that like he's a small being who was doing, you know, complex things because he's like, his critics do not pan him as an evil genius. His critics just pan him as evil and a belligerent fucking asshole.
He literally just played a clip from Christopher Hitchens where Hitchens calls him a pseudo-intellectual.
Yeah.
Like, it's just, like the content of this video has been pretty much fine. It's just that like this guy is, whenever he has to express an original thought, it feels like sculpted from the clay of like stupid.
Yeah, that part is ridiculous in my opinion, and also on top of that, the idea that like, you know, he was genuinely conflicted at the time, and truly was operating on what he thought was best. When even that part is like he basically destroyed that argument when he talked about the Vietnam War and its extension. Like, you can't say that you did it because you legitimately are interested in like changing the world in your vision, if you even have one to begin with, while simultaneously being like, we extended the Vietnam War for like personal gain right then and there.
Let's give this guy an out.
Henry Kissinger's career, neither of these characterizations hold. He was not a master strategist or an unparalleled genius. In
this
fact,
false dichotomy
he's a guy full of contradictions.
And instead,
he conspired to extend the Vietnam War despite thinking that the war was foolish. He joined the Nixon White House despite long maintaining that Richard Nixon was not presidential material. He orchestrated these increased bombings of Vietnam and Cambodia despite all evidence indicating that the U.S. could not win this war. A reminder that Henry Kissinger
those aren't
grew up
contradictions.
being
Those are just
bullied and
facts.
beaten up
Those are
for
just
being
facts.
a Jew in Nazi
Also being
Germany.
beaten up for his.
What is he? What? Dude, what is happening? Henry Kissinger himself has regularly fucking shit on his like own personal Judaism and his own personal Jewish background. What the fuck? I think he's the prototypical Zionist that went to America and was like, I just love America. I'm a big fan of America.
Yeah, and also what's my experience as a refugee from Weimar Germany? Power will win. You know. Like, it just seems like this guy is working overtime to right now avoid drawing any conclusions about the story that he just told.
It's pretty funny to say this about a dude who literally said, despite the curse of my like Jewish background, like being born as a Jew, despite the curse of being born as a Jew, like if it wasn't for that, I would have probably also been anti-Semitic because
I think that one was a pretty good joke, but in general, I do think he just didn't give a shit. I mean, what he really didn't care about was like when he saw that there were Jews who were in his way, he would be the most anti-Semitic person right along there with Nixon. He just like, he didn't give a fuck about like the specifics of his being Jewish. To the extent that it informed him, it was like, yeah, I fled Weimar Germany, and what that tells me is that the only thing that matters is power. And Israel is a fact, so we'll protect Israel. But by and large, you know, let's do it. Like when he gets sworn in as Secretary of State, he does that whole America is only one country in the world where a story like mine can have. You know, it's just like he's. And by the way, that accent, it got thicker over the years. You know, like it's like he's like this guy is just buying the bullshit that Kissinger was selling about himself to make whatever. We'll see. Give him another minute. Let's see what goes.
Up for being a Jew in Nazi Germany. And then he fled that brutality to come to the United States, where he studied how power works between countries, but also between people. He used those skills to navigate himself into standing in the most powerful places in the world, next to the most powerful people in the most powerful military in the world at his disposal, and the permission to use it as he saw fit. Henry Kissinger knew what it took to stay on top. And what it took was shifting alliances, secret bombing campaigns, sabotaging peace talks, supporting dictators abroad, and the list goes on. I guess the point here is that Henry Kissinger's master guiding principle was to have no guiding principle. He infused that into his leadership, into his decisions, leading to the destruction of many lives around the globe.
I agree with that.
Ripples that are still felt today. Even if Henry Kissinger were still alive, I believe he would never face true accountability for his actions. He played the game too well. He's too liked.
I don't think this video was as bad as the way chat presented it to me. I'll say
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Controversial opinion. There are a couple moments where it's like he could have been more critical, but other than that,
Yeah, no. I think it's fine. CIA, Johnny Harris, you're mostly okay by me on this one. I'm sure I will come across you later.
But ultimately, if we can learn anything from this,
I gotta run. I'm
the
going
death
to the
of
Nick
Henry
game.
Kissinger gives
Oh,
us
hell
an
yeah.
opportunity.
all right. Well, Noah Cohen, thanks so much for coming on. What do you want to promote before you leave?
Blowback
Anything?
Season 4 is now in wide release. It is available wherever you get your podcasts. New episodes every Wednesday. Episode 4 just came out. We got 6 more weeks. There's merch. Go to blowback.show. You'll get all the details on all of that. And that's about it. Thank you.
All right. Thanks for coming on, Noah.
Always a pleasure. Peace, bro.
Bye. All right. That was Noah Cohen of the Blowback Podcast. Johnny Harris, you killed it. Now please strangle me. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Calm down. I don't think that this was as bad. You guys definitely massaged it. You guys definitely fucking hit this like as though it was the worst thing I've ever seen from him, which I should have considered. I should have been more critical of the comment. I should have been more critical of the comments from the chat because like this is Henry Kissinger is exactly the type of motherfucker who like Johnny Harris will say is bad. You know what I mean?
To appreciate what can happen when too much power is concentrated in the hands of one man.
Yeah. By the way, Noah wouldn't let me finish, but best part is when Kissinger said, any people who's been persecuted for 2,000 years must be doing something wrong. That's a joke. And Noah is right. That is a funny joke. It's just that the very same people that like now defend his legacy would never consider that to be a joke. Would take it 100% seriously if it wasn't. It was a joke? Yeah, of course it was a joke. It's like some of you literally don't know a single Jewish person, I think. Not only is that a joke, but also it's like a very Jewish joke to make, like an in-group joke to make. It's very. On the other hand, he told Nixon that he's one of the good Jews. Yeah, I mean, a lot of his relationship with Richard Nixon is just like that. Anyway, watch it.
Thank you all for watching.
No, he already finished it. He said thank you all for watching. The part that's not as much as a joke is when he said even if the Russians did a Holocaust on Russian Jews, it's not in America's interest to help them. Where he said it's not a matter of American policy or something along those lines. Anyway, yeah. Sex god Henry Kissinger has died. We're gonna continue. We're gonna watch more of his legacy for those of you who are wondering what he was up to.
You're kidding. Oh my God. That is unbelievable. It's true? It's true. Oh my God.
It's kind of sad to see this because like I mean, Bernie Sanders ripped into Hillary Clinton, if you guys recall, when Hillary Clinton was like, Henry Kissinger agrees with me. And Bernie was like, I do not care. Henry Kissinger is a war criminal. And the reality is I am happy to not be considered his friend.
Terry and I have a very profound difference. In the last debate, and I believe in her book, very good book, by the way. In her book and in this last debate, she talked about getting the approval or the support or the mentoring of Henry Kissinger. Now, I find it rather amazing because I happen to believe that Henry Kissinger was one of the most destructive secretaries of state in the modern history of this country. I am proud to say that Henry Kissinger is not my friend. I will not take advice from Henry Kissinger. And in fact, Kissinger's actions in Cambodia, when the United States bombed that country, overthrew Prince Sihanouk, created the instability for Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge to come in, who then butchered some 3 million innocent people, one of the worst genocides in the history of the world. So count me in as somebody who will not be listening to Henry Kissinger.
Look at the fucking claps on that shit, too. Henry Kissinger and the moral bankruptcy of the U.S. elite.
News is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at Democracy.
Will likely be remembered as Sheikh. Henry Kissinger has died at the age of 100. To many in the Washington...
I just dumped some money to them for Giving Tuesday or whatever the fuck it was.
Establishment, Kissinger will likely be remembered as one of the most influential diplomats in U.S. history. But around the world, including
Can someone explain why Democracy Now! Looks like he's using a camera from 1999 and it's 2023? How dare you? You better fucking take that back. Never change Democracy Now! They've always been good and they will continue. Yeah, they're triple matching right now if you want to go give money to them so that they can fix their camera. But if they don't fix their camera, that's also okay.
Including in Chile, East Timor, Bangladesh, and Cambodia, Henry Kissinger is remembered as a war criminal whose actions led to massacres, coups, and even genocide. Kissinger, who was born in Germany, served as U.S. Secretary of State under Richard Nixon and Gerald Ford from 1973 to 1977. He also served as National Security Advisor from 1969 to 1975. He's the only U.S. official to ever simultaneously hold both posts. He won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1973 with his North Vietnam counterpart, Lee Duc-Tho. During his time in office, Henry Kissinger oversaw a massive expansion of the war in Vietnam and the secret bombings of Laos and Cambodia, where as many as 150,000 civilians were killed in the U.S. strikes. As Kissinger told the military, quote, anything that flies or anything that moves. In South Asia, Kissinger backed the Pakistani military genocidal war against East Pakistan, which is now Bangladesh. In Latin America, declassified documents show
He was literally like, I'll be there no matter what for all the bad shit. You know what I mean? Top of the hour ad break happens. Henry Kissinger's like, I'm there. I hope everybody sees the ads. And of course, if you don't want to see those ads at the top of the hour, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Show how Kissinger secretly intervened across the continent, from Bolivia to Uruguay to Chile and Argentina. In Chile, Kissinger urged President Nixon to take a, quote, harder line against Chile's democratically elected president, Salvador Allende. On September 11, 1973, Allende was overthrown by the U.S.-backed general Augusto Pinochet. Kissinger once said, quote, I don't see why we need to stand by and watch a country go communist due to the irresponsibility of its own people.
In 1975, Henry Kissinger and President Gerald Ford met with the Indonesian dictator General Suharto to give him the go-ahead to invade East Timor, which Indonesia did on December 7, 1975. The Indonesian military killed a third of the Timor.
Like, the reason why I have to stress, Indonesia is a perfect example. Indonesia is a perfect fucking example of this being a continuation of American foreign policy and not just Henry Kissinger. Because when you look at like the genocide in East Timor, you're like, this is unimaginable cruelty that we literally played a role in, right? We let it, we did it. We let it happen. We fucking armed it. We look at Israel right now, fucking bombing Gaza into oblivion, and understand the anger that you should feel in that situation as well. However, leading up to that, how did Suerte come to power? How did that happen? You know what I mean? Like, that's a very important part of this history. And that predates Henry Kissinger. Read Jakarta Method by Vincent Bevins if you want to find out more. We can also take a look at it as well. The thing is, like, the CIA played a role in that. The CIA played a role in all of this.
Population, one of the worst genocides of the late 20th century. Kissinger also drew up plans to attack Cuba in the mid-70s after Fidel Castro sent Cuban troops to Angola to fight forces linked to apartheid South Africa.
The book name is Jakarta Method. The Jakarta Method, which was, by the way, copied and pasted all around the world. A lot of the things that you see when you talk about, when we are talking about like American destabilization in Latin American countries, American destabilization in anywhere and everywhere where there was any kind of socialist movements happening or socialist governance happening, which you could even draw a line to Chile as well. All of that was perfected in Indonesia. Another thing that I suggest watching, actually, unironically, is I would recommend Oliver Stone. Oliver Stone has a series of documentaries where it's like, what is it called? Is it the Untold History of the United States or something? It's like basically Howard Zinn. Yeah, Untold History. Or Secret History of the United States. Sorry, it's not Howard Zinn. Secret History of the United States. You're right. So that is pretty enlightening as well if you don't have time to fucking read a book. But you should read the books instead.
Africa. At home, Kissinger urged President Nixon to go after Pentagon Papers whistleblower Dan Ellsberg, who Kissinger called the most dangerous man in America. The historian Greg Grandin once estimated Kissinger's actions may have led to the deaths of 3, maybe 4 million people. While human rights activists have long called for Kissinger to be tried for war crimes, he remained a celebrated figure in Washington and beyond, serving as an advisor to both Republican and Democratic administrations. We turn now to Greg Grandin.
Yeah, but don't but yell at me when I say American foreign policy is bipartisan, okay? Remember, American foreign policy is not bipartisan, guys. Don't say that. There's definitely differences. That's why Joe Biden is unironically following through on the Abraham Accords and was following through on the Abraham Accords, which led to October 7th to begin with, you know, and is now greenlighting ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza, as would Donald Trump. But the Abraham Accords that cut out Palestinians from the conversation entirely and basically put the normalization agreements within Israel and other Gulf leader countries and many other MENA countries in general with Muslim populations, made those relationships permanent without any assurances that, like, Palestinians would get to have their own state. That was Jared Kushner. That was Donald Trump. What happened? Why did Joe Biden continue that policy? Why did Joe Biden continue that policy and also solidify the support that we have for Israel when the Trump administration moved the embassy to Jerusalem, making Israel's control over Jerusalem permanent as well in the eyes of the world, functionally permanent. Why did we not go back into the International Court of Justice after being pulled out of it under the Trump administration? Why have no Democratic leadership ever actually gone back and rewrote the law around the invasion of the Hague Act, which is effectively pulling us out of the ICC?
He's the Pulitzer Prize-winning author and professor of history at Yale University. His books include Kissinger.
For the record, the reason why I'm saying that is a rhetorical question. It's because we have bipartisan when it comes to foreign policy. America doesn't give a fuck. There's very little deviation amongst presidents in the way that we conduct our affairs, even though people like to make it seem as though there are gigantic policy differences, and both parties hailing Henry Kissinger as a champion of American diplomacy shows that reality.
Shadow, the long reach of America's most controversial statesman. His new piece for The Nation is a people's obituary of Henry Kissinger. He also wrote the introduction to the new book just out, Only the Good Die Young, The Verdict on...
I told Boschgar to send this to me. He sent me the PDF. This is some expert level hater shit, okay? They wrote a book against Henry Kissinger. They had 5,000 copies that they printed out, and then they just fucking held on to it until he dies. Like, they wrote it, and we're just waiting for him to die so they could flex on him. That is next level hater shit. I respect that. I love that. I think that's awesome. Congratulations to the wonderful people over at Jacobin Magazine for doing this kind of thing. All right, this is like next level pack watch. Okay, next level RIP Bozo shit. It's so fire. Empire Files interview with Vincent Bevins. We could do that. I'm just worried. Empire Files always. I love Abby. It's just they always have a lot of terms of service violations in the form of, like, violence in their. Because America's actions are usually very violent.
Henry Kissinger. Greg, welcome back to Democracy Now! So give us this people's history of Henry Kissinger. As we see in the mainstream media, he's hailed as the man who opened communication with China, led to a détente with Russia. What is your version of events?
I think you summed up very well the version of events, the number of war crimes that he was involved in. Kissinger's life is fascinating because it spans a very consequential bridge in the United States history, from the collapse of the post-war consensus, that happens with Vietnam. And Kissinger is instrumental in kind of recreating a national security state that can deal with dissent, that can deal with polarization, that actually thrived on polarization and secrecy and learning to manipulate the public in order to advance a very aggressive foreign policy. I mean, we can go into the details, but I do want to say that his death has been as instructive as his life. I mean, if you look at the obituaries and notes of condolences, they just reveal I think a moral bankruptcy of the political establishment. Certainly in the transatlantic world, in the larger NATO sphere, just an unwillingness or incapacity to comprehend the crisis in the larger NATO sphere, just an unwillingness or incapacity to comprehend the crisis.
This is why I gave him money, bro. The audio is so fucking bad because, I mean, there's not much they can do, but I mean, they are in New York. They might as well have him in the studio. You know what I mean? It's just, it's difficult. This is one of the, as someone who also does interviews with brilliant journalists, I will tell you, it's kind of fucking hard to have, especially the older they get, the harder it gets to get them on and be able to like deliver a legible interview. And obviously, Democracy Now! Is like the peak of being boomer. Is this a diss on Norm? Yes, this is a diss on Norm. It is impossible to get him on. It is so difficult. Parenti levels of audio troubles
that we're in, and Kissinger's role in that crisis. They're celebratory, they're inane, they're vacuous. They're really quite remarkable. And if you think, just think back over the last year, the celebrations.
All right, we're gonna skip this. But yeah, Henry Kissinger, not a good guy. Henry Kissinger, not all that different from all the other bad guys, except I like using Henry Kissinger as an example, and I hope that I was able to show some of you why I like using Henry Kissinger as an example of America bad. The reason why I think Henry Kissinger is a good example of America bad is because he is bad. He's very bad. Here, we'll look at Renegade Cuts. Henry Kissinger's a war criminal video. It's 20 minutes long. This will most likely feature, Cambodia bombing, like a lot of the stuff that we talked about, Laos, Vietnam, that sort of thing. I don't know if we should watch this actually, because there's more.
In her book and in this last debate, she talked about getting the approval or the support or the mentoring of Henry Kissinger. Now, I find it rather amazing because I happen to believe that Henry Kissinger was one of the most destructive secretaries of state in the modern history of this country. I am proud to say that Henry Kissinger is not my friend. I will not take advice from Henry Kissinger. And in fact, Kissinger's actions in Cambodia, when the United States bombed that country, overthrew Prince Sihanouk.
Henry Kissinger can Kissinger my ass. That's what he should have said. He would have won.
Created the instability for Pol Pot and the Khmer Rouge to come in, who then butchered some 3 million innocent people, one of the worst genocides in the history of the world. So count me in as somebody who will not be listening to Henry Kissinger.
This tense exchange between Senator Bernie Sanders and Secretary Hillary Clinton received a fair amount of media attention during the 2016 Democratic primaries. Sanders denounced former Secretary of State Henry Kissinger for his actions in Cambodia, in stark contrast to the traditional view of Kissinger as an American hero, patriot, and diplomat emeritus. In 1970, Kissinger opened back channels between the United States and China, ultimately resulting in the establishment of formal diplomatic relations in 1972. The left praised Kissinger for his surprising diplomacy with a communist state during the Cold War, and the right praised him for achieving his secondary goal, driving a wedge between China and the Soviet Union, diminishing the latter's attempts to further its influence in Asia. Kissinger's outreach to China was, in fact, in service of capitalism. Due to this Cold War diplomacy and other affairs throughout his career, Kissinger gained a lifelong status as an advisor to future presidents. Kissinger urged President Bill Clinton to—
Dude, that fucked me up when you said bro. Kojima was watching you last night, watching Hanabi. One day, dude. One day he'll be watching Hasanabi, okay? I'll die.
To focus on NAFTA instead of healthcare. Kissinger was a secret consultant to the George W. Bush administration, once urging the expansion of the war on terror. Of this, Kissinger once stated, "Because Afghanistan was not enough, and we need to humiliate them." In 2016, the Barack Obama administration honored Kissinger with an award ceremony where he received a Distinguished Public Service Medal. Until the final months of the Donald Trump administration, Kissinger served on the Defense Policy Board, an influential group of experts advising top Pentagon officials. Kissinger, 98 years old, has only now disappeared into the background and has no more influence on United States foreign policy, as far as we know. The traditional view of Kissinger has been held together through normalization of his presence and advice throughout the presidential administrations. Speaking ill of Kissinger comes from the media, from fact-checkers, from firebrand politicians with nothing to lose, but never from the top. It is well understood, but never openly acknowledged by the president, that Henry Kissinger is a war criminal. While United States foreign policy has been responsible for a tremendous amount of suffering and clandestine crimes over the past century, even without Kissinger's direct involvement, his contributions to this suffering are staggering in amount and scale. According to an estimate by The Nation, though an exact number may never be known, approximately 3 to 4 million deaths can be attributed to Kissinger's actions. When confronted...
Oh, the one thing I wanted to say with Noah is that the idea that Henry Kissinger is like this unique, brilliant fucking diplomat is so stupid, because his belligerent strategies would unironically lead to tremendous amounts of actual failure under any other nation. It's only because he was in the United States of America that he was able to be considered this person, because it was almost always a failure, and a very violent one. It's just that he was able to continue failing and failing over and over again, and maintain this presence of being this brilliant diplomat by schmoozing with the fucking media and doing a tremendous amount of access journalism. This kind of deal making would not work for any other country. You would never in a million years consider someone who operated like him to be a good or smart statesman. I was thinking about it, and it's like later, like Gaddafi, like later on in his life. You know what I mean? Like you wouldn't, like most people would probably not look at Gaddafi and go like, that's like, he did some good things and he did some belligerent things, but you wouldn't consider him to be like this tremendous, like elderly statesman for his incomprehensible, indecipherable attitude. Whereas when it comes down to, what? This is not real. Netanyahu's Likud party planned to assassinate Henry Kissinger, according to State Department officials. Wait, what? A radical faction within the Likud party plotted to kill Kissinger in 1977, according to a news report from the time. Wait, why? What were they going to kill him? Wait, why would they want to kill him? His admin literally was giving fucking... Why not? What do you mean? Why would they? His admin was unironically like dealing with Egypt while simultaneously fucking funneling money into... funneling weapons into Israel. What the fuck? That's friendly fire, my friend. 1973 war that also led to the damaging oil embargo by Arab states against the U.S. and Kissinger was said to be willing to cut any deal necessary to turn the spigot back on, which the 1974 disengagement deal accomplished. Wait, that's why? While Kissinger succeeded in a short time. Okay, we'll do this in a second. Let's just watch
these
this.
Colossal figures, several questions come to mind. What did Kissinger do to cause this much damage? And decades later, with irrefutable evidence now collected, why won't anyone do anything about it?
Doors open.
Why are American politicians with blood on their hands never tried as war criminals in international courts?
Yeah,
Henry
why?
Kissinger had reason to be paranoid, trauma that contributed to his cynical view of the truth and of humanity, and a career built upon the necessity of suspicion. In 1938, when Kissinger was only 15, he and his family fled Germany to escape persecution. In 1943, Kissinger, like so many other young men of that era, was drafted by the United States to fight in World War II. His knowledge of Germany and his academic studies up to that point allowed him to join military intelligence. He was charged with identifying, arresting, and interrogating German officers, as well as securing confidential informants. According to Greg Grandin, author of Kissinger's Shadow, the tension between fact and truth was not an abstract question for Kissinger. It was the stuff of life and death. In 1955, Kissinger joined the National Security Council's Operations Coordinating Board. He grew to prominence through a series of books that influenced foreign policy.
No, I mean, everything I've read about his, like, his involvement in World War II is actually pretty good. Like, his job was as a German-speaking German Jew who immigrated into the United States before the Nazi Party takeover, I believe, or during the Nazi Party. Was it? I think it might have been like a little bit before the Nazi Party takeover, or immediately after. He played a significant role, and he did a really good job. Like, there was something I saw where he would put out, like, he was really smart. He would put out, I know, kapı açtım ben ya, salak mı bu adamlar? Wait, hold on, I'll do it again. Hold on 1 second. All right, it's unlocked. He would put out flyers. So, because like a lot of Nazis hid, right? So he would put out flyers in German looking for people looking for police work. So he would put out flyers asking for those with policing experience. And then in one instance, someone called in and was like, "Oh, that's me. I have police experience." And he apparently jokingly asked, "Gestapo?" And he was like, "Yeah." So then he arrested him and then used him as a mole to arrest higher up the fucking totem pole.
Policy. In his 1957 book, Nuclear Weapons and Foreign Policy, Kissinger advocated the use of nuclear weapons in warfare. In his 1960 book, The Necessity of Choice, Kissinger helped popularize the Cold War term missile gap. These writings influenced policy in the Kennedy administration and encouraged the creation of enough nuclear weapons to wipe out mankind many times over. Proliferation also resulted in a series of close calls over the years that nearly did just that. On March 31st, 1968, with a low approval rating due to the war in Vietnam, President Lyndon B. Johnson appeared on national television and announced that he was partially halting the bombing of Vietnam and that he would not run for re-election. Not long after that, Kissinger contacted a Richard Nixon campaign aide, pledging fealty to Nixon and stating that he would do anything to help him win the presidency. This blanket pledge of anything was soon put to the test. That same year, Kissinger helped Nixon covertly sabotage the Paris peace talks. The goal of the peace talks was to end a devastating conflict that had already killed countless Americans and Vietnamese. The goal of Kissinger and Nixon was to prevent Hubert Humphrey and the Democratic Party from ending an unpopular war ahead of an election. Nixon, through Kissinger, privately assured the South Vietnamese that an incoming Republican administration would offer them a better deal than the Democrats. By sabotaging the peace talks, Kissinger was able to sabotage Humphrey's electoral strategy as well. The North Vietnamese wanted the war to end, but every time the North side came close to an agreement, the US-backed South Vietnamese suddenly increased their own demands, making peace impossible. The South Vietnamese withdrew from the talks on the eve of the election. President Johnson learned of this because the CIA had bugged the Office of the South Vietnamese President and the FBI had bugged the South Vietnamese Embassy. CIA recordings and phone calls confirmed this long-suspected rumor.
And they oughtn't to be doing this. This is treason. I know.
One of the greatest things that came out of all this is that, like, this period had so much paranoia that they fucking... I mean, I guess they still bugged the shit out of every aspect of the White House and everywhere else. But, like, specifically Nixon, too. Like, he's just so paranoid that there's just literally endless amounts of information out there.
Know this, that they're
from all of his
contacting
bugging
a
operations.
foreign power in the middle of a war.
After speaking to that Republican, Johnson called Nixon and confronted him about this treasonous act, but was unwilling to go public as it would reveal how he learned of it in the first place. Kissinger tried to rewrite history for the victor, Richard Nixon, painting Humphrey and his emissaries as failures for even attempting diplomacy against such an implacable enemy, and by painting the war in Vietnam not the disastrous anti-communist quagmire that it was, but as an inevitability that they simply had to meet. Throughout the conflict in Vietnam and neighboring nations, the belligerents varied in their attitudes. Some were reluctant participants, drafted into service or ordered to commit questionable acts under the mistaken belief that there was no alternative. But Kissinger cannot be given such a defense. He knew that peace was an alternative because he himself helped sabotage that peace. This lack of alibi should be taken into consideration when learning about atrocities in Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia with his fingerprints on them. The nations of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia formed a region commonly called Indochina, but the three nations' involvement during the Vietnam War could not be more different. Laos and Cambodia were effectively neutral during the conflict, but both the North Vietnamese and the United States used
The video is Henry Kissinger is a War Criminal by Renegade Cut.
these territories, often covertly, without the explicit authorization of said nations. However, the manner in which these territories were exploited were quite different. For example, the North Vietnamese used Laotian and Cambodian territory as part of their supply lines. The United States, on the other hand, exploited Laos and Cambodia by carpet bombing their civilians, men, women, and children, in hopes of also striking any unsuspecting North Vietnamese who happened to be there. The Nixon administration called this hot pursuit, a justification for tremendous intentional civilian casualties. While a great many atrocities
The Nixon administration is so good at coming up with dumbass fucking names for their dumbass policies that were an abject failure and very violent. Even like strategic ambiguity. Like every part of it is just like strategic ambiguity is our method of dealing with China. Okay? And what strategic ambiguity implies is we recognize China, we recognize the Communist government of China as the actual China. Okay, we no longer recognize the KMT nor Taiwan as the real China. It is no longer the Republic of China. It is the PRC. While simultaneously, we will continue arming Taiwan. Now, a normal person without multiple degrees from Harvard would probably look at that and go, wait a minute, you recognize this, you recognize China as China and no longer Taiwan as China, but you're still arming and funding Taiwan and using it as a destabilizing factor and pushing for their independence while simultaneously they're like run by a fascist militia, a fascist nationalist government. You call that strategic ambiguity, but it sounds a lot like you're just lying, which is exactly what it was. It's lying. Strategic ambiguity is just lying. Okay, just like this, like what we're talking about here, shuttle diplomacy, all of these things the Nixon administration put fancy names on.
A justification for tremendous intentional
hot
civilian
pursuit
casualties. While a great many atrocities were
hot
committed
pursuit
by United States,
also known as indiscriminate bombing or genocide. You know what I mean? Carpet bombing an entire fucking country indiscriminately, aka genocide.
its forces within Indochina, the actions masterminded by Henry Kissinger were among the worst. During the first week of the Richard Nixon administration, the bombing halt was over. Kissinger himself ordered the Pentagon to present a classified briefing on bombing options. Only weeks later, the United States began secretly bombing Cambodia. The political argument against the bombing was self-evident. The United States was not at war with Cambodia. The total victims of the Cambodia bombings are disputed, partially because different historians and government officials use different criteria for who was directly killed by the United States, and most studies do not include victims of U.S. involvement with the Khmer Rouge. But low estimates, such as in the Tufts University study, suggest approximately 250,000 dead, but the highest estimates reach 600,000. Again, this is only for the...
I tried the strategic ambiguity line with my mom. She didn't buy it. Yeah, I told my mom I'm going to take the trash out, and then I just simply didn't take the trash out. She called that lying. I called that strategic ambiguity.
These bombings, not the conflict across Indochina in total or the Khmer Rouge genocide. There were also significant casualties in Laos. U.S. bombings in Laos were conducted secretly beginning in 1964, and
how come Cambodia didn't declare war against us? Bitch, what do you mean? We did ethnic cleansing. What are you talking about? Like, with what? What were they supposed to do? You know what the guys that fucking actually took advantage of the destabilization did? Oh, that's right. They killed 3 million more people, including every motherfucker with glasses, okay? So the idea that they were going to go and fucking kill America or declare war against America, like, that's crazy. Why doesn't the ant declare war on the magnifying glass? Yeah, literally. Kissinger was so unattractive, you know, if he were a woman, no way he would have rose so high. Except Kissinger fucked, which is probably one of the worst aspects of Kissinger's legacy, is that he was known as like a playboy womanizer.
escalated during the Nixon.
Bro, stop sending me the same fucking goddamn Twitter threads over and over again. It's literally just, it's this video.
Nixon administration. So
Sorry.
secret were these bombings that many in the United States Congress were unaware of it until 1970. Kissinger made a statement to the press justifying these bombings by claiming that at least American servicemen were not being killed, only Laotians and Vietnamese hiding in Laos. This statement, while morally horrendous, was also untrue. The Pentagon revealed that American servicemen had been killed in Laos during the Nixon administration. These bombings were conducted without authorization by Congress and focused heavily on civilian areas in hopes of 1970, explaining that anything resembling surrender could negatively affect Nixon's chances in the 1972 presidential election. In other words, the war in Vietnam was extended year after year for political reasons, first to bring Nixon to power, then again to keep him there. Estimates of casualties in Indochina between 1954 to 1975 vary, partly for political reasons and partly because of the challenge of calculating.
That sounds familiar. Can't put a finger on it, dude. It's everything. It's every war. Every aspect of Western warfare is damn near identical to one another. You can look at our actions in North Korea, and then look at the identical principles being applied to the indiscriminate bombing campaign in Gaza right now. You can look at that and compare what Israel is doing right now in Gaza and the justifications for it to Laos and Cambodia. You can look at our involvement in our bombing campaign in Laos and Cambodia, and then talk about the justifications for it with I guess proxy war in this circumstance. A lot of people are saying Ukraine, but America's not bombing personally in Ukraine, even though America's interest in continuing the war in Ukraine is for weapons manufacturers, and they see it as a war that's good because this way they can atrophy and destroy the Russian military for an adversary. Involvement? You mean our involvement in everything besides ourselves? Well, I do think that our involvement in everything besides ourselves actually ends up harming our involvement in ourselves as well. I mean, think about it this way, dude. You can't get... I mean, people know this already. People make jokes about it, but like they'll be like, oh, like Putin gonna learn today why Americans don't have health care. And it's like, yeah, like that's kind of a joke, but also it's kind of sad. You know what I mean? Like that's a real sad state of affairs that like we just have an endless money faucet for endless wars, but when it comes to just like healing ourselves,
civilian deaths among massive bombing campaigns. Putting it all together is no small task. Among the most credible and widely sourced estimates comes from Professor Rudolph Joseph Rummel of Yale. In his study, casualties were as high as 3,595,000, including Americans, Vietnamese, Cambodians, and Laotians, both servicemen and civilians. These numbers are staggering, but this total could have been significantly lower without the sabotage and machinations of Henry Kissinger. Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos are the most well-known atrocities connected to Kissinger, but there are other crimes that must be addressed. In late 1970, the Pakistani military elite had permitted the first open elections for a decade. The vote was won by Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, the leader of the Bengali Awami League. The National Assembly was scheduled to meet on the 3rd of March 1971, but General Khan, leader of the ongoing military regime, refused a peaceful transition. On March 25th, the Pakistani army struck at the Bengali capital of Dhaka and massacred Rahman's supporters. Kissinger, believing General Khan would be more supportive of United States economic interests than Rahman, sent military aid to assist in the genocide. Estimates for the total dead vary due to the chaos, the expulsion of the foreign press, and political interests, but according to the book Kissinger's Shadow, approximately 500,000 were counted among the dead, hundreds of thousands of women abused, and millions displaced from their homes. Allegedly, Nixon privately had concerns that the slaughter was comparable to the Holocaust, but Kissinger told him not to worry. In 1974, East Timor formed a post-colonial leftist government. The movement was known as the Front for the Liberation of East Timor. Under the pretext of anti-communism, East Timor's neighbor, Indonesia, invaded in an obvious power.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy, but have you thought about why like this should happen? Hassan, why do you say America bad all the time? I mean, after all, it's just a little bit of genocide, dog. I don't understand that we never will learn as though it was genocidal, as a matter of fact. You know? Whenever there is any kind of leftist movement, whether it be Argentina, whether it be Chile, Henry Kissinger found himself directly involved. Henry Kissinger and the American government found itself directly involved with the fascist militias that would then go and kill thousands of people, sometimes millions of people. It was all to just stop communism, okay? To stop communism. So remember that. Like, even if you don't like communism, what the fuck is it for us? Like, what do you mean? What the fuck is this? Like, this is just like we arm and then support psychopathic fascist dictatorships who then we arm further and support further when they engage in stopping communism? It's pure projection. Russia's imperialist actions. You're avoiding Russia's imperialist actions. It's like, dude, what the fuck do you mean? Like if you are a leftist or fancy yourself to be a leftist, like, what do you mean the USSR's imperialist actions? Like, there are so many places around the world that on their own volition wanted to vote, become social democracies, or take action such as nationalization of extraction industries that America would not let go. They were like, nope, that's communism. That goes directly against our material interests and the material interests of our allies. Fuck you. We're arming a fascist militia, and we're going to come and kill you. And we're going to come to kill the leader, and then we're going to directly put our guys in power. Oh, Hassan, you literally said America deserved 9/11. The concept of evil is made up fiction invented by the human imagination. Yes, brother. And if you don't understand what I mean by that, you will never understand that these are objectively gross and inhumane actions all around the world. Yes, we fucking 9/11'd ourselves, bitch. What do you think is going on?
Power grab in 1975. Immediately before the invasion, Henry Kissinger, then Secretary of State under President Gerald Ford, met with the leaders of Indonesia. The United States supplied Indonesia with the necessary military equipment for the invasion, in hopes of expelling the East Timor government and massacring a population that was not friendly to U.S. economic interests. Civilian deaths during this invasion were enormous. The United Nations concluded that the number of East Timorese who died from combat or famine during the occupation could be as high as 202,000, approximately 1/3 of their entire population. These incidents and massacres are only a sampling of United States war crimes in which Henry Kissinger was involved. He and Nixon plotted to overthrow Chilean President Salvador Allende. The list goes on and on. Nearly everything stated about Kissinger's involvement.
We didn't even do Argentina's dirty war either. Like, we were supposed to talk about that with Javier Milei, and I forgot to cover that.
Involvement in Cambodia, his role in extending the Vietnam War by sabotaging the peace talks, and other crimes are widely known, mostly through first-hand accounts, declassified documents, audio from the CIA and FBI, investigative journalism, and decades of research. The facts are no longer in dispute, only perspective. War hawks excuse.
What's the point of sponsoring all these revolts? Is it just for money? What do you mean, dude? Yes, it is. Exactly. Let me make it very simple for you. Okay? Currently, the reason why you can get fucking t-shirts for like $3, okay? And eat food for $4 and do whatever the fuck you want and get a TV for $200 is literally because of unequal exchange. Okay? We exploit the global south for both labor and also natural resources. But the only way that we can continue exploiting the global south is if we maintain its destabilization. We do this through multiple different different ways. We do it through the IMF and World Bank, through economic imperialism. We do it through direct trade relations that are not actually favorable to those nations or even ourselves, where we end up actually harming our own domestic interests because we eviscerate our own labor force. However, there's always one party that is making the most out of this, and that party is capital owners, those who own the businesses, those who own the corporations. We do all of it at the behest of improving shareholder interest, okay? We can never allow the global south to genuinely improve, genuinely develop, because if that happens, then it's going to be much harder for us to exploit them. Things are going to get more expensive for us, and we can't have that happening here. It's much easier to maintain dominance and maintain power by ensuring that none of these countries actually turn around and nationalize their oil refineries or nationalize their lithium or nationalize whatever kind of fucking extraction of natural resources that they have. Because if you do that, then all of a sudden, well, that goes against neoliberal principles. Because if you do that, then you no longer need European or other Western corporations to come in and actually build the infrastructure and then take ownership over those natural resources for 20-year, 30-year contracts. Okay? You can't do any of that. You don't want that. You don't want that. That's socialism, and it's very bad. Meanwhile, it's not even socialism. These are like social democratic principles. You've got a little bit of socialization happening in these countries, and America will not let us stand. We've never stopped doing this, by the way. We've never stopped doing that, and we will continue doing that as well, because that's how America became the most prosperous, wealthiest nation on the fucking planet. Bro thinks he knows something. I know nothing. I'm not a very intelligent guy. I just know a little bit. I know a little bit. And what I see in everything that I read is that, yeah, there's a reason why I say America bad. This is part of it.
Use the most indefensible actions, and Kissinger is put on a pedestal for his role rather than put on trial for war crimes. Why is that? War crimes are military violations of international law and international treaties, such as the Geneva Conventions. War crimes are most commonly defined by actions like intentional slaughter of innocents and torture. So, given the mountain of evidence, countless civilian deaths, and decades of unaccountable war crimes, why hasn't Henry Kissinger been charged through some international court, or extradited to a nation that he victimized?
You're allowed to not like him, but you should change your title and have some respect for him. He's burning in hell right now. Probably getting domed from Nancy Reagan, really. So who's the winner here? I don't know. Motherfucker can't even spell aloud. Shut up, bitch.
For that matter, why haven't so many other war criminals living in the United States been tried? International prosecution of Henry Kissinger for war crimes requires a power dynamic which does not exist. The United States is a permanent Security Council member of the United Nations, granting them significant control over global politics, particularly as it pertains to war. The U.S. has military bases all over the world. The U.S. owns a considerable amount of the world's wealth and therefore has controlling interests in a great many trade deals. The U.S. has significant sway over the International Monetary Fund and World Bank. In short, the United States of America is simply not on equal footing with the rest of the world. If, say, Laos wanted to extradite Henry Kissinger, with what could Laos threaten the United States? War? Trade? Allies? If, say, a number of...
Why can't you say anything nice about a great statement to achieve so much? What have you achieved? I achieved in serving the top of the hour ad break to you right now, directly to your motherfucking face. That's what I achieved. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get one free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Okay? Here's the 3-minute ad break now, bitch. That's what I achieved. Emerson, you know damn well they're about to organize a coup against the devil. Funny. The Indonesian invasion killed my dad's family. They fled to Australia. I didn't know Kissinger did that. What the fuck?
Of powerful nations pressured the United States to extradite a war criminal. What could they actually do if the U.S. says no? Cut off trade? That would significantly damage the economies of these hypothetical powerful nations. Go to war? That probably would not end well for them, and frankly, it would not be proportional to punishing one man. There is simply not in reality. So, why does the United States want to protect its war criminals anyway? What does the United States gain by allowing Henry Kissinger and so many others to be safe and comfortable? Put simply, allowing Kissinger to be tried in an international court or allowing him to be extradited would not suit U.S. interests. If Kissinger were tried, the details of the trial would be embarrassing to the United States, and if Kissinger were convicted, it would open the door for future war crimes trials. It would prevent the United States from pursuing its policy.
That's precisely why, and I've written about this extensively. I believe, I think there's still some of the articles up on Huffington Post if you care to find them. But I talked about this, I think, about why Obama never, I think I talked about this when George H.W. Bush died, about how like Obama refused to prosecute George W. Bush and the invasion of the Hague Act and whatnot, but also specifically about like why we refused to tarnish the reputation or refuse to assess the reputation of those who recently died as bloodthirsty monsters, and instead look at them as elderly statesmen and rehabilitate them. And the reason as to why we do that is because everybody understands, like everyone in positions of power understand that like they are literally doing the same shit. And if they actually were to prosecute former administrations for war crimes, then they would get prosecuted by the administration that came after them in an identical capacity. And you can't have that. You can't open up that. You cannot open up that Pandora's box. Which is why I've always joked about how, you know, don't threaten me with a good time whenever motherfuckers were like, oh, well, if you prosecute Trump for this kind of thing, well, don't you think that Joe Biden could be prosecuted too? And it's like, yeah, no, that's great, man. I love that. Please. I want that. I love that. I want that. Give it to me. Right? I think that's a great thing.
Of military interventionism that has, for a long time, furthered its ultimate goal of global supremacy. If Kissinger were convicted, who would be next? Former President George W. Bush? Perhaps every living president, for that matter?
Yeah.
In order to maintain its global economic goals, the United States would sooner withdraw from an international treaty than help convict its war criminals.
Which we did.
And it
we literally did. We did that. We withdrew with the invasion of the Hague Act, and we withdrew again in 2018 under the Trump administration.
In 2002, for example, the United States effectively withdrew from the treaty that established the International Criminal Court. In 2018, the United States withdrew from the United Nations International Court of Justice. Some treaties end up being more like suggestions for the United States. When Henry Kissinger dies, the articles and obituaries and tributes will most likely call him a controversial figure and balance the millions who died through his actions and policies with the trade deals with China and his friendships with heads of state, as if this tips the scales of this oh-so-complicated man.
Yeah, whenever liberals get mad at you guys and be like, you're a tanky, what about our fucking foreign adversaries or whatever, ask them like, do you... Or whenever they say like, Hassan, all you say is America bad, right? If they try to fucking hit you with that shit, ask them like, what good power has made it illegal to extradite any of its citizens to be tried in front of the International Criminal Court? Like, it is literally legal for America under American law to invade The Hague. If an American service member, or any American for that matter, like diplomats and the like, are held under detention or extradited to The Hague for an international tribunal.
Man, Kissinger has written his own history. The United States legitimizes this history through its praise of Kissinger, and it will codify this history by mourning his passing one day. When he dies, anyone who points out that these tributes are mourning a war criminal will be met with a clucking of tongues and a "how dare you disrespect the dead," as if the civility of the discourse is somehow more important than the truth, more important than justice.
Anyway, that was Renegade Cut. Great video called Henry Kissinger is a War Criminal. We're moving on from Henry Kissinger as a war criminal to more Henry Kissinger as a war criminal stuff. Here it is. John McCain calls anti-war protesters low-life scum at the Henry Kissinger testimony.
Committee will stand in recess. I've been a member of this committee for many years, and I have never seen anything as disgraceful and outrageous and despicable as the last demonstration that just took place.
I mean, he was also a major dick suck when it came to the fucking media, too. Like, John McCain is another piece of shit, both siding monstrous genocidal freak. Also dead. Suck my dick, John McCain. To be fair, John McCain was on the right side in the war of Vietnam, in the war on Vietnam, whereas Henry Kissinger was on the wrong side. John McCain did everything in his power to drop as many American airplanes as possible, as physically possible, trying to engage in brave acts of anti-imperial action, whereas Henry Kissinger tried to extend the war. John McCain tried to end it by personally taking matters into his own hand and dropping 6 airplanes, bravely refusing to bomb a pill factory or a light bulb factory or wherever the fuck he was trying to bomb, and dropping yet another plane and then getting captured. So respect to John McCain on that front. Brave hero. Dog shit pilot. Thank God his pappy was an admiral or whatever, so they just kept literally giving him more planes to drop. Sorry, that joke was whack. That is a banger. That's one of my oldest classics, saying John McCain is a fucking brave anti-imperialist hero for dropping 6 airplanes. Are you fucking kidding me?
Place about, you know, you're going to have to shut up or I'm going to have you arrested. If we can't get the Capitol Hill police in here immediately,
arrest
get out
these
of here,
old
you
Code
low-life
Pink
scum.
protesters. Getting clapped for calling like a bunch of old peace protesters low-life scum.
So, Henry, I hope you will. Dr. Kissinger, I hope on behalf of all of the members.
Oh, bitch, you fucking bitch.
Joining us now to talk about Kissinger's legacy and his continued influence on American policy even today is presidential historian and author Douglas Brinkley. Professor Brinkley, thank you very much for being here. I want to get to how Kissinger continues to influence both the terms and the strategy of American foreign policy right now up to this minute, but also first address this dual legacy, hated by some, celebrated by others, and sometimes for the very same action around the same instant. Could you explain these two sides to Henry Kissinger's legacy?
Well, absolutely. And we all want to send our condolences to his wife, Nancy, and to his 2 children, you know, that they're obviously mourning. Look, Henry Kissinger, he has more enemies than you can count. It comes out of the academic left. Many people blamed him for the continuation of the war in Vietnam and the expanding of the war into the Cambodia and Laos. The anti-war campuses were filled with anti-Kissinger rhetoric. Add to that the fact that Kissinger had a bad anti-democratic record at dealing with countries like Chile.
This is so funny because, like, bitch, you could say that about Joe Biden. Joe Biden has a bad track record of unconditionally offering support to the apartheid state of Israel. Joe Biden and Donald Trump both have done this. Obama has done this as well. Obama gave $38 billion to the apartheid regime in Israel, even after the regime leader fucking bullied him and made him his little bitch. You can also say that about Saudi Arabia, our dealings with Saudi Arabia across the board. Is Saudi Arabia a fucking democratic country? No. But Saudi Arabia is our ally, so it doesn't fucking matter. There's no semblance of like truth or intellectual honesty in anything that the United States does, or in anyone that tries to defend the United States actions, specifically foreign policy. We have never, ever given a single fuck about whether a country is a democratic country or not. Make no mistake, we've done everything in our power to undermine the democratic process in many of the nations that we had economic interest in, okay?
Writers like Christopher Hitchens would, Kissinger on trial. On the other hand, you can't study diplomacy in the United States without grappling with Henry Kissinger. He invented the modern concept of realism, or with a hyper-pragmatism, if you'd like, in foreign affairs, realpolitik, as it was called. He was a great believer in superpowers, that the United States had to be the most powerful country in the world. And he invented terms we just use, like shuttle diplomacy, like we need somebody now to do shuttle diplomacy and what's going on in Israel and Gaza.
Andrew Tate made you look like a scared little boy. That man pulled your card. Dude, I love you. I love you, Chatter. Thank you. Thank you for bringing up one of my easiest dubs of all time. It was like such a fucking free dub. Swag incarnate. I thought all the tater tots had died by now. Like, because they all got rug pulled. I thought all the tater tots were rug pulled at this point, or fucking offing themselves because their favorite daddy is no longer allowed to operate on social media.
It's Henry Kissinger who really orchestrated the biggest breakthrough imaginable, going to China with Nixon in 1972 and opening up relations between the two countries. And in, the Yom Kippur War, Kissinger's the one really getting a peace settlement out of it. He won a Nobel Prize. So it's a duality to Henry Kissinger.
There was a duality, Douglas, and I know we've all heard about the professional side, but I'm curious about the personal side. Before he married Nancy, he was considered quite the ladies' man back in the day, and I was always very fascinated by that.
Typical, dude. Yeah, the only aspect of this coverage, like, this man's got bodies, okay? This man's got fucking bodies. And, like, what is Gail going to ask? Oh, he fucked a lot.
You talk about that side of Henry Kissinger.
Absolutely. He became a pop sensation. He loved to flirt with pretty women at cocktail parties. He had that Teutonic accent, where he just would say hello, and people would be in rapture by him. There it became
secret swinger, and that power was, quote, the ultimate aphrodisiac.
Yes. Hello, Douglas. Is that what you have to say? Just say hello.
You cannot hope to reverse your regrettable financial straits without increasing production and workflow. To do this, you will need a highly skilled full-time staff. And here they are. Well, team building is a specialty of mine.
I can't. They don't look Mexican. How am I supposed to pay all these people?
You won't. The state will. These men are part of a work furlough program. I call them the Venture Man. Do you get it? Venture Man.
No, I get it. I'm just imagining what the Super Science Workers Union is going to say when they get a load of the scabs. They've been on strike for like 2 years.
Yeah, manufacturing wing. It's on fire.
It's like we're
Dr. Henry Kissinger.
under attack again. Everybody in the panic room. I'll take care of
Relax,
this.
my friend. There will be no more attacks. What you see is not fire, but industry breathing new life into the corpse of the Venture compound.
Never seen it do that before.
Me neither.
Wow, you're some kind of magic man.
No, you are the magic man. I suggest you put that into a high-yield mutual fund. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have much work to do.
How do we get here? Oh, it's Venture Bros. This is Dr. Henry Kissinger, who had a role in Venture Bros as well. Where's Venture Bros now? I think they literally deleted Venture Bros from the Adult Swim catalog, actually. Anyway, season 8 was canceled, but they got a movie not deleted. It's on HBO Max, and they just released a movie. I thought they were deleting the catalog potentially on Max. Am I crazy? Didn't the creators actually go on Chapo and talk about that?
Oh, I live to be 100. I don't know.
But you're still enjoying it.
You know, when you reach my age, a certain serenity descends on you because you can have no ambitions for the future. So you have to do the right thing because you can damage yourself very much.
Is that the biggest pleasure of getting old, that inner freedom that you've just described?
No, because with getting very old, you acquire a lot. It's like becoming a second-hand car with a lot of breakdowns. But in the overall, it frees you from concerns about how your actions might affect your future.
The US State Department has calculated that Henry Kissinger flew 565,000 miles and visited 213 countries during.
That's such a funny, like, there's definitely a lot of other numbers you could use, like the 4 million number, when discussing Henry Kissinger. But of course, if you're gonna fucking suck this 100-year-old man's cock on a television interview, the last of which he ever did, because he croaked, then of course the numbers game is different. You got to be like, well, he was doing so much diplomacy.
His time as US Secretary of State alone. He met Mao Zedong and Deng Xiaoping, went boar hunting with Brezhnev. He met Golda Meir and Sadat, the Saudi king and the Iranian Shah, Indira Gandhi and the Pope. He was the inventor of shuttle diplomacy to end crises and wars through personal meetings, even with autocrats.
Even with autocrats. Bitch, he was the autocrat. Get the fuck out of here. I can't watch this. This will blow my mind. The American arrogance is so fucking frustrating to me at every step of the way. We act like we are so above it all. You know what I mean? We're just like, oh, Henry Kissinger, controversial because he met with autocrats. This was in 2008. Is there TOS in this? It's a Deutsche Welle documentary.
Direct access to the President of the United States. He once possessed huge amounts of power, but how did he wield it? What indelible mark did he leave on the nation and the world? And what mark did it leave on him? More than a decade ago, we travelled to his guest house near New York for a rare sit-down interview. For the first time, Henry Kissinger agreed to an in-depth conversation about his life and legacy.
Let's watch Chris Hitchens' doc. It's shorter. I mean, send me the doc. I'll watch Chris Hitchens' documentary. It's in 320p. Here, declassified documents reveal that Henry Kissinger played a significant role in supporting Indonesia's invasion of East Timor, which is a small island nation that just declared independence from Portugal. He facilitated arms sales to Indonesia before and after the invasion, despite clear evidence of the inevitable human rights catastrophe. The Indonesian occupation of East Timor in 1975 resulted in deaths of about a quarter of the East Timorese population in both direct military action and famine. This intervention is a perfect example of Kissinger's prioritization of geopolitical interests over human rights. Kissinger was aware of Indonesia's invasion plans for East Timor, and he had zero objections. His actions were influenced by his fears of socialism and communism spreading throughout Southeast Asia. The U.S. was the primary supplier of weapons to Indonesia during this time, under the condition that they be only used for defense against communism, by the way. Kissinger indicated that the U.S. could use the age-old imperialist tactic of perceiving Indonesia's operations as self-defense instead of a foreign operation. During the Bangladesh Liberation War of 1971, Henry Kissinger overlooked the atrocities by the Pakistani military against the Bengali population and supported the Pakistani regime despite widespread reports of genocide and human rights violations. The motivations to ignore these atrocities was driven by the strategic interest of the U.S. ruling class. My dad told me about seeing American soldiers when he was surfing in Indonesia in the 80s. Yeah, fuck you, suck my dick. The war resulted in a significant loss of life, with estimation of casualties ranging from hundreds of thousands to several million. Kissinger's complicity in the barbarism demonstrates his blatant disregard for human life, human rights, and the welfare of civilian population. The Indonesian dictatorship of the time was also in power because of the American backing that happened during LBJ. Yes, the Indonesian dictatorship at the time was directly placed in a position of power by the United States of America. Make no mistake. Make no mistake. Okay? The Indonesian dictatorship was a fascist one that was placed in a position, said position, where, hold on, let me see. Oh yeah, here, Sukarno, Indonesia, here. This is Vincent Bevins' this is not Vincent Bevins' words, but Vincent Bevins wrote about this extensively in the Jakarta Method. Indonesia went through a decolonization period, okay? Indonesia went through a decolonization period with a charismatic leader, Sukarno, in the face of profound resistance by former colonial power, the Netherlands. Bevins describes how Sukarno governed post-colonial Indonesia through a careful balancing act. Islamists, communists, and the army were all allowed to retain some influence within the regime. The Communist Party of Indonesia, PKI, managed to amass a huge membership, ultimately becoming the third largest communist party in the world after those in Soviet Russia and Maoist China. Sukarno, Bevins argues, was never really a communist. He was a pragmatist, committed to retaining power, growing the Indonesian economy, raising the living standards of its people, and projecting its influence abroad. That's the thing. You can't even make concessions with communists and engage in acts of social democracy, because if you do so, then America will be very bad, because that's very wrong. You're not allowed to do that. And if you do that, we'll fucking kill you, which, lo and behold, that's precisely what happened. But for all of the reasons that Bevins argues Sukarno's reign of power, he frequently took the same line as the Indonesian Communist Party, itself more of a mass left nationalist party than a Leninist vanguard. However, countries like Indonesia at the time, as Kwame Nkrumah powerfully argued, were kept in a subaltern position in the global economy through the exercise of neocolonial power by the core countries in the capitalist world system. Those in the imperial core kept these nations down deliberately. Now, ask why, and the reason is obviously economic power, enforcing our economic agenda upon these nations, right? These states often worked together during the early days of the post-colonial era, forming groups such as the Non-Aligned Movement, the Third World. The Bandung Conference, which took place in Indonesia in 1955, was a precursor to the Non-Aligned Movement, where states agreed to set on a set of 10 principles to govern the relations within the Third World. As the Cold War escalated and McCarthyism ran rampant in the United States, acts of Third World solidarity were less likely to be tolerated by fervently anti-communist U.S. administrations. The White House increasingly came to adopt the view that states in the global South were either with the United States or against it. Right. Sukarno's independence streak. What are you doing? How about you chill out? Don't look at me like that, all cute. Just slapping the door. Sorry. Don't even think about it. Sukarno's independence streak, coupled with several other perceived slights to the U.S. hegemony ultimately placed him on the wrong side of this divide. By the mid-60s, the United States had decided to adopt a more hostile stance towards Indonesia and to Sukarno. What is this, Mr. M.
And
History?
our main story tonight
What the fuck is this?
is the Cultural Revolution. Not that Cultural Revolution. The Cultural Revolution that happened in Indonesia, where the CIA supported Suharto in killing hundreds of thousands of innocent Indonesians.
Do you remember?
What the fuck? Yo, what is this video, man? What the hell is this shit? I mean, it's made by AI, I think. Anyway, let me finish this. And Sukarno himself, when, in a series of events that are still shrouded in mystery, General Suharto took power. He did so with the explicit support of the United States. What did General Suharto do, you might ask? Oh, that's right. He butchered hundreds of thousands that he suspected of being communist. Suharto was a little-known general before the events of 1965, but his anti-communist rhetoric endeared him to the CIA officials. As soon as he came to power, he immediately set about literally exterminating Indonesia's millions of communists. The fact that the murders took place on the basis of ideology rather than race has led to the disagreement about whether what took place can be called a genocide. It did, and it was, for the record. Yeah, we don't even fucking know the full details, but the suspicion is large-scale killings of civil unrest primarily targeting members of the Communist Party were carried out in Indonesia from 1965 to 1966. Communist sympathizers were also killed. Gurwani women, trade unionists, ethnic Javanese Abangan, ethnic Chinese, atheists, so-called unbelievers, and alleged leftists in general. According to most widely published estimates, at least 500,000 to 1.2 million people were killed, with some estimates going as high as to 2 to 3 million. Now, it's really fucking interesting when you consider this, because this is not the only place where this happened. Taiwan, South Korea, and every other country that was aligned with the United States of America always happened to have a fascist dictatorship that would just go in and fucking ruthlessly slaughter the people that they thought were socialists, communists, trade unionists. You know who else did that? Nazi Germany, as a matter of fact. That's who did that. Of course, the events that I'm talking about were done by the United States of America and not Nazi Germany, so we, as being the dominant power, have totally fucking wrote it off as normal and good. Or we rarely ever talk about it at all. Okay? Now, before someone goes, Wikipedia, there's a difference between me learning about this for the first time by reading Wikipedia after making up my mind versus actually knowing about it and using Wikipedia to show you something that you haven't heard about before. I think people should understand the difference between the two, okay? I didn't make up my mind and then decide to go to Wikipedia to read it with and engage in post hoc rationalizations. You dumb fuck. That's the difference. Some of you dumb motherfuckers only care about Wikipedia, so I'm showing you Wikipedia. Marines ads on your stream are funny. It's like perhaps the worst possible group of individuals that you could try and have join the Marine Corps. So good luck to the Marine Corps on trying to get people to join from this community. Anyway, haters waiting in the wings at all times. Ban them, sir. It's time for a no-tolerance policy. Xi Jinping taught us one thing for sure. Let's take his lessons to heart. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Anyway, where the fuck was I? Yeah, the killings began as an anti-communist purge following controversial attempted coup d'etat by the 30 September movement. It was a pivotal event in the transition to the new order and the elimination of PKI as a political force with impacts on the global war. The upheavals led to the fall of President Sukarno and the commencement of Suharto's 3-decade authoritarian presidency. It's crazy how much stability you can maintain as long as you are a fascist regime backed by the CIA. Like, they'll let you fucking absolutely butcher, slaughter, kill as many motherfuckers as you want, as long as you got big dog bagging you. So suspicious how that always happens, okay? But of course, we have to do that. We have to do that because if we don't do that, what if they become communist? What if they become communist? That shit would suck, you know what I mean? That'd be real terrible. And before you fucking chirp at me and be like, China does it too. Okay, China can suck my dick as well, dumbass. What do you mean? This doesn't make it right. What are you talking about? Like, what are we talking about? Also, China doesn't even back the fucking Maoists in the Philippines. Okay, so what are we talking about here? China, my ass. Also, the notion that China does this too, is ironic because you're gonna bring up like Khmer Rouge or some shit like that. Okay, unless you're talking about. I mean, I don't even know. And the hilarious point is the Khmer Rouge, one, facilitated, got support from the CIA, backing from the CIA as well. And also, on top of that, we already covered how the environment, the destabilization, and the peasant uprising, the subsequent peasant uprising, unironically, was a direct consequence of Henry Kissinger's relentless bombing campaign. He like directly created the environment for the Khmer Rouge. Anyway, also who put an end to Pol Pot? It was the Vietnam who attacked them. China, the scum. I don't know why. I don't know why there's this notion that like, you know, I'm in support of everything that China does. I like high-speed rail, motherfucker. Okay, that's it. It's very fucking stupid. Whenever people come in here and they're like, "Well, what about when China does it?" Like, yeah, okay, it's bad. Like, what do you want? Yeah, it's bad. Do I look Chinese to you, motherfucker? Am I in China? Am I changing Chinese politics? Am I educating Chinese people on their own history? No. Why the fuck are you bringing up China? Why is your assumption that I'm going to support it, by the way? That's the other part of the problem. Dude, motherfuckers be like, you mean to tell me that you actually think that even development and rapid urbanization has been genuinely an economic success for China? Well, that must mean that you actually think that the killing of the sparrows was good too. You are a supporter of murking every sparrow possible, right? Is that what you... Come on, go ahead, defend that. Defend the famines. Go ahead, Hassan. And it's like, I never said that. Why? What do you mean? If anything, I'm anti-cat because of my pro-bird position. Anyway, so suck my dick when you go, what about China? According to my dad, Hassan is most likely a pro-Chinese, Russian, useful idiot getting paid to do this outside of subs. Dumbass paranoia ain't ending soon. I love that shit, dude. Yeah, I'm so fucking pro-China and so pro-Russia. I don't even say anything that is like that you can even point to that is like remotely pro-Russia. At least with China, you can point to like economic prosperity in China and like I don't know, high-speed rail and shit. But what the fuck have I said about Russia that's even remotely pro-Russia? I'm not one of these dudes that just fucking is talking about like a fantastical USSR or a mythological China that deserves unconditional support. You said that one time that you did not think Russia would invade Ukraine. Yeah, that's why I was getting paid by Russia to say that. Your NATO takes? Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course I don't like NATO. I'm a fucking leftist. Why the fuck would I like the single greatest leftist killing machine? Why would I ever think that that's good? Yeah, I don't like Henry Kissinger either. Why are you not calling me a simp for all of the superpowers in that regard? You agree with me on why I don't like Henry Kissinger. Half the reason why I don't like Henry Kissinger is because, kind of the same as NATO. The A in NATO stands for anarchist. I know. Bro, that argument is so funny to me because Kyle Kalinske said the same shit. No one gave my boy any shit. Yeah, it's different. What is happening? People are fucking sending me insane stuff about the IDF today. Breaking news. Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan more than a year before October 7th, but dismissed it as aspirational, documents show. Dude, I'm sorry. I get some stuff wrong every now and then. Russia won't invade Ukraine, yada, yada, yada. But goddamn, am I so on the fucking money when it comes to foreign policy on issues like this? Holy fuck. I told you from the jump that these motherfuckers are so goddamn arrogant. Look at this. Look at how arrogant this shit is, that they thought it was too aspirational. Anyway, whatever. We'll get to that later. I jumped from point to point. I was talking about Indonesia. I don't know why I lost track of what the fuck I was trying to say. Oh my God, there's so much to talk about. Anyway, yeah, so millions of Indonesian communists and suspected communists were fucking ruthlessly slaughtered by the CIA-backed fascist junta. Anyway, what is not in question is the scale of the slaughter, as Bevan writes. Between 500,000 and 1 million people were slaughtered, and 1 million more were herded into concentration camps. They're so horny to catch you in a contradiction because they think your America bad stance is based on hating America and not all the bad things it does. So when China does similar bad things, they expect you to have a different stance because it's not America law. Yeah, that's why they so desperately try to talk about Crimea or so desperately try to talk about like fucking Tibet or some shit like that. Because there are obviously things that the Chinese government has done and Russia has done that are completely fucking unjustifiable. But I say that those things are fucking unjustifiable and that falls on deaf ears because that would hurt the narrative that they're trying to build, which is that Hassan incomprehensibly only fucking talks about it just only talks about America being bad. Other countries do bad shit too. Okay? Half the time when I'm talking about all the awful things that Russia did in Ukraine, I regularly compared it to America, and these dumb motherfuckers are so wired on America good that they literally thought I was defending Russia. I'm not, dude. I'm not. I'm saying the worst thing I possibly can say about Russia by comparing it to the worst superpower on the planet, America. It's so dumb. Anyway, if Ernest Renan was correct to say that this is a history of a nation is based on their collective capacity to forget the atrocities associated with this formation, that Indonesia proves a case in point. Part of the reason that so few have heard about the anti-communist massacres is that the truth was repressed by Suharto for so long. Bevins writes, for more than 50 years, the Indonesian government resisted any attempt to go out and record what happened. Meanwhile, Western journalists faithfully regurgitated the lines they were fed by CIA officials, casting the violence in Indonesia as a random explosion of atavism of the kind that was expected from a backward nation. Anyway, but yeah, Jakarta Method talks about how the inspiration on the far right groups was utilized, copied and pasted over and over again everywhere with the tacit or active support of the United States, from events that took place in Indonesia, from Brazil to Chile. Anti-communists began talking openly about their own Jakarta plans, which always suspiciously meant the same thing: state-organized extermination of civilians who oppose the construction of capitalist authoritarian regimes loyal to the United States. Here is the Indonesian genocide of the PKI.
That episode of Last Week Tonight? Me neither. In 1965, 6 Indonesian generals were killed by a number of military conspirators, declaring that a right-wing coup was about to happen and that these new generals needed to be neutralized. They then went on to declare that they were leading the new government of Indonesia and that they had the CIA's support. This would be known as the September 30th movement. What they wouldn't know was that they were just a pawn in the CIA's quest for global supremacy. When word of the coup reached one of Sukarno's lower-ranking generals, Suharto, he moved in quick, declaring that he was acting on behalf of the president to end the coup and to restore order in Indonesia. Now, a little bit about Indonesia. Sukarno had led them to independence from the Dutch in 1949 and established a decentralized system where the islands ran with a fair degree of independence, but still answered to a central democratic government, of which Sukarno was the head. However, the main island, Java, where the capital Jakarta is, was actually much less resource-rich than other islands like Sumatra, Borneo and Bali. So the non-Javan islands started to view Java as a new colonial overlord who took their resources, and the Communist Party, otherwise known as the PKI, was starting to become really popular on these islands and were a growing presence in the Indonesian parliament. Seeing where the tide was going, Sukarno made an alliance with the PKI that saw an increase to his presidential powers on the condition that he led Indonesia alongside the PKI. Now, in the early 60s, it was clear that Sukarno wasn't too far from death, and the Western Bloc was very worried about the PKI gaining sole power when he died. Behind the Chinese and the Soviets, they were the third largest communist bloc in the world. So immediately after suppressing the coup, Suharto listed one key group as the ones who would have been behind the botched coup: the PKI. And he then went on to launch one of the worst genocides in history, killing anyone remotely associated with them, and then ousting Sukarno himself to become the president and to have a close relationship with the USA. The whole thing couldn't have gone better for the Americans, as the third largest communist bloc was completely neutralized, and they had a new friend in Southeast Asia. So it begs the question, were the US involved in this mass genocide in any way? Well, let's start by looking at the botched September 30 coup in 1965. Now, it's pretty widely believed that Suharto himself knew about the
What? Gotta end the stream soon. Almost time for America's team to play?
coup before it happened. This story is backed up by one of the conspirators, Colonel Latif, who also argued that there were some PKI members who were involved in the planning of it, but that it was not actually a party-specific coup, but rather a military one. Latif argued that Suharto was in on it the whole time, and on 2 occasions, Suharto was even admitted to meeting with Latif on the 30th of September, with the 2 accounts being contradictory. Suharto's extremely quick suppression of the Jakarta coup also requires some explanation if you didn't know about it. But the more pertinent question is, did America set up the conspirators for a fall as a pretext to Suharto eliminating the PKI? And my short answer to that is, yeah, I think that's the most likely explanation. During the time of the coup, the ambassador to Indonesia, Marshall Green, who would later be known as the coup master when he became the ambassador to Australia, boasted of this.
I know we had a lot more information about the PKI than the Indonesians themselves.
Not only that, but the CIA later confirmed that the PKI had been infiltrated, and so it's totally within the realm of possibility that they were set up, especially considering the conspirators claimed to be supported by the CIA. Not only that, but in the Pakistani Foreign Ministry files, we have an interview between an ambassador and a Dutch NATO intelligence officer dated to December 1964, just under a year before the coup. Remember, the Dutch colonized Indonesia, and so they had especially good intelligence on the matter. This was a quote found in the ambassador's report. Indonesia was going to fall into the Western lap like a rotten apple. Western intelligence agencies, he said, would organize a premature communist coup which would be foredoomed to fail, providing a legitimate and welcome opportunity to the army to crush the communists and make Sukarno a prisoner of the army's goodwill. And yes, a fortuitous outcome does not necessarily equal intent. However, just look at how nervous the Americans were about Indonesia falling into the hands of the communists. This was a quote from JFK's former aide Arthur Schlesinger about Kennedy being
anxious to strengthen the anti-communist forces, especially the army, in order to make sure that if anything happened to Sukarno, the powerful Indonesian Communist Party would not inherit the country.
Not to mention that in March of 1965, the then US...
Always a big mistake. Don't align. Don't even bring fucking communism into your coalition. Don't do any social democracy. Don't even talk about land reforms. You will get killed. You will get killed every single time.
US Ambassador to Indonesia, Howard Jones, so that's Green's predecessor, said this.
An unsuccessful coup attempt by the PKI would provide the ideal pretext for the military to launch its own disguised coup.
And then lastly, to quote Marshall Green again,
when Sukarno announced in his August 17th speech that Indonesia would have a communist government within a year, then I was almost certain. What we did, we had to do. You better be glad we did, because if we hadn't, Asia would be a different place today.
Now, Green might have been referring to US involvement in the botched coup, or...
It's so funny that, like, it's funny to think that, like, American foreign policy led to this in Indonesia, and now, partially due to the domino effect, and not the one that you are, not the famous domino effect, but, like, actually just small d domino effect that Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon caused. Now Indonesia and China are aligning.
And what actually came next is Suharto launched one of the worst genocides ever. And on this one, there's no question. America were very supportive of Suharto. With Suharto now the heroic face of Indonesia from saving it from a leftist coup, Sukarno had no decision but to give him full powers to restore stability to the country. This saw the army begin executions of PKI members, but the executions spread across all of Java.
The video is Suharto, the Indonesian genocide of the PKI, 1965-1966.
With vigilantes joining in, killing actual and alleged PKI members. This cultural revolution of sorts spread in all directions to other islands, with death squads raiding villages in northern Sumatra and burning houses to the ground. In Bali, the anti-communist hatred was especially strong because of the culturally ingrained caste system, which emphasized the need for permanent classes of people. 5% of Bali's entire population was killed, and bones are still being found on Bali's beaches today. The army actually had to step in to stop the killings because Suharto's radio broadcast had set so many in Bali ablaze. 750,000 Indonesians were imprisoned. PKI members were executed immediately, while those with looser links like being part of a labor union received hard labor. The death toll was anywhere between 500,000 to 2 million.
They're like, yeah, you like labor? You like labor unions? Here's hard labor in prison.
That's at the very least Rwandan genocide levels, and more likely Cambodian genocide level. And yet we know nothing about it. And why might that be? Because what you're not taught in school is that the CIA allowed this to happen in the name of freedom. Indonesians were literally killed for their political association or religion as part of a big game to protect freedom of political association and freedom of religion across the world. So how are they involved in all of this? Well, firstly, they gave the list of 5,000 names of communist operatives over to the Indonesian army.
Well, maybe they did not know what would happen to those 5,000. After all, America was the greatest country of...
No, Dennis, they definitely knew. You see, in 2017, the National Security Agency released the telegrams between Washington and their Indonesian embassy, and it is damning. In 1965, the embassy in Java reported on victims being delivered to civilians for slaughter, then a few days later said that the army is delivering 10 to 15 people a night to be killed by Indonesian.
I mean, how could you say that the CIA had any involvement in this? It's crazy.
Muslims. That telegram even said that allowing the civilians to do it took the culpability off of the army. Not only that, but America provided telecoms equipment, gave 50 million reply to the Cap Gestapo death squads, and Marshall Green knew that the broader PKI had no knowledge of the coup and knew that China wasn't behind the coup, but he continued to run with that same narrative in interviews.
Folks, Marshall green light, and I mean light, to the American people. Well, Marshall facts don't care about your feelings. You knew the PKI masses had no involvement in the September 30th movement, so why did you keep peddling that myth? Now, of course, folks, the woke media doesn't want to cover this.
Okay, not all deepfakes are 10s, but I've got to find some way to break up this depressing content. Now, make no mistake, it wasn't just America who was complicit in this genocide. We played a reprehensible role too. Oz Radio blasted Suharto's army propaganda.
Oh, when he said we, I was like, who the fuck's he talking about? And then I forgot he's Australian, right?
Ambassador to Indonesia, Mick Shan, ordered Oz Radio to focus on the PKI involvement in the coup and not discuss the army's mass killings of Indonesians. Our Prime Minister at the time, Harold Holt, also said to America that with 500,000 to 1 million communist sympathisers knocked off, I think it's safe to assume a reorientation has taken place. But let's be real. This genocide would have happened in spite of Australia's involvement. The same cannot be said for the CIA. Not only were they aiding Sukarno, they could have stopped this at any point. They have no problem interfering with the affairs of other nations. Just a few years before, they aided Joseph Mobutu in capturing and then killing the democratically elected leader of the Congo, Patrice Lumumba, for daring to restrict America's access to their rich uranium mines. Need I add that Lumumba was not convicted of, nor even accused of any crime. I get why Harold...
Excuse me, what you just described is a crime. From my perspective, it's an economic crime. Oz Radio in this case is Radio Australia, run by the Australian Broadcasting Authority, which has been accused of towing the government line for many years. Nice. They have their little own fucking CIA operation, huh? Very nice. Nice.
Harold Holt kissed the ring. Because just 10 years later, when Prime Minister Whitlam dared consider renegotiating America's lease on the Pine Gap spy base, they not only pressured John Kerr to sack Whitlam, they then made sure he lost the imminent election. Of course, Cuba, Bolivia. The CIA has well and truly showed that they have the capacity to intervene in the affairs of other nations. Now, I'm not anti-America, nor even anti-military. I have a ton of respect for admirals like Chester Nimitz and Ernie King. For me, Carter was one of the most admirable leaders of the modern world, and I'll even throw this one in. There were parts of Trump's early foreign policy that I quite liked.
The Australian brain must be studied. How do you conduct yourself in this manner? He wrote 9 minutes of fucking absolute greatness and then turned around and was like, Jimmy Carter was fucking nice. And even Donald Trump, early stages. Bro, he did the Muslim ban. Like, what do you mean? What the fuck? Anyway. Yeah, and bombed Syria. Didn't he drop the Moab like immediately?
But the reality is that the CIA are all about maintaining the empire, regardless of how...
Lumumba is even worse because he asked the U.S. for help during the Congo crisis, but they said no, so he went to the Soviets who helped, but then America was like, he's communist, which is so wild. What do you mean? You just described Ho Chi Minh as well. That is not the first, nor will it be the last time that is exactly what has happened. That literally, American history is always just like a cycle of L-taking and then trying to boulder your way through it. Okay? It literally happens all the time. It is always the same. We just have kept, much like Henry Kissinger, failing upwards over and over again because we have all the guns. We have the most guns.
Inconsistent their morality becomes. If you're going to posit that America is this objectively good force in the world that needs to counter the rise of an authoritarian power like China, remember this. As China was doing its cultural revolution, the CIA was helping Indonesia with an Asian Holocaust. The founding fathers might have been very ideological, but the CIA are not. For them, it's a game of empire masquerading under the banner of freedom. Where was the freedom of political association for those involved with the PKI?
What is he? Is he like... I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to discern his like Australian-ass politics, and it's like breaking me a little bit.
Where was the freedom of religion for non-Muslims in Bali? Where was the freedom of speech for innocent Javas who just wanted basic working rights and were tarred with the communist brush? I'm not Alex Jones. I'm a history teacher. I don't have any interest in inside job theories or who killed JFK or anything like that. These are the documented facts released by the National Security Agency themselves. But the narrative has been set, and for that reason, issues like...
I feel like he's more of a... I can't tell. He literally almost lost the revolution in the French of the Baylor Bridges out. I think maybe he's like he seems like anti-CIA. Maybe he's like anti-Muslim, maybe? I can't tell. Maybe he's like xenophobic, but also kind of like anti-Muslim, but also anti-CIA at the same time. It's interesting. Earlier in the video, he said the communist movement in Indonesia was to suppress political freedom. He's anti-communist. Oh. Why do you have to define him? for no reason. Why do you have to come in here and cynically ask that question like, I bet you want to put him in a box so you can hate on him. It's like, no, this is what I do. It's like fun. It's fascinating. When I encounter someone whose politics are not easy to decipher, I like to try and have a little fun and figure it out. Why do you have to immediately assume like that there's like a second reason, a second purpose? You know what I mean? Why is that fucking annoying to you? Is it because that's what you do, where you neatly fucking package people into a box only to diminish their perspective by being like, well, that's a commie, lol. Is that why? So you just project that onto the people that you're watching? No, here in Australia, teachers have no resources and have to create them like he's doing. To be fair, you assumed he was being hostile. Oh, the person who said, why does his politics matter? Because I know that motherfucker's being hostile. That's that question in and of itself is a hostile one. Wait, that's an inherently hostile question. Like, what are you, stupid? Come on. That was literally a fucking loaded ass question, the way that he presented it. How do people still hit the just curious? How do people still believe when someone says just curious? They go, oh, dude, he's saying he's just curious. I don't understand. He just seems like he's just curious. What's wrong with you? After all, he said that. Okay, well, I say at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or free with Twitch Prime. What do you say to that? Okay? What do you say to that? You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Okay? The 3-minute ad break is upon us. You have to remember, a lot of people here are like 12-year-old kids. Not all journalists out to clip chimp you. Wait, first of all, who the fuck is a journalist that's out to clip chimp me? You mean like some fucking dumb YouTuber bitches? Maybe, but most of the people that come in here with questions like that oftentimes are coming in with bad faith criticisms. Yes. The commentary guys call themselves journalists now. That's so funny. Yeah, dude, I'm doing a journalism. I can't dive any deeper into the fucking Cambodian bombings caused by Kissinger and Nixon's administration. That's all I've talked about for the past 5 hours. You were a streamer before you were a chatter. A lot of common pitfalls when you're not used to the talking heads talking back. What? Al-Qassam laying it on a little thick with their newest video.
Very good. Very kind to me.
This is the girl that got medical treatment. They literally got her... I think obviously when they were kidnapping her, they broke her arm. So then they got her a doctor.
People, very good.
The hostages are Hamas. Remember, she's speaking English, so this is Western-facing propaganda. Yeah. Watching the Gavin Newsom-Ron DeSantis debate tonight. Where is it? I don't know if I can. Hostages? More like Hamas-stages? Yeah. Her getting medical treatment? Yeah, I remember. Under Hamas, Mia Shem had a specific kind of surgery that plays an X-fix that only orthopedic surgeon can perform, while Gazan doctors were scrambling under severe shortages. The POW got a literal 5-star treatment. Compare that with Isra Jabez. Bro, I don't know why people always fucking post the Isra Jabez thing like as though they burned her in prison. Like, they didn't burn her in prison, okay? Sure, I think it's perfectly valid to look at the circumstances surrounding the car, whether it malfunctioned and lit on fire, or whether it was actually an act of terror or whatever. But the reality is that she like, this implies that she was going into prison looking like this and came out like this, as though like they burned her alive in prison or something. Like, that's not what happened. About burning her in prison, it's about the treatment in prison. I think the point here is the qualified medical attention from the captors. I mean, I understand. I feel like the way that they presented makes it seem as though they burned her alive in prison or something. This one you retweeted earlier would have been a better comparison. What? Gift a New York Times article? My friend, you don't have to gift me the New York Times article. I used someone else's account already. But thank you. Debate starts in an hour. Here's the link. It's on Fox News.
Bribing the vice president's family, and we should tell him the bank somewhere else, so we don't find ourselves under
Dude, that's fire. Look at this fucking dumbass graphic. I can't even... What is this?
Got nothing on me. You know it, I know it. I'm changing dollar bills, that's all. Do you want to waste my time? Okay. I call my lawyer.
He's the best lawyer in Miami.
He's the best lawyer in Miami.
He's such a good lawyer.
That by tomorrow morning,
I'll have
you're
you
going to be
sleeping in
working
Alaska.
in Alaska. So dress warm.
Here now.
What?
Me, the bull. How you doing?
What? Yo!
I'm doing pretty good.
What is happening?
I heard your opening
Yo, these guys are on crack, dude. Fox News is crazy with it. All right, we're done. We're done. This is like, bro, what has the world gotten to? Like, this is a legitimate, okay? This is a fucking legitimate news outlet, guys. What the fuck is happening? Yes. Mohammed Nazal, I covered it yesterday. This is supposed to be a legitimate news outlet. I want to watch this 972, a mass assassination factory inside of Israel's calculated bombing of Gaza. I believe this might be the article that many were talking. 972, a mass assassination factory inside of Israel's calculated bombing of Gaza. I believe this might be the article that many were talking about that shows for the first time ever that there is actually a calculation that the Israeli government secretly makes about how many civilian deaths are permissible, how many civilian deaths are allowed, if I'm not mistaken. I assume that's the article, right? Plus 972 is an Israeli magazine. They're very good. They are like an anti-occupation. They're an anti-occupation news outlet. They're very good. And this is, I assume this is their last investigation. Local call in 972 found, based on conversations with 7 current and former members of the Israeli intelligence community, including military intelligence and Air Force personnel who were involved in the Israeli operations on the besieged Strip. In addition to Palestinian testimonies, data and documentation from the Gaza Strip, and official statements from the IDF spokesperson and other Israeli state institutions. Compared to the previous Israeli assaults on Gaza, the current war, which Israel has named Operation Iron Swords, which began in the wake of the Hamas-led assault on southern Israel on October 7th, has seen the army significantly expand its bombing targets that are not distinctly military in nature, which they never really were, let's be fucking real. These include private residences as well as public buildings, infrastructure, and high-rise blocks, which sources say the army defines as power targets. Matarot Otzem. The bombing of power targets, according to the intelligence sources who had first-hand experience with this application in Gaza in the past, is mainly intended to harm Palestinian civil society, create shock that, among other things, will reverberate powerfully and lead civilians to put pressure on Hamas, as one source put it. This is literally American policy, the Hia doctrine being played out once again. But American foreign policy, when it comes to sanctions, is identical. The entire principle of collective punishment, which is illegal and a war crime, whether it be sanctions or whether it be this indiscriminate bombing campaign, is to try and get, unsuccessfully, the civilian population to rise up and take out the governing body themselves. It just literally never works. Sanctions only work on your allies. They do not work on your enemies. They make life much shittier, but they do not work to achieve the results that you want to. So that is something to consider. Several of the sources spoke to 972 and local call in the condition of anonymity confirmed that the Israeli army has files on the vast majority of potential targets in Gaza, including homes, which stipulate the number of civilians who are likely to be killed in an attack on a particular target. This number is calculated and known in advance to the military's intelligence units, who also know shortly before carrying out an attack roughly how many civilians are certain to be killed. This is the most important part about this. In one case discussed by the sources, the Israeli military command knowingly approved the killing of hundreds of Palestinian civilians in an attempt to assassinate a single top Hamas military commander. The numbers increased from dozens of civilian deaths permitted as collateral damage as a part of the attack on a senior official in previous operations to hundreds of civilian deaths as collateral damage, said one source. Nothing happens by accident, said another source. When a 3-year-old girl is killed in a home in Gaza, it's because someone in the army decided it wasn't a big deal for her to be killed, that it was a price worth paying in order to hit another target. We are not Hamas. These are not random rockets. Everything is intentional. We know exactly how much collateral damage there is in every home. This is damn near identical to the IDF's own fucking personal statements and personal testimony in the immediate aftermath of the 2018 Great March to Return. 2018 Great March to Return was conducted by civilian life in Gaza, and the Israeli occupying force openly sniped with the intention of wounding thousands, tens of thousands of Palestinians, permanently wounding them, making them amputees, and also killed hundreds of Palestinians as well, including children, including a woman who was pregnant, including nurses, including journalists, and including, but not limited to, if you want to understand the fucking violence and how deep that well goes, a person in a wheelchair. So the goal to wound is they use also butterfly bullets, I think is what it's called, right? Like bullets that explode on impact specifically, so that you can be certain to destroy their leg, the bone, and the I mean, it's intentionally maiming. Now, why am I describing this? Why am I describing this? The reason why I'm describing this is because in the immediate aftermath of that, they personally said, the IDF personally came out and said every bullet was accounted for. Higher command within the Israeli occupying force structure openly admitted that they actually give prior authorization for every single sniper that fires a bullet from their rifles. Okay? The IDF then deleted that tweet, openly admitting that every bullet was accounted for, because they realized, I believe, that that sounds really fucking scary and bad and awful and bloodthirsty. Sounds fake. That's funny that you say sounds fake. You are not alone if you think that the villainous nature is so gruesome and so awful that it must not be true. I usually feel the same way as well whenever I learn a new thing about the Israeli occupying force, where I go, there's no way that's real. That means they willingly shot a child? Fuck off. That's a really funny thing that you just said. They did willingly shoot a child. They literally made t-shirts about willingly shooting a child. And also on top of that, there is a footage. There is a video of them literally directly shooting a child. There's a video of them placing a fucking camera on the crosshair, on the optics, while they're literally sniping and actually end up shooting a fucking child. Anyway, he was, and not just a child or any child, many children. I would say children. They shoot children. The Israeli occupying force is most comfortable killing children, 100%. Yeah, yesterday we saw 30,000 people. We arrived prepared and with precise reinforcements. Nothing was carried out uncontrolled. Everything was accurate and measured, and we know where every bullet landed. That was the IDF's statement on Twitter, which they deleted quickly. However, B'Tselem was able to nab it before they deleted it. B'Tselem is an Israeli human rights organization against the occupation. Okay, so according to the investigation, another reason for the large number of targets and the extensive harm to civilian life in Gaza is the widespread use of a system called Habsora, the Gospel, which is largely built on artificial intelligence. It can generate targets almost automatically at a rate that far exceeds what was previously possible. This AI system, as described by a former intelligence officer, essentially facilitates a mass assassination factory. We are literally in the bad time. That is fucking nuts. Okay, that is a new... Israel is so good at fucking war crimes. They've decided they are going to put war crimes on top of the war crimes in ways that we haven't thought about before. No, this is the darkest timeline. Like, they're like, hey, we're so good at doing war crimes. How about we serialize the war crimes? How about we automate the process with fucking artificial intelligence? Oh my God, that is literally fucking Metal Gear Solid shit. That is unimaginable. Holy fuck. Dude, what the fuck? According to the sources, the increasing use of the AI-based systems like Habsora allows the army to carry out strikes on residential homes where a single Hamas member lives on a massive scale, even those who are junior Hamas operatives. Yet testimonies of Palestinians in Gaza suggest that since October 7th, the army has also attacked many private residences where there was no known or apparent member of Hamas or any militant groups residing. Such strikes, sources confirmed in 972 and local call, can knowingly kill entire families in the process. Pentagon pushes AI research towards lethal autonomous weapons. Nice. Yeah, that's great, man. That's super sick. Take the human out of the component entirely because, like, you know, we're doing incredibly inhumane acts of violence, so might as well just cut the human out. In the majority of cases, the sources out of military activity is not conducted from these targeted homes. I remember thinking that it was like if Palestinian militants would bomb all the private residences of our families when Israeli soldiers go back and sleep at home on the weekend, one source who was critical of this practice recalled. Another source said that a senior intelligence officer told his officers that after October 7th, the goal was to kill as many Hamas operatives as possible, for which the criteria around harming Palestinian civilians were significantly relaxed, which was already pretty relaxed. This is often done to save time instead of doing a little more work to get a more accurate pinpointing, said the source. The results of these policies is the staggering loss of human life in Gaza since October 7th. Over 300 families have lost 10 or more family members in Israel bombings in the past 2 months, a number that is 15 times higher than the figure from what was previously Israel's deadliest war on Gaza in 2014. At the time of writing, around 15,000 Palestinians have been reported killed in the war and counting. All of this is happening contrary to the protocol used by the IDF in the past, the source explained. There's a feeling that senior officials in the army are aware of their failure on October 7th and are busy with the question of how to provide the Israeli public with an image of victory that will salvage their reputation. The rest of this is like stuff that we know, I guess. According to sources spoke to 972 and local call, targets can be divided into 4 categories. The first is tactical targets, which includes standard military targets such as armed militant cells, weapons warehouses, rocket launchers, anti-tank missile launchers, launch pits, mortar bombs, military headquarters, observation posts, and so on. The second is underground targets, mainly tunnels that Hamas has dug under Gaza's neighborhoods, including under civilian homes. Aerial strikes on these targets could lead to the collapse of the homes above or near the tunnels. Rarely ever do they actually lead to the collapse of the tunnels themselves, which are 10 meters in the ground. The third is power targets, which includes high-rises and residential towers in the hearts of cities and public buildings such as universities, banks, government offices. The idea behind hitting such targets, says 3 intelligence sources who were involved in planning or conducting strikes on power targets in the past, is a deliberate attack on Palestinian society will exert civil pressure on Hamas. The final category consists of family homes or operatives' homes. The stated purpose of these attacks is to destroy private residences in order to assassinate a single resident suspected of being a Hamas or Islamic Jihad operative. However, in the current war, Palestinian testimonies assert that some of the families that were killed did not include any operatives from any of these organizations. In the early stages of the current war, the Israeli army appears to have given particular attention to the 3rd and 4th categories of targets. Bro, this is like the mob doesn't do this. You know what I mean? Like, you know how like no women and children is like supposed to be a principle of the mafia? Like bad guys don't do this. You know what I mean? Like in movies, they show you like in the good versus evil dichotomy often presented in American movies, like the bad guys don't do that usually. I like that Israel's strategy is just genocide. Like, I mean, this basically shows it. This literally shows it. They're like, yeah, dude, here's my military strategy. It's called doing a genocide on a population that I have occupied. In the early stages of the current war, the Israeli army appears to have given particular attention to the 3rd and 4th categories of targets, family homes and power targets like residential towers and public buildings such as universities, banks, and government offices, by the way, chat. It's important to note the most tactical underground targets were struck within the first weeks of the war. There are, of course, new tactical targets that arise as a result of new intel and fighting, such as cells that fires on advancing IDF troops. But most of the airstrikes you see will be Category 3 and Category 4 targets that inflict massive civilian casualties. No, that's literally what they're saying. Out of the first 5 days of, during the first 5 days of fighting, half the targets bombed were deemed power targets. Half of the targets, no discernible military objective. Understand, half of the targets that they fucking bombed were universities and like places where civil society could gather, specifically so they could break the backs of the Palestinian civilian population, which led to a tremendous number of civilian casualties. We are asked to look for high-rise buildings with a half a floor that can be attributed to Hamas, said one source who took part in previous Israeli offensives in Gaza. Sometimes it's a militant group spokesperson's office or a point where operatives meet. I understood that the floor is an excuse that allows the army to cause a lot of destruction in Gaza. That is what they told us. I mean, a lot of this stuff is I guess technically new if you didn't already assume that they were doing this. I already did because I have eyes and ears and a brain, and I fucking watched them blow up the Associated Press building. That was another turning point for me where, you know, after that point, I was like, I will never, ever trust Israel in its indiscriminate bombing campaign. There was no, what remaining fucking fraction that I had to be like, maybe this was a reasonable target just withered away as I watched with my own 2 fucking eyes live on camera as the Israeli government blew up the Associated Press building. I knew that they were already engaging in a Nakba that has been continuous since 1948 and even earlier than that. However, that was definitely the final. It was over after that. That was the final moment for any kind of other consideration that I could ever offer to Israel, any kind of charitability that I could ever offer to Israel and its targeting and its targeting tactics. It's over after that. Just like if you had any opinion that maybe Israel's being truthful in this regard, Israel's being truthful now when they're releasing information, like that would perish after the 150th lie that they've told over the course of, if you would tell the whole world that the Islamic Jihad officers are on the 10th floor are not important as a target, but that its existence is a justification to bring down the entire high-rise with the aim of pressuring civilian families who live in it in order to put pressure on the terrorist organizations, that would itself be seen as terrorism. So they do not say it, the source added. Yeah. Various sources who served in the IDF intelligence units said that at least until the current war, the Army protocols allowed for attacking power targets only when the buildings were empty. of residents at the time of the strike. However, testimonies and videos from Gaza suggest that since October 7th, some of these targets have been attacked without prior orders being given to their occupants, killing entire families as a result. Yeah, no, I remember. The Associated Press building, they said, was a power target where the few rooms inside a single floor was used for electronic warfare so that it required the apparent whole building to be leveled, which is bullshit. It's bullshit. But, I mean, technically, hospitals are the same. Hospitals are technically the same. They keep saying there's military usage for this hospital. There's military usage for this hospital with, like, the shittiest, like, the most limited amount of intelligence you have, when literally every single person that has been inside of that hospital is saying the exact opposite, and you don't listen to them. And these aren't just Palestinians. These are, like, international, like, these are white people, okay? These are white people that work at those hospitals as well. Doctors Without Borders' entire modus operandi is to acknowledge that white supremacy is a major factor in Western imperialism, so that we put white bodies in these fucking areas so they, like, don't indiscriminately blow the hospitals up. And even then, Israel's like, YOLO, don't give a fuck, we're blowing the hospital up regardless. For those of you who don't know, that's what Doctors Without Borders is, okay? To explain it to you in the simplest terms possible, Doctors Without Borders operates in a way where they specifically put white people in black and brown areas of conflict so that the white supremacist Western imperialist forces don't fucking kill them. Like, don't kill the entire fucking hospital full of people, which, by the way, Barack Obama still did in Kunduz. And of course, as we know, Israel doesn't give a fuck either. Yes, Kunduz, the hospital in Kunduz was a Doctors Without Borders hospital. Anyway, the wide-scale targeting of residential homes can be derived from public and official data. We already know that. Gaza Health Ministry, furthermore, does not specify how many dead belonging to the military wings of Hamas or Islamic Jihad. The Israeli army estimates that it's killed between 1,000 and 3,000 armed Palestinian militants. According to media reports in Israel, some of the dead militants are buried under the rubble or inside Hamas's underground tunnel system and therefore not tallied in the official accounts. Except the numbers that we do know. By November 23rd, Israel had killed 14,800 Palestinians in Gaza. Approximately 6,000 of them were children, 4,000 were women, who together constitute more than 67% of the total. Add the elderly to that tab, and all of a sudden you arrive at more than 73% of the total. 73% being a non-enemy combatant aged male or female implies that 73% of the people that Israel killed, at least up at by November 23rd, is genocide. It's ethnic cleansing. And it's like, they have the intentionality too. Like, you don't need to actually kill this many people for something to be considered a genocide. I hope you understand that. Like, the intention alone is also very reasonable. Like, it's reason alone. And the intentionality argument is already there because Knesset members, the defense minister, and many other people in positions of power in Israel have openly talked about their genocidal intent. Therefore, if there was any sort of serious rule-based international order, yes, a lot of the Israeli military would immediately be tried, especially those in high command. This tallies nearly exactly the casualty breakdown in 2014 too, where around 70 to 75% of casualties were confirmed by the UN to be civilians. Hamas has more intentionality though? No, it does not. No, it does not. You are actually fucking wrong. You are so wrong. Not only does Hamas not have the intentionality in their fucking 2017 charter, at least, Hamas officials, not only as Hamas does not have the intentionality for genocide, Hamas's actions also do not constitute for a genocide either, especially when you look at the casualty numbers on October 7th. If you look at the population percentage, civilians versus enemy combatants, security forces, they're just less successful. No, that's copium. That's 100% copium. You're wrong. You can't just say they're just less successful. You can't say that because you just brought it up with intentionality, and they do not have the intentionality. They do not. There are more Israeli Knesset members that have been democratically elected, put into positions of power, that have said more genocidal things than any member of Hamas. 100%, I stand by that. Okay? That's just copium when you go, oh, dude, if they had the opportunity, they'd be better at it. That's bullshit. Okay? Give them fucking targeted, give them, rebuild the fucking airport and allow them to have Air Force and air superiority over Israel, and give them the population registry and see if they fucking blow up the IDF targets or if they blow up, houses with people living in it just because they're Jewish. Before then, you can't make this argument, okay? Hassan, are you an anti-Semite? What do you think? I mean, you've been following since 8/7, so you probably don't know. Is this a Holocaust? No, the Holocaust is a very specific thing. Is this a genocide? Yes. This has the legal workings of a genocide, 100%. Okay, this constitutes as an ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign. It absolutely is 100%. Do not take my word for it. There are plenty of genocide and Holocaust scholars, both Israeli and also other nationalities all around the world, that look to the situation in Gaza right now and openly state it for what it is. Israel's daily maintenance, its regular maintenance when it's not engaging in this siege, would be considered an apartheid regime. Okay, Israel's actions since October 7th is absolutely classification. So we stop it we stop it before it actually comes to fruition, before there is a final solution. Okay, that's the whole point of why people study the Holocaust extensively. As a matter of fact, that's the mentality behind never again. Never again doesn't mean never again to specifically Jews. It means never again in general. Clear intention of ethnic cleansing, according to Israeli Holocaust scholar Omer Bartov, warns of genocide in Gaza. Raz Segal has also written for the Jewish Current magazine, talking about how Israel's actions in Gaza have the makings of ethnic cleansing and genocide. Is ethnic cleansing always bad? Yes. Guys, controversial opinion, ethnic cleansing is always bad. Thank you for the question. Anyway, where was I? Even though the situation in Gaza is 100% a genocide, it is not necessary for it to reach that level to express a moral objection to what's happening there. Yes, but it already has reached that level, and we should be objecting to it on the basis of morality. So, UN data for the period up until November 11th, by which time Israel had killed 11,000 Palestinians, states that at least 312 families had lost 10 or more people in the current Israeli attack. For the sake of comparison, during Operation Protective Edge in 2014, 20 families in Gaza lost 10 or more people. So they're rather discriminate killings. I shouldn't say it's indiscriminate, because they are discriminating. It's not indiscriminate. There is an intentionality in all of the targets that they hit, and they openly state it, and they openly have stated publicly, as a matter of fact. Okay? This guy's so funny. So removing Jewish settlers from the West Bank is bad? That's technically ethnic cleansing, Lamau? Yeah, actually, as a matter of fact, removing Jewish settlers from the West Bank would require a tremendous amount of force and deaths as a consequence. And yes, I have said time and time again that would constitute a danger to a massive amount of people, which is why I advocate for a one-state solution. So you're right. So I know you were trying to hit me with a gotcha, but that's precisely my point. Yes. Thank you for trying to hit me with a fucking gotcha. I love the notion of like killing Palestinians that you have literally personally pushed into the Gaza Strip is the same as like expelling or removing. So it's not always bad. That's what you want. No, that would be bad. That would be bad. You didn't hear what I said. I said that would be bad. That would be bad. Is a one-state solution. Gotcha. So ethnic cleansing is not always bad, like you said before. Oh, dude, you're fucking stupid. Okay, never mind. I love when debate lords just go, I just can't hear you correctly. I'm literally saying it would be bad. And he's just like, lol. Well, what if I was pretending, or not even pretending, and I was just the stupidest person on the planet? I broke the dialogue tree, so we just had to revert back to what he thinks I'm saying. The best and brightest, the fucking best and brightest that some of these dumb motherfuckers who want to defend Israel has to offer. Yeah, breast and brightest. Oh, shouldn't Palestinians be able to return to the houses that were taken from them? Yes, there's an amicable solution in that process. Many of those settlements were constructed atop former Palestinian homes, though, you have to remember. And guess what? A home is still a home. There's plenty of space everywhere, especially in the West Bank. As long as there is a Truth and Reconciliation Committee, and as long as there are reparations afforded to those who lost their homes, okay, I think that there is always an amicable solution. Anyway, I don't care about the rest of this, but you know, it just basically confirms everything we've been saying. the new stuff that I found out from this article, at least, is that they're using artificial intelligence, which they fucking comically call what, the gospel? Crazy. That guy's argument is like saying taking back something that was stolen from you is also stealing. Yes, you just described literally you just described every and any Zionism argument. Yes, the entirety of the Zionist project relies on this exact argument. It's also theft if you steal. If I steal something from you and then you steal it back from me, that's also stealing. Like, you take it back from me, that's also stealing. That's the point. That's the main argument. My neighbor took my apartment, but in order to not make police drag him out of it, I've let him stay in it out of goodwill, and now I'm currently living on the streets. That's not what I'm saying at all. If your neighbor steals your apartment and then the police come and they offer you a nice apartment literally right next door, you're probably, especially when the alternative is like you dying in the fucking streets, you're probably going to be like, no, actually, this is a great solution. Especially when they also give you financial compensation as a consequence of like your neighbor stealing the apartment from you. So, you know, I remember the former director of the Mossad essentially highlighting the danger of settlements from a Zionist perspective. He said the settlements will spark the end of Israel because they will accelerate the conflict and make a one-state solution more likely. So they were themselves threatening the existence of the state. Yes. Yeah, I'm not living next to someone who stole my house. Okay. Doesn't matter. There is an infinitely better solution out there. Not only that, but the re-theft is somehow worse than the initial theft. Yes. And also anti-Semitic simultaneously. The irony, of course, is that like the very same person that says, not all ethnic cleansing is bad, or trying to fucking hammer in that narrative, has to also refuse simultaneously that what Israel had done during the Nakba is ethnic cleansing, which it was. It's literally not ethnic cleansing, dude. Explaining to people how removing illegal settlements is not ethnic cleansing. You know better. Why are you expecting the framing that expelling illegal settlers a form of ethnic cleansing? You know for a fact it's not. Expelling illegal settlers is legal. Yes, it's true. But legal things can still be fucking harmful. What the fuck do you want from me? That is my entire point. Why would I advocate for a one-state solution then? The goal is never to enact vengeance. The goal is to enact justice. The goal is to find peace. And there is no way that you can have a peaceful resolution in this circumstance. The much more likely scenario is, in a one-state solution, there are plenty of fucking psychotic settlers who don't want to live around Palestinians anyway, and they fuck off. And they go back to where they originally came from, okay? There were plenty of French people in the decolonialization of Algeria that voluntarily left because they were like, well, I don't want to fucking live around these Algerians. This is bullshit. Okay? There were also people in South Africa who were like, I love apartheid. What did they do? They moved to fucking Israel. Okay? So trust me, all the most racist motherfuckers will always find a way to just move on to the next thing because they're like, I can't stand these motherfuckers. I don't want to be around them. Okay? Remember all those South Africans in the end of the apartheid that fucking moved to Israel? Yeah, that's right. Because they were like, I love apartheid. I'm just a guy who loves apartheid. Doesn't matter who we're doing it to. Anyway, that's not something to count on. These people believe that this land is their right, not the same situation at all. I don't give a fuck. You don't do it. You don't operate on the delusions of fucking psychotic people. What are you talking about? If Israel had any fucking balls, they would have shut this shit down instead of fucking leaning into it. But they were so fucking arrogant and so horny for more land that they literally fucking sent out those goddamn psychopathic religious nuts as the first line of defense in their expansive agenda. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. This has happened time and time again. Okay? This has happened time and time again throughout history. People always think like, oh, things will stay the exact same way that I know them to be in my lifetime. And history has shown that to be completely incorrect. Look at fucking the entirety of Europe. Okay? World War II, not that long ago. Look at Europe now. Look at Ireland. Look at Rhodesia. Look at apartheid South Africa. Gone. What happens? Boo-hoo. Some of the fucking racists are like, oh, I don't want to live here no more. And then they fuck off, okay? They can suck my dick. And then their children most likely don't end up being just as racist, which is already like hell enough for them. Rhodesia. Like that again. Rhodesia. They do believe it's their right, but the settlers always believed it. Then why did they expand settlements so far only after Ben-Gvir? Because they are cowards and racist? Wait, what? They didn't expand settlements so far after Ben-Gvir. They've been doing that nonstop. They've never stopped. Yeah, look at fucking Jim Crow. So many, time and time again, justice has always been served. Obviously, justice delayed is justice denied, but that doesn't change the reality that justice always gets served. It is inevitable. Anyway. Fuck Henry Kissinger. Free after 8 years in an Israeli prison. This is good. This is really good. The Guardian is actually fucking humanizing Palestinian hostages. I gotta pee.
8:30 in Beituna, about 39 Palestinian women and kids held in Israeli jails have been released to their families. So a lot of celebrations all over the West Bank tonight.
7 weeks into the new war between Israel and Hamas, a 4-day ceasefire was called and an exchange began of Israeli hostages and imprisoned Palestinians. For both Israeli and Palestinian families, the releases were a rare moment of joy since 7th of October.
Lots of people greeting their families, crying, and we're going to try and talk to some of the women who got out tonight.
عائلتي صراحة مش متصورة الموضوع، يعني أنا طلعت بدون ما أخلص حكمي، فالإشي لهم فرح كثير كبير. طبعا فرح عائلتي بيكتمل بحرية باقي الأسرى إن شاء الله.
شو حتسوي هلا فيروز؟ ليش أول شيء حتسوي بكرة يعني؟ تصحي ببيتك شو حتسوي؟
أول شيء راح أسوي، أول شيء ما يعني أنا ما راح أستوعب إن أنا مروحة لثاني يوم، أنا أستوعب إن أنا مش صاحي بالسجن، صاحي من البيت. شكرا لكم. شكرا.
Abu was one of 39 Palestinians who would be going home to their families that night. After the first successful exchange, more families began hoping that their loved ones would also be released in the coming days.
هاي هذه كمان صورة للنور.
كم قداش عمها هون؟
كان هي نفس ما أخذوها هيك بالضبط، يعني مش أقل من 16 إلى مين لما انحكم هيك كانت. 16. وهي نفس الإشي اليوم بتشوفيها ما تغيرت، بس إن عقلها يعني اللي تغير. يوم المحكمة هاي شايفة مكلبشة كانت.
فهمت. Okay. Sumaya Awad's daughter Nurhan was arrested for a stabbing attack in 2015 at the age of 16. Her 14-year-old cousin Hadil was shot and killed, and Nurhan was injured. Nurhan, who didn't hurt anyone, was sentenced to 10 years in prison. The family allowed us into their home in the occupied West Bank on the day that they were expecting her to be released.
يعني لقبل بيوم لما يعني هم يحكوا في صفقة وأنا نحكي يعني فيش هيك رد هالفعل إنه يعني إنها راح تروح فعلا، بس لما شفت يعني الأسماء وكتير الإعلان والأخبار يعني يحكي إنه عن الصفقة والأسرات بدهم يروحوا، طبعا أنا تشجعت.
نورهان كانت فكرة سياسي؟
لا كانت تحب الدراسة، تحب اللبس، تحب تقرأ، تحب إشي، يعني كانت طفلة.
وشو كان تأثير على العائلة؟
بصير عندنا بالدار الفرحة ناقصة، يعني يجي رمضان، يجي عيد، يجي يعني أخذ الأولاد يشتري أواعي، نشتري يعني نروح مناسبة، يعني كانت تضل إنها الفرحة ناقصة. 8 سنين يعني إنها سلب الاحتلال منها الطفولة، يعني نورهان كانت طفلة، أنا بعرفها طفلة، هسا نورهان اليوم صبية 24 سنة، كانت طفلة، يعني أنا بنظري يعني بس تروح يعني خلي يعني بدي أعوضها يعني السنين هاي اللي راحت، يعني هدول الأيام بدي أحاول ننساها يعني تصير بس ذكرى، لأنها كانت عن جد قاسية طول ال8 سنوات هاي. اسمعوا حلوين ما احنا يلا بنروح فوت. هاي بيستقبلوا نورهان وبجهزوا بحالها وكلهم بيستنوا فيها خواتها. مش عارفين لسه، هاي احنا بدنا نروح. لا بدها للمغرب، ببين كلها على التلفزيون، خليكوا على الجزيرة. يلا عمر يلا معكم يلا.
Nurhan's mother headed to a local community centre where friends and family gathered, waiting for news on her release.
إن شاء الله كمان ساعة زمن، إن شاء الله، الله يسلمك، الله يسلمك.
The neighborhood was decked out with Palestinian flags and posters of Nurhan and her cousin Hadil.
Another testament to Palestinian resilience is the fact that their lives still continue. If you look at the Gaza Strip, for example, if you look at like older footage of the Gaza Strip before October 7th, in spite of all of the restrictions, in spite of everything else, mass surveillance, constant suppression, they still were able to make something beautiful out of that. And the same goes for the West Bank as well. It's just they're resilient. They still make the most of the conditions that they're subjected to.
Around 6 p.m., news began to spread that the release of Israeli hostages from Gaza had been delayed as Hamas and Israel accused each other of breaking the terms of the ceasefire agreement. But eventually, word filtered through that Norhan had been released and would be coming home.
Scary. Sorry, guys. I should have issued a trigger warning. I apologize for showing you moments of Palestinian joy. They're also saying God is great, which is another terrifying thing when uttered in Arabic, of course.
Norhan Awad has just come home after 8 years in prison.
I mean, it's all jokes aside, like literally. Like, imagine if the Klan fucking runs your goddamn life, and then the military is defending the Klan, and then you go to fucking prison by the Klan military for 8 years without like a proper investigation in the matter, or even sometimes because you fought back against a Klansman. There's just no, so just Jim Crow South? No, brother, it is not just Jim Crow South. Palestinian citizens of Israel, which comprises the 23% of the Israeli population, live in the Jim Crow South. Make no fucking mistake. If all Palestinians that are currently occupied under Israeli rule were granted the same rights as the Palestinian citizens of Israel right now, which would be the Jim Crow South, this would be a demonstrable improvement. A demonstrable and totally just an improvement that the rest of the world would unironically celebrate. Okay? You cannot compare the two. I fucking absolutely can and absolutely will. Yes, I can. And if you consider that to be anti-black in any capacity, listen to any black historian. What the fuck do you mean? No. You're telling other people like it's saying it's like the Jim Crow. Okay, my bad. No. The analogy is of course the analogy is fair. Palestinians are subjected to such ritualistic humiliation and subjugation in their daily lives. Israel treating them like the Jim Crow South would be a genuine improvement on their lives that the rest of the world would celebrate as if the problems were over. That's how fucked up their circumstances are.
It was hit and go, but hours later she's home with her family, so a lot of celebrations tinged with sadness because the war in Gaza is still happening.
No, the person wasn't saying that. The person misfired, I guess, in the way that what the person was trying to say is that like you cannot compare the two, as in like it's not even comparable like how bad it is in Palestine. That's what he was saying. Everybody calm down.
شو اسمه هدنة نهائية والحل ونصر لأهل غزة وفلسطين كلها. تم إجراء إجراءات عقوبية بحقهم، سحب الأدوات الكهربائية، سحب حتى البلاستيكيات، الكراسي، الطاولات انسحبت، الأكل انسحب من الغرف، الراديوهات، كثير شغلات انسحبت، تسكر القسم، بطل في مجال نطلع حتى على الساحة، التلفونات انقطعت عننا والتواصل كلياته انعزلنا عن العالم فعليا، واحنا حتى الأسيرات انعزلنا عن بعض جوا السجن. أنا طلعت بالنظام زي ما هو زي ما حكيت لكم كثير صعب.
What will you do tomorrow?
مش عارف صراحة بكرة أهم شيء اليوم بدي أروح على الدار عند أهلي وعند خواتي وعند العيلة، وبكرة ما بعرف صراحة بستنى عشان أنا روحت بساعة متأخرة فما بعرف بكرة إيش راح يصير، بس أكيد بكرة أحلى إن شاء الله، ولما نسمع أخبار منيحة كمان بيكون أحلى إن شاء الله.
Since the ceasefire began on the 24th of November, 210 Palestinian prisoners have been freed and 70 Israeli hostages released by Hamas. The Palestinian Prisoner Society says another 3,260 people were arrested since 7th of October. Another 160 hostages remain in Gaza.
It's crazy. Must see TV. Sparks fly at the Newsom.
Here in this country now, they've been Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom, Florida Republican Governor Ron DeSantis will square off
the
tonight.
great state of California for what is the first ever red state, blue state debate right here on the Fox News channel. Now, we will do our best to give equal time to each governor. We will limit answers to 60 seconds per question. We'll be a little flexible as needed. Let the debate breathe as needed.
If this sucks ass, I'm skipping
time
it.
for rebuttal. Let me start by
And I'll watch the
both
fucking
Florida Governor
top
Ron
level
DeSantis,
shit tomorrow.
California Governor Gavin Newsom. Governors, thank you both for being here. Really appreciate it.
Great to be with you.
I know.
But you won't see shit unless you're subscribed, because at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. Let's go. Here it is.
Your individual states. I know you both have a deep and abiding love for our country, as I do. But where we are in the country, we've never kind of been this divided in a long time. There are clear and deep and profound differences in your approach to governance.
Are we actually divided? I don't think we are. I mean, the country is united on, at least politicians are united on fucking Israel.
Running primetime cable host in the history.
That's the number one topic right now in everyone's minds, and
in my
it
28
seems like everybody's
year at
united.
Fox, it's kind of widely I'm a
You know,
conservative.
it's widely
Our
known that I'm a
questions tonight will
conservative,
be
but it's also
coming
widely
from
known that I
well-sourced,
want to
back-centered
suck
perspectives,
and fuck Gavin
and you
Newsom.
will see and hear most of tonight's questions will deal with the most fundamental issues, the ones that impact the lives of the people that make this country great. The people in Florida.
Sean
the
Hannity
people
is a
in
conservative,
California,
but he
and in many
unironically,
ways,
I think,
every state in the
enjoys
country will
Gavin
discuss
Newsom's
taxes,
company
the
a lot
economy,
more.
Immigration, crime, guns, homelessness, education, parental rights, abortion, gas prices. In other words, the things that impact you every single day. In the end, you will get to decide which governing philosophy you believe is better. The governors will explain their governing philosophy. And again, fact-based questions. So let's get started. Everybody ready? All
No,
right,
there's no captions.
As we speak, there is a phenomenon. It is playing out across the entire country. Americans, they are leaving blue states in droves in favor of red states. You can see numbers on the screen right now from the years 2021 and 2022. These particular numbers are stark in the state that you lead. In the case of you, Governor Newsom, according to the U.S. Census, this is where the numbers come from. In 2021, 2022, California's lost 750,000 residents to other states. Governor DeSantis, during that same 2-year period, you gained 454,000 residents from other states. So, Governor DeSantis, we had a coin toss. I was not part of it. I missed it. But apparently, Governor Newsom, you won the coin toss.
Damn,
and you
he's
chose
such a
to
he
let
is a
Governor
dub.
DeSantis have the first question. You will get the last word tonight. So I begin with you. You know, for Governor Newsom, I will ask, you know, what your response is on this as well. What do you? It's a simple question. How do you explain this phenomenon? Governor, what's going on?
When I was in the Navy, I got orders to go to Naval Amphibious Base Coronado in Southern California, and I was a lifetime
when I was in the
Floridian,
Navy,
but I
shut
went
up,
there, I was
bitch.
like,
You
man,
were a
this
fucking
is one of the
jag
most
lawyer.
beautiful places
Jag
on Earth,
off.
and I think California has more natural advantages than any state in the country. You almost have to try to mess California up. And yeah, that's what Gavin Newsom has done since he's been governor. He's the first governor to ever lose population. They actually, at one point, ran out of U-Hauls in the state of California because so many people were
The only
leaving.
thing he's
Of
right
course,
about-
he's imposed restrictions on his own people while exempting himself
I need a
from
new
those
Google
restrictions
fucking
and going to
extension
the
that,
French
like,
Laundry
does-
while his people were suffering. He led the country in school closures,
Wait, let me see
locking
something
kids out of
here.
school while he had his
I need a
own
new,
kids
like-
in private school.
I need a
in
new
person.
fucking
Now, he's
extension,
very
man.
good at spinning these tales.
I need a
He's
new
good
caption
at being
extension.
slick and slippery. He'll tell a blizzard of lies to be able to try to mask the failures.
Let me
But
see.
the reality is they have failed because of his leftist ideology. And the choice for America is this.
No,
What Biden
no, Gavin Newsom didn't fucking hemorrhage people because of leftist ideology. He hemorrhaged it because of right-wing ideology, neoliberalism.
conservative principles work. This country must choose freedom over failure.
Governor Newsom, your reaction.
Well, it's good to be with you, Sean. It's nice also to see you in a tie as well tonight. Good to be with you, Ron. And
I dressed up for the occasion, Governor.
No, I'm impressed and I'm grateful. Look, it's an important occasion. This is an important conversation, and I think it's
Shut up.
important to
Just
folks
say your
watching. They're probably
answer,
wondering,
dumbass.
What are we actually doing here? And I want to answer that very directly. I'll tell you why I'm here. I'm here to tell the truth about the Biden-Harris record and also compare and contrast Ron DeSantis's record and the Republican Party's record as a
How
point
the
of
fuck do I download
contrast
this?
that's
Oh,
as
add to
different
Chrome.
as daylight and darkness. You want to bring us back to a pre-1960s world, America in reverse. You want to roll back hard-earned national rights on voting rights, on civil rights, on LGBTQ rights, on women's rights, not just access to abortion, but also access to contraception. You want to weaponize grievance. You are focusing on false separateness. You in particular, Ron, are on a banning binge, a cultural purge, intimidating and humiliating people you disagree with. You and President Trump are really trying to light democracy on fire. So, Sean, there are profound differences
Where's the fucking
tonight.
extension?
And I look forward to engaging them. But there's one thing in closing that we have in common is neither of us will be the nominee for our party in 2024.
Governor, great opening statement, but
Didn't
it
answer
did not
the question.
It
I mean,
didn't
I think-
address the issue. Can you explain this migration out of California and going to red state?
You mean,
blue state?
well, hold on. You mean the last 2 years?
Wait, what? Why is it not working? What the fuck? Drop your subtitles? Wait, what? Wait, this is for me to drop. Man, I don't want to fucking drop my own subtitles. I want you to fucking do the subtitling. What the hell?
Dominate, #1 manufacturing state. We dominate in two-way trade and research and development.
No, I have
Access
the
to
live
innovation,
captions.
More
It
scientists,
sucks,
more
chat.
researchers, more engineers, more Nobel laureates
It sucks.
in the state of California than any other state
I'm deleting
in the
this
nation. The
shit.
finest system of higher education. It's the birthplace of life science and biotech and nanotechnology. We dominate in green tech. We dominate in high tech. We dominate in artificial intelligence. So with respect, I think it's an interesting campaign strategy for Ron DeSantis to be bashing a state of 40 million Americans when California
Chrome
simply
captions
has no
fail.
peers.
Well, that's a pretty slick way of not answering your question. He went on a binge of putting out a lot of left-wing platitudes. Here's
He's
what I
right.
would say. I
Ron
talked to a lot
DeSantis
of
is
people
right.
that have moved from California to Florida, and we never used to get people from California to Florida or really anywhere on the East Coast. Why would you leave California? It's got the best weather, great natural forest. Excuse me, sir. But one of the things that I did, I had I was talking to a gentleman.
Guys, I'm going to let the debate breathe, but it's his turn. Let's take turns.
So I was talking to a fella who had made the
Probably
move from
click more
California to
settings.
Florida, and he was telling me that Florida is much better governed, safer, better budget, lower taxes, all this stuff. And he's really happy with the quality of life. And then he paused and he said, by the way, I'm Gavin Newsom's father-in-law. So we do count Gavin's in-laws as some of the people that have fled California and come to the state of Florida.
Damn, that's dude. He's taking pot shots.
We have a 50-year low in the
Bro, he studied the blade. He's
10 years. We've
fucking
had a
going way harder on
45%
Gavin than he
decline
is
in
on Trump.
homelessness. California's had a 45% increase in homelessness. We back the blue. I was walking the streets of San Francisco a couple months ago, and I had some of the cops in San Francisco do a beeline to come over to me, and I didn't know what they were going to say. And they're like, we want to thank you for standing for law enforcement because we don't get that support in the state of California. So people understand
Shut the
quality of
fuck
life
up.
matters. They understand that Florida's doing it right, and I can tell you the numbers speak for themselves. We have way more people moving to this state than leaving. Gavin can't say the opposite. More people are leaving California than are moving into
More
California.
Floridians coming to California the other way around the last 2 years. But let's talk about crime.
Governor, hold on. Governor, wait a minute. Hold on a second.
He's said a lot of things that were factually untrue, including that 50-year crime low, which his own law enforcement team said you should not be using.
You have yet to address the issue, but I asked you twice. You don't want to answer it. But the issue of why the migration out of red states, out of blue states.
We just
into red
should
have a
more
better answer to
Floridians
this.
coming to California in the last 2 years than the
overall,
other way
you had a
around.
net loss
You
of
didn't
7.
establish
It's
it.
a
You just
fact.
asserted it.
It's a fact.
No, it's
He
not.
can't say it. It's because his life is too expensive. It's because of his neoliberal fucking policies or his lack of interest in actually.
These are the
dear.
facts. California's highest
No, it's
rate
not
for top
taxes, man. It's not taxes. Shut the fuck up. God, I hate these pieces of shit.
Median income of $84,000. They have a 6% income tax in the state of California. Florida's income tax rate is 0% across all salaries, but it goes beyond income taxes. Property taxes are lower in California, but everything else is higher. Let's take a look at the numbers. These are the facts. The average property tax in California,
Bro, my man is the moderator, by the way.
tax, California.
This is such a funny thing to. What an awesome moderator
Gas
Sean
tax rate,
Hannity is.
California, 77 cents a gallon. That is a low estimate. It's up to $1 when you
Gavin
include
Newsom
mandatory
getting
fees,
fucking
and in
cooked
Florida,
at a
it's 35
2v1
cents.
here.
Corporate income tax, California 8.84%, Florida 5.5%. Governor Newsom, this is your question. Let me ask you. Obviously, you support a different philosophy, which is higher taxes.
Yes. No, hold on.
No, this is a tax question, Governor.
This is a very different approach, and I agree with you completely. He has one of the most regressive tax rates in the United States of America. It's the #3 most regressive state in America. And what that means is simply this. Who does he tax? He taxes low-income workers more than we tax millionaires and billionaires in the state of California. The question is a simple one. Who, Ron, are you for? It's a factual lie that the state of California is high tax, has the highest tax rate.
God
but
damn
for
it.
whom? And it's a foundational and fundamental difference. You look at states like Texas.
No, nothing leaks. Shut the fuck up,
Overwhelming
chatters.
majority
I'm
of
trying to
Texans
fucking
pay more
turn on my settings.
taxes than the state of California. So again, it's who you're for, and I think those values matter. And I appreciate you bringing up the issue of taxes.
How many people leave Florida to go to California because they pay less taxes? I've not seen that. Are people going from Florida to New York because they pay less taxes? Of course not. They come to Florida because they pay lower taxes. We don't even have an income tax. And yet California has a higher sales tax than we do, and that's one of the things that we do. But here's the thing.
People don't leave California because of high taxes. People leave California because of inflation. People who leave California because of inflation on important things like necessary for survival, like homes. That's it. It's the housing prices. That's it. That's the major reason. People leave California because rent is too high. Housing is impossible to find. There's no affordable. It makes me so mad. It makes me so mad that they're talking about fucking taxes. California has a fucking $250 billion budget surplus over the course of like, what, 3 fucking years? $88 billion a year or some shit like that. Because during COVID, when the K-shaped recovery happened, all the fucking rich people stayed in fucking California and they paid their goddamn taxes willingly and knowingly, myself fucking included. It's the housing prices that are too damn high. That's the problem. That's why people leave.
Because, yeah, they've got Silicon Valley billionaires. They've got a lot of very wealthy people. They've got a lot of people that are on government assistance, but they've hollowed out their middle class. That's who's been leaving California. They've been leaving in other places. They go to Arizona. They go to Nevada. They go to all these places.
Let me just
like Biden is hollowing out this country.
I do have a follow-up question.
In California.
Ron, I'm happy that you continue to talk. Let's talk a little bit about Bidenomics, because I'm happy to take that on right now as
you
well.
fucking
I think it's a
asshole.
fair
You're a big
point.
supporter of it. I appreciate you acknowledging
14 million jobs, 10 times more than the last 3 Republican presidents combined.
Because he had
815,000 manufacturing
the jobs were because of the COVID lockdowns. Are you kidding me?
3.9% unemployment. As he continues to talk over me, I'll talk to the American people. 3.9% unemployment, the lowest black unemployment in American history, the lowest unemployment for Hispanics in American history, the lowest unemployment for women in 70 years, the lowest black poverty rates in history. That's this administration's agenda. And by the way, as you smile and smirk over there, you should know this, the American people. Here's a guy who celebrated Bidenomics just this week, celebrating $28 million that came into your state because of the CHIPS and Science Act, one of the most significant economic plans since FDR. I'm proud of the work Biden and Harris have done.
I found it.
Would you like to respond? And I do have a follow-up.
1 second.
The 6% rate on people, families, couple in California, they pay 6% income tax on $84,000 a year.
Low-wage workers in the state of Florida pay more than billionaire state of California.
I didn't ask about Florida.
Governor, but here's, let me answer the question. Let me ask the question. Let me answer the question.
Okay.
California has lower taxes, lower than 32 states for working families in the middle class, significantly lower taxes than places like Texas.
You support a 6% income tax for people, a couple
I'm
making
against
$84,000.
regressive taxes that advantage billionaires and millionaires over working families and the working poor. People in his state pay more taxes on the low end than we tax people on the high end. That's a fact.
How does paying $7 a gallon gas help working people? That doesn't help working people at all. How does paying an 8%
Wait, I can
sales
purchase
tax
live
help
captions
working
on
people?
Windows?
That doesn't help working people at all. They have the highest taxes in the nation. People flee to be able to save money to get out of California. And you have working class people that move to these other states. Their dollars go much further. But here's the thing. They want to take this Bidenomics and they want to double down on this for the next 4 years. How many people are able to afford groceries now compared to what you were doing 3 or 4 years ago? I talked to people,
Look at that.
I talked to a woman who had a cart full of groceries going in, and they're ringing it up. and it got to be so expensive, she has to take a lot of the stuff out. That didn't used to be the case. People used to be able to work hard and get ahead. That is not true under Joe Biden. And you know what, Sean, one more final thing. California's unemployment rate is 60% higher than Florida's unemployment rate. Our unemployment rate is 2.8%. Theirs is
dovetails into my next
4.8%.
question,
Why?
Governor.
Because it's a command and
Why can't I
control
move it,
economy. They have a political agenda that they're pursuing.
Let me
at
ask
the
that
expense of
question.
People.
On with the question of jobs. I think it's important. You know what? That affects.
By the way,
that affects
the
everybody.
Biden administration, the last 3 years, it's been a master
Joe
class
Biden
in job
paying you
creation.
tonight?
3.9%.
I thought this was state
unemployment.
versus state.
No, but it's about the United States of America. I thought this guy was running for president of the United States. If
You
you're
are
running
too.
for a
You just won't
are you
admit it.
running for a third term?
You
Sounds
just
like
won't
you're
admit
running
it.
for a
You will not
third
admit it.
term
Why
as
don't you
All
governor
right,
just
gentlemen.
admit that you're
But
running?
hold on.
All right, we can't
Hold
talk.
on
We
here.
can't talk. I'm going to move on to the next
covering,
question.
he's
The
running.
unemployment rate in Florida right now is just 2.8%. As you stated. And California ranks second worst in the country at 4.8%.
Just enjoyed
Hold
our
on. This
lowest
question goes to
unemployment on
Governor
record in the state of
DeSantis, and then you'll have a chance to respond. Governor DeSantis.
Well, right. I mean, they tax too much. They regulate too much. They have a political agenda. It's not a good climate for business. They've lost a lot of companies. A lot of companies have moved to Texas. We have had some to Florida, but they've lost a lot of companies to Texas because they're not doing a good job looking out for folks and not creating a good business environment. And, when I have people that come to Florida, they tell me, you guys actually want us to succeed in Florida. And they feel like when they're in California,
People are always coming
they
up
don't
to
want
DeSantis
business
and saying
and
things,
all
dude.
that stuff.
Always saying things that he wants to hear. You know what I'm
That's an
saying?
interesting point with Disney because
It's crazy.
I had Disney
It's
open
crazy how
during
many
COVID,
people come up to
and
him.
We made him a fortune and we saved a lot of jobs,
Including that
You had
baby.
Disney closed inexplicably for over a year. You were not following science. You were a lockdown governor. You did a lot of damage to your people. You had more kids locked out of school for a longer period of time in California than anywhere else in the country. It was the working class kids. It was the middle income kids. His kids were in private school.
Problem is, he would never be able to fucking run the table like this. He can only get away with this when, Sean Hannity on Fox News is letting him do this. He can't do this with Donald Trump. It's 2v1, you know what I mean?
State of California did. You closed down your beaches, your bars, your restaurants. It's a fact. You had quarantines. You had quarantines. You had checkpoints all over the state of Florida. By the way, I didn't say that. Donald Trump laid you out on this. Dead to right. You did that.
True.
You followed science. You followed Fauci.
That's not false.
He followed science. He
true.
followed Fauci. You were
why did
promoting.
everyone leave
Hold on. You
California
were
to come to
promoting
Florida because we
vaccines.
were open?
You were promoting
We were
vaccines. You
open.
even
We were
wore a
closed.
mask in
We were
September.
open.
Sean,
You were closed.
If it's okay with you, we'll do this.
Why were you
Why don't we do
closed for
this
so
in a way
long?
where we both can have
Why were you closed for
opportunity?
so long?
You wore
You
a
were
mask
closed.
with
Guys,
Donald Trump
closed.
outside
I'm trying to let it breathe.
in September
Gavin,
2020. He did all of
Governor
that
Newsom.
until he decided to fall prey to the fringe, his party. And as a consequence of that, Ron, tens of thousands of people lost their lives.
Not true.
The equivalent, if I had your policies, the equivalent of 10 9/11s. Tens of thousands of people lost their lives. And for what, Ron?
Those are more lies. In fact, the Lancet just did a study. Florida had a lower standardized COVID death rate than California did. That's a Lancet study. One more thing.
Standardized.
The other thing California had higher excess mortality than
All right, gentlemen.
Let me
Standardized.
talk about excess mortality real quick.
Notice how he snuck that in there?
Mortality is
Standardized. Okay, bro. 9/11 is the new standard, is the new metric
You
system.
mentioned COVID, to bring this up later, but very different approaches as it comes to COVID. Governor Newsom, you issued the nation's first stay-at-home order on March 19th of 2020. Governor DeSantis, you took a lot of heat for reopening schools. You opened schools in Florida in August of 2020. All right, so here's the data, which I think is important. This is where the facts come in. Your state's death rates were almost identical.
This is factually untrue.
Hold on.
Factually untrue.
Okay. And by the way, both your states, with such different approaches, which is pretty fascinating, were both lower, significantly lower than the national average. These numbers come straight from the CDC. So, Governor Newsom, how do you explain that?
The facts. Per capita death rates
That's what that is.
in the state of Florida were 29%, 29% per capita higher. 29%.
That's not what the stats say right there.
People Tens of thousands of people
Don't lie
unnecessarily
about
died.
it. He put the graphic
Tens
up
of
there. Don't
thousands
lie
of people
about
Don't
it.
lie about
Don't
it.
lie about it.
Because your policies.
Just understand.
You're lying
You don't
about
need to
your
lie
record.
about it's not.
You were a lockdown governor.
No, it's
you
not.
locked down.
All right, one at a time.
schools.
Gavin
You
Newsom,
locked
finish
down
your thought.
beaches, bars, and restaurants. That's just a fact. He's running away from his record. He's running away from the fact. Tens of thousands of people died
You saw
unnecessarily
the CDC
because he
numbers.
caved to the. It's 29% higher death rate in the state
Not
of
according to
Florida
the CDC.
versus the state of California.
quick
Tens of
response,
thousands
Governor.
of people
You
died.
showed the stats. The stats are very clear.
One at a time.
On a per capita age-adjusted basis, California and Florida basically the same. Now, why is that important? Because Gavin Newsom did
Let me look at
huge
this.
damage to people in California. He ruined livelihoods. We reopened the
People
state
died
very
under your
quickly.
watch.
We saved thousands of jobs. We saved hundreds
Florida
of thousands
404.
of jobs, thousands of businesses. We had our kids in school. He had the kids locked out of school because of the teachers union. That
Wait,
is
why-
having a generational
What did they do?
impact.
Did they age
California
adjust
is
that?
one of the lowest
Bro, that's
literacy rates in the
crazy.
country. And the most recent
Yo!
Florida came in number 3
Fox
for
News
fourth
is
grade reading.
insane,
California was
dude.
far so you should apologize for not getting your kids in school. Why didn't you get the kids in school in the summer
That's
of 2020? like we
crazy.
did?
Fox
Only
News
thousands
did
of
that.
Teachers
The only
union
person-
didn't do the job you should have done.
That's
The only person-
insane, bro.
Only person needs
One
to
at a time.
apologize.
California's
DeSantis
numbers
for the
is
tens of thousands of
256
lives that died
per 100K.
unnecessarily because he played to the fringe.
Oh my gosh, Sean Hannity's such a fuck. Dude. Ron DeSantis doing age-adjusted numbers is different, okay? Ron DeSantis doing age-adjusted numbers is different. Fox News' supposed neutral moderator doing that. That's crazy. Florida's COVID deaths per capita number, Florida's COVID deaths per capita numbers is at 404, okay, per 100,000 people as of March 10th, 2023, okay? California's 100,000 per capita numbers is 256. So either Sean Hannity just unironically put California's full numbers and then put Florida's numbers only for like the aging population or something. I don't know what the fuck just happened. Like that's where did he get that number from? Crazy, bro. That's crazy. He said CDC, except like this is CDC numbers too. Do they have the national one? The graph said 289. COVID mortality for age-adjusted death rates is the numbers that they're trying to show on. Let's see. Ron said it was age-adjusted numbers. I know, but that doesn't change. That doesn't matter, okay? First of all, your population is who you have. This notion that like we're doing age-adjusted population rather than like the population that you actually have is fucking psychotic, okay? Of course the death rate in Florida is higher than the death rate in California, guys. Come on. Are you insane? Of course it is. California death rate 99.9. Let's see what Florida's is. Florida is 111.7. And this is age adjusted, isn't it? California's age adjusted death rate is 99.9. Florida's is 111.7. So even when it's age adjusted, Florida's still higher. What the fuck? Which, by the way, age adjusted death rate per capita is a fucking ridiculous argument. That's in 2021. In 2020, what is it? Age adjusted 68, 56. That could be a reporting error. But it still doesn't matter. Age adjusted is a fucking ridiculous argument to make in this situation because like you do COVID policy not by what you're fucking not by like some other not by looking at like some other factors. You look at it by who is in your population. You're responsible for the entire population of your state. What the fuck? Trends in the United States, COVID-19 hospitalizations, deaths by geographic area. Total deaths per 100,000 crude, 373. California, cumulative deaths, total, 281. What's the argument for adjusting by age? I guess the argument for adjusting by age is that Florida has more old people. That's why. Like, there's more old people that retire in Florida, so that's why they're going to have more deaths is what they're trying to say. But even then, it's like, okay, well, you should be extra careful then. Like, what the fuck? It makes no sense.
Go back to Hannity as we continue our blue state, red state debate with Governor Gavin Newsom and Governor Ron DeSantis. Gentlemen, let's move on to the issue of borders. Joe Biden's message to illegal immigrants during his campaign was, let them come. I'd have the tape, but I said I wouldn't play the tape. And since taking office, Biden said he's gotten control of the border. Vice President Kamala Harris.
Carter just gave us something
Homeland
incredible.
Security Secretary Mayorkas, Biden's press secretary Karine Jean-Pierre have all said the border is either secure or the border is closed. Yet the Border Patrol says, well, guess what? They have been a record 6.5 million encounters with illegal immigrants. And
you can toggle captions in the future.
Since President Biden
Carter just told
the administration.
Hold on, I'm going to pause for a second. Well, not pause it, but like stop it for a second. Don't know if you know this, but Twitch supports closed captions now from your OBS, so it will add a button below your Twitch player. Chat is probably be stoked about it. It's a thing you can toggle as a viewer by the quality selector below. The stream is sick and doesn't break anything. There you go. You'll be able to now toggle on your captions if you want.
Those are the numbers from our own Border Patrol. Are the American people being lied to?
I don't think they're being lied to. The Biden administration put out a comprehensive plan day one when he got sworn into office.
That doesn't work
ago.
if you mute
And
it.
The Republican Party didn't touch it. They haven't.
No,
moved
this
on.
caption
They play politics
caption
with
doesn't
us.
work if I mute it.
And I'll
I know
be
it's
honest
annoying.
with you. I think there's probably one person I wouldn't listen to on this topic more than the guy that I'm standing next to, Ron DeSantis. He lacks any credibility on the issue of immigration.
But I put it on desktop
When he was
audio,
in
so they won't be
Congress,
able to hear
he
my
supported amnesty.
voice,
When
I
he's
guess.
in Congress, you supported John Boehner's bill. It's a fact.
False.
When you were in Congress, you supported
John Boehner's
you
bill.
supported Obama's efforts to
false.
advance comprehensive reform.
False.
The last guy you want to talk to on
Wait,
the issue,
where's my
immigration, your
fucking
immigration
roadcaster
policy
here?
Can best be described as a governor.
Now
from
you
the
can
state
hear
of
it. Now you
Florida
can. Now I'll caption my
going
voice,
into another state, the state of Texas,
and you'll be able to see
lying
it.
to migrants, promising them jobs and housing, sending them to an island, Martha's Vineyard, and then sending them to a parking lot in Sacramento, California. I met with those migrants that you lied to under false pretense.
Is it
that
bugged?
kind of gamesmanship, using human beings as pawns, I think is disqualifying. So again, a guy who stands here, who's been out on the Republican debate stage saying, well, he's going to be tough, he's going to shoot people with backpacks, and that he has a strategy to potentially even invade our second largest trading partner, Mexico,
It looks
that has a
scuffed.
record of supporting amnesty and supporting reforms under the Obama administration, is the last guys to be standing on stage talking about the issue of immigration.
Oh
reform
God, they
tonight.
should keep the
Well, I'll
camera
tell you
away
what,
from
it's
Ron.
Deja vu all over again with that flurry of lies.
They
This
should
is
keep
a
the
guy
camera
that says
away
the
from
Biden
Ron, dude.
administration is not lying to the public.
not good.
About the border. They go to the White House briefing
It's not
room every
good
day.
when they
say
show
the border's
Ron.
secure.
Not
They
good
are
at all.
lying to you. We know that that's not true. Gavin Newsom is lying to you when he says somehow I supported these things, which I didn't do.
Where are the
He's also
captions? I'm trying to
lying
find it,
you
but I can't
about
see
what
it.
it's going to take to solve this problem. California is a sanctuary state. They thumb their nose at federal immigration law, and this has real consequences. There was an illegal alien, Herbert Nixon Flores, who was in L.A., in custody. He was a repeat criminal. ICE wanted to take him into custody because then they would be able to deport him. L.A. refuses to work with ICE, and so they wouldn't turn him over. They end up releasing him on the street. He ends up murdering the mother of a 3-year-old little.
Hit him with the empirical evidence right now, you fucking bitch-made
those
motherfucker. Do it. Come on. You're handsome as fuck. Do it. Do
not
it. Do
work.
your job.
And
Do
I would
your
tell you
job.
this,
Talk
the
to him.
Martha's
Tell him about the
Vineyard
fucking Cato
transport,
study. Tell him about
Martha's
the
Vineyard
other
said
study that
was
was
a
conducted in
sanctuary
fucking Texas
jurisdiction.
about
That
how
reminds me about
undocumented
Gavin
citizens are
Newsom
responsible for
when he
less crime per
restricted
capita than documented
Californians
U.S.
that he
citizens,
went to the
than
French Laundry.
natural-born
These
U.S.
liberal
citizens, and
elites,
certainly
they like
even
to
naturalized
impose
U.S.
burdens
citizens.
on
Come on.
you, wanna
You
have to
fucking
face
better
the
hit him with that.
consequences
If you're not
thereafter.
a...
So we've got
What
elites
good are you
who
here
want
if
open
you're going to sit
borders,
here and
who
fucking
let
eat this shit?
everybody else
I
about
hate
it,
this
and then-
fucking anecdotal bullshit, okay? Yes, crime is an inevitability, okay? When humans are with one another, there's always going to be fucking crime. That's why we need law and order, bitch.
We'd be much better
On
off
the
if
same
that
topic,
were the case.
on the same topic.
No,
this
don't
is
shut the
important.
fucking-
This is
what?
very important. While some migrants I know want to come to America for a better life for themselves and their family, find the American dream, I totally sympathize with them. Many good people fleeing very bad situations abroad.
Oh my God. Oh my
But
God. It
others
just...
are
Don't change the
abusing
fucking
asylum
subject.
process. And in the process, in search of where they're coming from, well, we're now learning that many are coming from some of our top geopolitical foes, countries with little to no vetting, or people that are coming in. They're not being vetted. Look at these numbers. Between October 2021, October 2023, border agents encountered
what is this
2,386 nationals from Afghanistan.
Bro, Gavin is getting cooked, dude.
3,153 from Egypt, 659 from Iran, the #1 state sponsor of terror, 538 from Syria, 12,605 from Russia, and a whopping 26,113 from China. Now, my question, the next question goes to you, Governor Newsom. What are the odds that Biden's open borders have allowed terrorists and terror cells unvetted into this country? Is that a present danger to every
What a
American?
stupid argument.
100%.
God damn.
Of course our
Bro,
enemies are
just
gonna take
unconditionally said everyone coming in from fucking Muslim countries are terrorists, dude. I'm losing my fucking mind, brother. That's crazy.
having 8 million aliens. There are terrorists. There's a lot of fentanyl. That we've had tens of thousands of fentanyl deaths. I've met a lot of angel parents who have lost kids to fentanyl overdose, and the problem is, you'll have a college kid that may take some pill not knowing that there's fentanyl in it, and then right there that can be fatal. They're poisoning our people, and Joe Biden is sitting on his hands. He refuses to take care of the border. He refuses to hold the drug cartels accountable. This is the vision of Biden, Harris, Newsom. Open borders. Americans suffer, and Americans continue to die because of fentanyl overdose. There will be, unfortunately, a terrorist attack at some point that we'll be able to trace back to our southern border.
God forbid. By the way, do you see that risk?
God
Governor Newsom?
forbid.
Hold on. Governor, do you see the risk?
Joe Biden put out not only a comprehensive plan, he consistently puts up plans. Hold on, but Sean,
Yeah, he's going to be like, Joe Biden built the wall, man. Sick.
question.
I hate this fucking country so much. God, I hate my governor. He's such a fucking idiot.
I'm the only guy here that's a border state governor. You're trolling folks and trying to find migrants to play political games to try to get some news and attention so you can
Get 'em!
Trump. And by the way, how's that going for you, Ron? You're down 41 points in your own home state. On the issue of immigration, Joe Biden.
Okay, I take it back. I spoke too soon. That was good. That was good. That was good.
In front of Congress, 2,300 border agents, as well as custom officials, 1,000 new law enforcement officers to deal with the fentanyl issue. And by the way, that's a major issue in your state. 41% higher overdose rates than the state of California. And here's what I haven't heard: not a peep from Ron DeSantis. They want to demagogue this issue. You want to play politics with issues. You don't want to solve this issue. Why don't you lead your party and support that $14 billion package?
Hold on. I have a follow-up. Governor Newsom, I appreciate your answer. You have mentioned comprehensive immigration reform many times. It's not happened under Joe Biden. I don't think it's going to happen next year.
We put a detailed plan in. Republicans in Congress refused to act on it.
Let me finish my
Congress
question.
to work with this
question
administration.
was, with all of these millions and millions of people
Bro.
coming into this country,
Bro, he was
unvetted,
cooking
the
him so
question
hard,
was,
Hannity had to step in,
is
dude.
this a clear present
Gavin
danger
was cooking him so hard. Sean literally would be like, Governor Newsom, please stop. Please stop cooking him.
And what do you do in the interim?
Governor Newsom, please stop. You're hurting our boy.
Package in front of Congress they can act on today.
And what would that?
They haven't done anything
what would
in
that
2
package
years.
do?
This Congress,
What do you
literally
support?
not a single piece.
You support a border wall?
Bro, Sean Hannity's doing a better job debating Gavin Newsom than Ron DeSantis.
2,300 border agents and customs officials. By the way, also includes $850 million in new technology for border security. You hear nothing from Ron DeSantis. You hear nothing, Sean, respectfully. You hear nothing from the Republican Party. They play politics.
I'm almost out of time.
The president put the plan up to address
Does it
the
worry?
anxiety
Let me
around
ask the
security.
question another way. Does it worry you that our top geopolitical foes, the #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran, China, Russia, Afghanistan, Syria, that they're at our southern border? You're a border state governor. Does that concern you at all? The
Why else would I have put the answer is yes. Why else would I put the National Guard? Why would I have just increased it by 50% on the largest in the Western Hemisphere in my state? I mean, this guy has no record. The fact that you supported amnesty, the fact you supported Obama.
That's a lie.
Reforms, those are facts. They're just simple
Guys, by the way, okay, debate or not, it's fucking disgusting to me that they're like Gavin Newsom idiotically trying to outflank Ron DeSantis by being like, I'm really tough on border crimes. Shut the fuck up, dumbass. What are you saying? Talk about the positives.
Solve this problem. Is there anybody out there that actually believes this? Joe Biden created this problem. So if he's willing to lie to you about
God,
that,
I hate the
he's
Democrats
lying
so
to you about
much.
all
They're
these
so
other facts and
stupid.
figures, about all this other stuff. He's just throwing stuff out to see what sticks against the wall. This is a slick, slippery politician whose state is failing. People are leaving his state, and he's trying to run interference for his failure.
We've got to take our second break. We're gonna when we come back.
Dude, okay. I fucking hate this. I hate this so much. I hate this like debate because like it's a 2v1 to begin with. Sean Hannity unironically keeps literally posting fake news, okay, or irrelevant information. Sean Hannity is cutting in between. When Gavin Newsom is cooking Ron DeSantis super hard, he cuts in to like, you know, pull the chair from underneath him, okay? Keeps taking the ball away, exactly. But also, on top of that, Gavin Newsom is doing the most annoying shit possible, talking about like, oh, you don't understand, Biden is actually really strong on borders. Bro, you're on Fox News. Are you fucking stupid? Are you actually stupid? No one is going to believe you, okay? This is the entire problem with the Democratic Party's policies in general. The idea that you can be tough on the border crimes or whatever and like try to outflank Republicans is stupid. Republicans will always be able to defeat you in the racism agenda, okay? In the racism Olympics, the Republicans are always going to win. You cannot out-racist the Republicans, okay? So the notion that you're not going to offer an alternative solution to talk about like how immigrants are the backbone of our economy, like all these things that Democrats at the very least historically used to say that they don't even say no more, spells trouble for the future of this country, okay? Democrats at least used to fake it and be like, immigrants, this is a nation of immigrants, diversity is our strength. Meanwhile, now you got Gavin Newsom being like, no, you don't understand. I'm literally going to murder Mexican babies, okay? I'm going to murder them myself. You don't get it. Like, I'm the most racist, dog, not you. You don't even have a border. I have a border. Thank God I have a border so I can kill more fucking Hispanic people coming over the border and also the terrorists. All you do when you fucking present the argument like that in the eyes of the Republicans and the reactionaries that are watching, all you've done now is basically legitimize the problem. They're never going to look at you honestly and go, yeah, I think you are doing a good job. I think you guys are actually doing a good job on the border stuff, because Americans are already polarized. They're already like, you're not doing anything to gain conservative voters. Conservative voters might leave the Republican Party, but they won't leave because a Democrat said, no, actually, I'm the most racist on the border stuff. They'll leave the Republican Party if they fucking personally feel like what the Republican Party is doing is like unimaginably cruel and evil. And actually, because all you've done now is legitimize their policies. You've made it seem as though their policy provisions are actually correct. And they're always going to beat you in that. They're always going to beat you on those policies. We've been doing this for years and years and years, by the way, which is precisely the reason why America has become increasingly more right-wing on the issue of immigration. Very frustrating stuff to watch, okay? Wouldn't the same audience despise the immigrants of the backbone argument? It don't matter. It doesn't matter if they fucking despise it. At that point, you're at the very least doing the less bad option. Optically speaking, if the audience is going to despise you because you're a Democrat anyway, the least you can do is defend your position and show at least the secondary market that's going to be watching the debate, like us and maybe Democrats on Twitter and Democrats that will watch it on fucking CNN later when they play the highlights, will look at that and go, yeah, he did a good job defending this position. Do you understand? Bernie Sanders did this perfectly when he went on Fox News and he did the town halls and stuff. He did it perfectly, straight up.
All right, welcome back to the great Blue State.
That was a short-ass ad
debate,
break.
with Governor Gavin Newsom, Governor Ron DeSantis. Again, thank you both for being here. We're going to take a little breathing room. I don't need a debate taking on a life of its own, but let each other breathe. I don't want to be the hall monitor. Please don't turn me into that. Anyway, let's look at the issue of crime. FBI numbers,
he doesn't want to be the hall monitor. He wants to be the guy who
for
fucking
each
owns
of your states. Keep in mind,
Gavin.
this statistic shows what is the combined rate of homicide, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, the year 2022. On the national level, the rate was 380.7 offenses per 100,000 people. In California, meanwhile, the rate was much higher, 499.5 offenses per 100,000. In Florida, lower, 258.9
Is this age adjusted too? They're like, hey guys, this is also poverty adjusted or some
way
shit.
Higher than the national average. How do you explain that when safety and security, I would argue, is a prerequisite for the pursuit of happiness?
Well, I couldn't agree with you more. We're near 50-year lows, down 55% violent crimes in the state of California from the 1990s. And I want to compare and contrast that with the issue in Florida that you didn't mention, and that's the murder rate. Broaden it more broadly. The issue is 7 of the top
Those numbers
10,
were part of the murder rate.
7 of the top 10 murder rates in the United States of America are red states. He has a 66%
gun violence, baby.
Gun death rate.
Flip the
in
script.
The state of California has a higher murder rate. Go to places like Jacksonville. Go to places like Orlando. Go to places like Tampa. The murder rate's off the charts compared.
No, the
to cities
homicide
like
rate is much
San
lower.
Francisco. And you know
it's
what?
supposed
Even
to be
more
lower.
egregiously, Sean, and I
Wait,
think
this
this
is
is important.
homicide
American people
mortality.
deserve
Is this
an
also
answer from
age
you.
adjusted? Are you
Ron,
fucking kidding me?
You had one of the worst mass shootings in
What the
American history,
fuck?
Parkland. 17 kids
No.
were gunned down, lives lost.
Dude,
17
shut the
others,
fuck up.
lives torn asunder.
What is this
You
shit?
had a young girl by the
What
name
is
of Jamie
age-adjusted mortality?
Gutenberg, whose father pleaded with you to do something about it. And you know what you did? You did the exact opposite. You made it easier for felons to get guns without background checks, without any training. These people pleaded with you, the parents and the families, to get tough on gun safety. And again, you made it easier for felons. He said of you, Ron, and I agree with him, after you signed that concealed
I think that means
carry
they take out
bill,
deaths of
which
old age.
increases
Brother,
the
age-adjusted homicide? What is a death of old age when it comes to homicide?
Called you weak, pathetic, and small. So with respect, I appreciate you're talking to police officers in the state of California. You may want to spend a little bit more time, not on the Ohio Trail and other places across this country. You may spend a little more time back in your home state and address the murder
What do you
and
mean?
gun violence
Mercy
in your own
killings?
backyard.
So this is the slick politician. You put up the rates. He has 500 per 100,000. Florida is 250. So that's almost twice as much. And he's trying to spin that to say California's doing good. People are leaving California in droves, largely because public safety has collapsed. They have, I mean, you go, when Californians come to Florida, one of the things they'll say, it's almost like an out-of-body experience. They can go to the store, get toothpaste off the shelf, pay for it, and leave, because in a lot of these places in California, everything's under lock and key because they basically legalized retail theft. They have chosen in California to put the interests of the criminals over public safety. They treat
This
they're
is
easier
crime.
on sex offenders. They're easier on all
Violent
these
crime.
crimes that are leading to a collapse in the
Not-
quality
not,
of life. And if you just walk around San Francisco, you will see, and I think it's interesting, Gavin Newsom was mayor of San Francisco. So he took the San Francisco model, turned that into a template for California's collapse. Now the left wants to take the California model and use that as a template for America's collapse. We cannot let that happen.
Not homicides.
No, I got a follow-up question. You brought up
Jacksonville, Florida.
No. Violent crime. The numbers that they showed was the violent crime numbers. Gavin Newsom's
Governor,
retaliation was homicide.
The next question dovetails into this.
It's 75% higher. What?
Let me also say,
what are you talking about
you're
when
just
it comes to
jabbering.
this?
I know you like to jabber.
By the way, those
I
are
know you
all
like to-
easily
I know you like
fact-checked.
to lie.
Anytime you're uncomfortable,
he put
just
the
make stuff
statistics up there.
Those are all
your
facts.
crime is
What are
higher.
you doing
We
about
know
the
your
gun
crime's
murder rate
higher.
in your
Gentlemen,
state?
We know
gentlemen,
What are you
I'm
doing
going to move
about
on.
the rate in your state?
We'll let the audience.
Murders in the state of
We'll let the audience look at the
And I think
numbers,
it's
the
shameful what
FBI
you
numbers,
did
and decide.
to those
According
Parkland
to the
families.
Gun Control Advocacy Group, Everytown for gun safety. Okay, California has the most, as you support, I know, Governor, restrictive gun laws in the United States. Florida has the 19th most restrictive. Yet, if you look at the year 2019, when each of you took office, California has had 21 mass shootings. Florida has had 9. Now, that is according to a USA Today, AP, Northeastern
That's
University
so funny,
database.
bro. This is a ridiculous, dude. This is literally like, what were they doing yesterday when they were talking about Nikki Haley and they were trying to find favorable numbers? And they were like, Nikki Haley is only 20 points down from Trump if you look at people making over $150,000 a year. And it's like, first of all, you use 2019 numbers. Secondly, what a fucking psychotic argument. It's not just mass shootings, it's gun deaths. And California absolutely eviscerates Florida on that metric every single fucking time.
Because they don't get the support communities that they need. And, you know, Gavin told another lie. He said we made it easier for felons to do. Felons are not allowed to possess firearms. That's federal law. That's been long standing.
No background checks.
That is an
No background
absolute
checks for
lie that he's
Yeah,
saying like
the
that.
murder rate is
That
higher
has
in
nothing to do
Florida.
with purchasing a weapon.
Homicide is
That's
higher
just
in
a lie.
Florida.
Another lie
Like
that's coming up. But
100%.
here's the thing.
Gun violence is
People
higher
are
in
leaving
Florida.
California
Homicide is higher in
droves
Florida.
because he has
Crime,
failed to
violent
stand
crime
up
in
for
general
public
is higher in
safety.
California.
They are on an ideological joyride to let people out of prison early, to go easy on them. Heck, your buddy
Violent crime is higher in violent crime is higher in California than in Florida. However, I don't know if that's a matter of like what kind of crimes are tracked. You goofed and said California is worse. Oh, did I? Sorry. Florida loses to California on gun violence every time.
He has failed the people backing the blue. When you dangled pardons for January 6 insurrectionists, 85 of them that were literally charged with attacking law enforcement. You talk a big game about backing the blue. With all due respect to the crime rate, again, he's not answering the fact.
Yeah, Florida's
that he has a
murder rate
higher
by firearms
murder rate than the state of California,
14.1%. California's
66%
9%.
higher gun death rate than the state of California. And I can easily answer this point. Gun safety saves lives. I don't think it. I know it. And the data bears that out in the state of California.
California used to have a pretty high fucking gun violence rate. And since they fucking put in gun safety measures, California's gun violence rate has gone down dramatically and is lower than the national average.
You moved in the exact opposite direction. With all due
That even
respect,
goes for Illinois, where Chicago exists. You know what I mean? Like everywhere where there's actual gun regulation, gun violence is lower than red states. 100%. It's not even a question. This argument is like so fucking stupid.
One in Tampa, we're endangering. Gavin Newsom is not.
But the Florida has less, by the way, in 2019. No, they had less mass shootings in 2019.
That county's collapsed. He is not enforcing.
That doesn't mean anything. What do you mean?
Here's the
great
thing.
American city.
This is what's happening. That California model.
Oh man, yeah. Oh, I'll have you know, it doesn't matter if like Florida's fucking gun violence and murder rate is almost double the Californian number. I'll have you know, in 2019, California had more mass shootings.
You have a higher murder rate in the state of Florida and the state of California. We
gotta
have some
take
of
a
the
break.
lowest crime rates we've had in 50 years.
We'll have more with Governor DeSantis, Governor Gavin Newsom on the other side as we continue the great state debate, blue versus red. It's hardly.
That's such a stupid fucking. I know that person was joking. He must have been. Both had more than most countries. Yeah, no shit. You want to know why both had more than most countries? Because they literally have fucking too many guns in America. It doesn't matter. It's still an American problem. When you have more guns, you're gonna have higher homicide numbers across the board, and when you have more guns, you're gonna have more gun violence across the board. So yes. So you know, the per capita argument doesn't matter if it's bigger than most countries. Doesn't matter. Because that's still you're adjusting it per capita. You're adjusting it to the civilian to the population overall. Having said that, however, no, Florida being bigger than most countries or California being bigger than most countries doesn't mean anything. We're talking about raw numbers of mass shootings. Yes, California has more people, so they're going to have more mass shootings. That's normal. But that's not even relevant because mass shooting numbers are not fucking relevant. 2019 mass shooting numbers of California is not relevant to the conversation of gun violence, okay? Like, I wonder why they used 2019 as an example. Yeah. It's like saying you got to take out suicide numbers when you're looking at gun violence. Like, what the fuck do you mean? If you use a gun in your suicide, you're more likely to kill yourself. So, yeah, no, I think it's very relevant. It's like saying, no, sorry, you can't use accidental discharge deaths in your gun violence statistics. It's like, no, I can, because that's still a gun. And if there wasn't a gun, it would not have happened. Mass shootings are proportional to guns, not population. Wait, what do you mean? If there's more population, there also will be more guns as well. What are you talking about? It's also 2019. Oh, it's not. Oh, it's since 2019. Sorry. Okay, well, regardless. I thought it was just 2019. I thought that was really funny. Most mass shooters get guns legally and are the first offenders a lot of the time, so I don't know why they said that. Yeah. Ceasefire in Gaza extended by another day, by the way, according to Wall Street Journal, says Elant News. Congratulations to all the peace lovers out there, all the lovers of extending peace. Anyway, most car deaths are accidental and are still bunched together with intentional car deaths. Yeah, well, you can't do that, actually. But let me tell you, if we're looking at intentional car vehicular manslaughter, okay, intentional vehicular manslaughter, not accidental, Florida will take the cake, 100%. Florida has probably the highest number of, yeah, it's like, sorry, we're looking at car deaths. Well, we're going to take out DUIs now. Anyway, a lot of this stuff is really stupid. And it's just like very carefully massaging numbers. It's done very frequently. It's done all the time. This is how Republicans operate all the fucking time. They like to play fast and loose with numbers. Overall, though, there's always a way to describe it. There's always a reason for it. Like at the top of the hour, the number of people that see the top of the hour ad break, which is 3 minutes long, gets lower and lower year over year. How does that happen? Well, it's because many people are subscribing. Here's the 3 minute ad break now.
Hi, welcome back to Hannity, the great red state, blue state debate. We continue with Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, Governor Gavin Newsom of the state of California. Gentlemen, let's turn to the issue of parental rights. Now, in March of last year, Governor DeSantis, as you know, you signed the Parental Rights in Education bill. And let me read from it. It says, classroom instruction.
Framing this as parental rights is so nasty. You're a nasty freak. You're a fucking bad guy. You're a bad guy. You're a nasty bitch. Oh, they're doing parental. They're framing it. Dude, it's like debating abortion on Fox News and then framing it as like baby murder. Is it appropriate? Gavin Newsom, you've said it's the best. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean parental control?
Should schools be focusing on reading, writing, math, science, history, computers, and maybe leaving values, considering parents might have different values than teachers at school, to the parents, to religious institutions? Or is it the role of the school? What is the role?
The role of the school is to educate kids, not indoctrinate kids. It's not to impose an agenda. It's to do the basics.
It's not to impose an agenda, which is why we're teaching white supremacist education and PragerU to our children.
Their gender is ejected into the elementary school. My wife and I have a 7-5 and a 3-year-old. We don't think that that's appropriate. And I know most parents do not think it's appropriate. It's also important to respect parental rights, to know what curriculum is being used in the classroom, and everything should be age appropriate. I actually have something that I brought that some parents have objected
what did he bring?
To. So this is a book that's in some of the schools in California. In Florida, this is not consistent with our standards. It's called Gender Queer. Some of it's blocked out. You would not probably be able to put this on there. This is pornography. It's cartoons. It's aimed at children, and it's wrong. So this should not be in schools. When people like on the left say that somehow
Bro, why do you have a printout?
This from a young kid's classroom. No, this is not age appropriate. And so we're going to stand for the rights of parents. I think we need to do that nationwide. I don't think you can have
pulled out the pocket sand.
States just trample on the rights of parents. Parents have a fundamental right to direct the education and upbringing of their kids.
I mean, by the way, you've been on a banning bench. 1,406 books have been banned just last year under Ron DeSantis' leadership. I love that he keeps pulling this out. I've seen this. He's been doing this all over campaign.
He pulled out like a cartoon of like.
It's not banned.
What's wrong? It's not true.
I don't know. It was like a sex ed cartoon or something. It's so funny.
1,406. 1,406.
He's doing the thing.
Have been banned.
He's doing the thing. That's gross. That's weird, man. That's weird. You're being weird. Why are they being so weird? Conservatives need to stop being weird.
We actually require engagement.
Bro, you can't pull that out and then have people go, oh, that's a normal thing that you just did.
Grade sexual education, that doesn't happen until middle school. What you're doing is using education as a sword for your cultural purpose. And you know what? With all due respect, I remember in the 1970s, we had a Briggs Initiative. And there was a guy so offended by the Briggs Initiative, which was the original Don't Say Gay bill. In that case, it was not allowing teachers that happened to be gay to teach. And Reagan had the courage to stand up and he said, you can't catch gay like you can measles. I don't like the way you demean people. I don't like the way you demean the LGBT community.
Beat his ass like that Chinese boy on the basketball courts. Newsom.
I find this fundamentally offensive. And this is a core value that distinguishes the values of my state and frankly the vast majority of Americans against the weaponization of education
How is
and
it
the
demeaning
purging
anybody?
that he's
I have
advancing.
a follow-up question for you, though. And by the way, first, Governor, yes or no? Are the book banning issues, is that not a state issue? Is that a state issue or a local issue?
Local, and he's
okay.
lying.
That's all I want to know.
The phone book wasn't
But
there.
let me-
Wow. Wow. Sean Hannity giving him an out. He's like, come on, it's just a local issue, right?
Some of the this book is gay, a book containing instructions on the ins and outs of gay sexuality. Let me finish. Let's talk about it. A book that contains graphic descriptions about how to masturbate for males and females. My question to you, Governor Newsom, those books, do you believe that's appropriate for school districts to teach kids? Yes or no?
Come on, those aren't. It's not part of the curriculum. They're not
Excuse me,
teaching
those
kids
are
that.
those are books that were in school.
Hold on. The bottom line is you are on a book banning binge. Your state, 1,406 books, 3,362 in this country.
You didn't answer.
Florida's
What about
leading-
those
no,
books?
Florida. That's not. We don't provide for K through third grade education, that kind of curriculum. It's just made up. These guys make it up. It's part of this cultural purge.
Should it
it's
be
just a
what
made
grade-
up.
That's the educational material that he brought up on stage for those of you who want him to
What
see.
I find offensive
It's blurred.
is
He blurred
a
it
very
too.
significant number of these books happen to be LGBTQ books. A significant number of these books
think it's
happen to be
appropriate in
about
school?
African Americans.
Do you
And I
think
just
it's
honestly find it
Governor,
offensive.
do you think it's
we don't
appropriate in
teach that.
school?
We don't teach that. We have sex education in middle schools and high schools where it's appropriate. This is a ginned up, made up issue to divide this country. You talk about dividing this country. This is part of the culture war, the weaponization of grievance. This is part using education. We're focusing on math, science. We're focusing on reimagining our school
We're gonna get
system.
to education
He's
next.
criminalizing teachers and criminalizing
California,
librarians
they've
that check out
they've
the wrong
used the
book.
schools to impose a liberal agenda, social justice. They have this ethnic studies where they're dividing people. That's what they're doing. But let me just say something
Gender
about
Queer,
parents'
a
rights, 'cause he
memoir
says
by Maya
California respects
Kababe.
Parents' rights. This is rich. He's been telling a lot of whoppers tonight. This may be the biggest. In California,
A lot of
if
whoppers.
you're a parent in Iowa or New Hampshire or South Carolina, your minor child can go to California without your knowledge or without your consent and get hormone therapy, puberty blockers, and a sex change operation, all without you knowing or consenting.
Wait,
How
what?
in the heck is that honoring
Wait,
parents'
what?
rights when
No,
you're bringing
that's
people
not
from
true.
their parents' backs and getting life-altering surgery?
You can't get fucking life-altering surgery before the age of 18, especially not without parental consent. What are you saying?
You know what? And the parents do not want their kids
survive.
going
I
to these
find this,
other
honestly,
things.
Let me
these
go
kids
to a
have the
follow-up.
highest
Let me
suicide
stay on a
rates in
follow-up.
the
Let's
country.
turn
They
to the
want us
issue of
Where's your
education.
decency and humanity and
The
grace when it
decency
comes
of
to these things.
ripping somebody away
Gentlemen,
from
please.
their families
No, nobody
and
can.
taking them to
Nobody can hear you.
Part
That
of
is
the Ron
wrong.
DeSantis
That is
brand.
wrong.
I'll tell you,
All right.
That should
America's
not stand
buying
in
it,
this
Ron.
country.
Let us turn, gentlemen, if I may, to the issue of education. Here is public school spending per K through 12 students, according to the Education Data Initiative from the U.S. Census Bureau and National Center for Education. Florida spends nearly $12,000 per student, while California spends over $16,000. Florida is ranked number one by U.S. News and World Report. In terms of state education rankings, California ranks 20th. Governor Newsom, what is your explanation? You spend more money. They have better results in Florida. Why?
I told you what I'm doing in public education. We created a brand new grade, pre-K for all. We're doing after school and summer school for all. We're reimagining the school day, not just the school year. We just provided 3.4 million of our students upwards of $2 billion for child savings accounts and the opportunity to start businesses when they graduate. We have one of the best records under COVID, during COVID. And again, you didn't answer to the fact you had more learning loss. Ron DeSantis had more learning loss during COVID. Fourth grade reading, fourth grade math, eighth grade reading, eighth grade math. We outperformed you in it's a fact during COVID in every one of those categories. I can't wait to get all the PolitiFacts tonight because, Ron, you keep denying some basic fundamental facts on health, wealth, and education. We outperformed you during COVID. You talk about things to apologize. You should apologize for your COVID record. You were with Fauci.
Florida on educational attainment is higher than California, but not by a lot.
When we
But
opened
it's
the
not
schools,
number
we
one. It's
talked to all of
21.
those people, June of 2020, he kept the schools closed for a long time, and that had devastating impacts. And why? What Gavin Newsom does in California is kowtow to the teachers union.
It's number one in
Whatever they
education
tell
for
him to do,
higher.
he does.
I think
He
it's
will
number
never
one in
walk
education
off
for
the teachers
higher
union. That's
education.
why
Yeah,
the
it's
kids are
number
locked out of school for so
14
long.
in
Joe Biden is in the
pre-K
pocket of the
through.
teachers union, and so is Kamala. That's why they fought.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about like education when you understand the way we understand education. He was talking about higher education.
To keep the schools closed. So the Democratic Party, the far in this country, they are owned lock, stock, and barrel by the teachers
Wait,
union.
is this
I beat the
opinion
teachers union in
poll, or is
Florida
this
to
actually-
get the schools open first in the country during COVID? Also to do universal school choice. Every parent in Florida has a right to send their kid to the school of their choice. We're winning these fights. California is bending the knee to the union because they control the politicians.
Let's move on. A topic that will
Gavin
seemingly
Newsom isn't a
play
gruesome
very large
twosome.
role
True.
in the future elections, and it's the issue.
No,
of
what
abortion.
the U.S.
I
News
have
and
a
World
question
Report
for
ranking
both
is
of you.
fucking. It's
I'll ask
age
you
adjusted,
some
guys.
questions
They age adjusted the
individual's
rankings.
right to answer on
It's age adjusted educational rankings.
Most medical outside of a mother's womb between 24 and 26.
Where
weeks.
is
That
the
is
fucking
general
state-by-state
scientific
education?
consensus.
God damn it.
changes. There are some
Let me find it
variations
real
on
quick.
Abortion is legal in your state, quote, up to viability, is my understanding, unless the mother's health is in danger. I'd like to get you on the record. You've been unwilling to answer this question. Should there be any restrictions on the issue of abortion that you support at all? Because funding in California,
I think the best way to answer this is no restrictions on abortion, as long as there's any kind of detriment to the carrier.
Restrictions at all.
That's the most politically sound way of answering this question. It's a hot potato.
Past viability.
I'm going to answer that question, but let's talk about the issue of abortion. Let's talk about the issue of abortion.
You're going to answer it?
I'm going to answer that question.
Because like
I'll
when you
repeat
say
that.
no restrictions on abortion, they immediately cynically go, "Oh, what about 9 months and 1 day?" And it's like that's why you're
in America.
That's why you're supposed to say, as long as there's any kind of detriment to the carrier, because there's no place in the United States of America where you can get an abortion for funsies in the third trimester, right? And that's not even a thing that people do anyway. So it's like a very stupid thing to argue on. It's a very stupid point to argue regardless, because it doesn't exist and it's not even legal, which is precisely why you should always say no restrictions on abortion, no restrictions on abortion if there is a detriment to the carrier. That's it. Is the only states that actually allow third trimester abortions only allow it when there's some kind of detriment to the carrier.
And her doctor for any
rare.
See, he's doing the wrong thing. He's saying it's extremely rare. Don't even say that. Just say detriment to the life. The best possible way to fucking describe this is by saying it is incredibly rare. He answered like you wanted to. He also said detriment to life. No, he shouldn't fucking answer that framing the way he's asking the question.
Unless something devastating is happening,
should it be illegal?
It should be up to the mother and her doctor and her conscience. And it
So the
almost
answer is
always,
no restriction.
I've already answered it, and I'll just
restriction.
reinforce it. To cover
No,
again,
see,
hold on,
he's saying no
for the most
restriction.
extreme
No
abortion ban in
restriction.
the country. I have a simple question though. This is important.
No restriction when there's a detriment to the carrier.
A 6-week ban in the unlikely case you
let
governor
me-
That's
of the
it.
United States.
Let's
Would
talk
you sign
about
a national ban?
Let's talk about
He
your
won't
state.
answer that. He's
You
getting
had
saved
you
here
had 15
on that
weeks.
fundamental
This is
question.
a gimme.
You
This
had
is a
15
gotcha.
week
He
rule
should have
in
fucking killed
California.
it.
You reduced it to 6. My question is this. What was your thinking behind it? Was it for religious reasons? Was it for scientific reasons? What was the reason for you from going from 15 weeks to 6 weeks?
Well, I believe in a culture of life. I think we're better off when everybody counts, when everybody has an opportunity to do well, and that bill attaches when there's a detectable heartbeat for the child. And
What
some
is
states
this?
have done that. Some states have done others. Some states have done later. And obviously they
Operating
have
public
a
school
right to
districts
do that.
ranked number
But
2
I
in
think about one of our
California. Wait,
Floridians,
what
a
is
lady
this?
named
What are
Penny
these
Hopper.
numbers though?
She actually survived a late-term abortion back in the day, and they left her
Oh,
on
it's the most.
the table there to basically wither away. Her grandmother
the
came,
number.
saved her, brought her to a hospital, saved her, and she ended up living a
He's
living a
doing
good
the baby.
life.
He's
So
doing
she
the baby in
counts
the
and she
pan. The baby in the
and
pan
I think that
conversation.
what the position that we have from the modern, including in California, is that they will take your tax dollars and they will fund abortion all the way to the moment of birth. He's wrong when he says the later terms are all because of this. 88% past 15 weeks are in fact elective from the Florida data. He doesn't keep data there, but that is really extreme to take your tax dollars and to do this all the way up to the moment of birth. He didn't answer your question about any type of protections at all for a baby that has a beating heart, that can feel pain, that is viable.
Let me
hold on. Respectfully, this is an important conversation. Will you or will you not support
You didn't answer, Sean. Why didn't you answer his question?
Not support a national ban if it lands on your desk? You couldn't answer that in any other context.
Okay,
answer
gentlemen,
it tonight. It's a
we're
simple
moving
yes, no.
on to
By
the
way,
next issue.
Hey, no, Sean, not a
You
next
never
issue.
gave a week.
The American people should know this. I'll answer it for Ron DeSantis. He can't answer it. He will sign that extreme 6-week
let me move on.
ban. The American people should know that.
I'm calling this the lightning round. It would be great if you guys cooperated. I'm not a potted plant here. And I want to ask you, we all know that federal policy does have a huge impact on states. We know that. I'm going to ask you 3 simple questions, and I just want one-word answers, okay, from 3 of you, because we're best.
One-word answer is going to be the fucking word.
The issue is right now Joe Biden is president. So I would like both of you to give a grade to Joe Biden overall as president. Governor Newsom.
Gavin's about to dick ride him like crazy. He's getting 10-10.
Master
failed.
And a failure. Okay.
No, that's your
now. Number 2,
president.
are his policies helping or hurting your individual states? Is it helping the state of Florida?
The inflation is hurting our state big time.
Grade.
Fail. He failed.
Yeah.
He's failed on the economy.
The guy just took $28 million from the Science and Tech Act. Thank you, Joe Biden. It's absolutely accelerating our dominance in manufacturing, accelerating our revitalization.
Okay,
of
that
our
was a
state.
simple
The answer is
answer.
unequivocally,
Lastly,
absolutely yes.
Okay, I will ask you, Governor DeSantis. I have played over and over again, and Governor Newsom, you have seen over and over again. Joe Biden is experienced what I believe to be significant cognitive decline. And in other words, it's the toughest job in the world. Is Joe Biden experiencing this cognitive decline? Is it a danger to the country? Do you find when he speaks, what is your reaction to
What a question.
Yes,
hey, on a scale of 1 to 10, how fucking mentally disabled would you say Joe Biden is? Is an insane framing. I mean, he is, but it's like wild that that's the question. That's the way he presented the question.
And it is dangerous for this country.
Well,
I mean, he is.
I will take Joe
He
Biden
is.
at
But it's
100
wild that
versus
the
Ron DeSantis
moderator.
any day of the week at any age. In fact, all
So
of the
do you
folks
think- you think
on the
he's up to the
campaign
job?
trail
You think he's
absolutely
How
100%?
disabled do you think Joe Biden is?
in private, in
Let him
public.
answer.
You don't know. And
no,
by the way,
actually,
results
wait,
matter.
I'll take it one step further.
Inflation
He
now
said,
down
how
to
disabled do you think Joe Biden is, and how bad do you think his disability is hurting the country?
5.2% GDP growth in the last quarter. Those are facts you don't hear on Fox News. 14 million jobs, 10 times
Let me
more than the
move
last
on. That
3
was the lightning
Republican
round.
presidents
Now,
combined.
on March
By
31st,
What a lightning round.
1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson famously said, "I shall not seek and I will not accept the nomination of my party for another term as your
The
president."
question was age adjusted?
Now, despite being an incumbent president who is eligible to run for re-election, Governor Newsom, I've interviewed you twice on this issue. You say you are not running for president in 2024. In fact, you recently said, quote, you think that Vice President Harris is naturally the one lined up to run for president if Joe Biden were to bow out. Governor Newsom, tonight I ask you, will you make an LBJ-like statement? And Governor DeSantis, you say he's running a shadow campaign. In your response, I would like you to answer that. Will you say unequivocally, under no circumstances are you running?
Correct. I've said, I don't know how many times I can say it. Just making this stuff up about a shadow campaign.
If
Bottom line,
if at the DNC convention they come and
Joe
ask you,
Biden-
will you run? What will you say?
Joe Biden will be our nominee in a matter of weeks. And in a matter of weeks, Sean, he'll be endorsing Donald Trump as the nominee for the Republican Party.
If they come to you at the DNC and Joe is
Fucking
incapable of running,
dude,
they ask you, are you a hard
daggered
no?
him.
It's
That's
not even-
hard.
it's
That's
not even
rough. Don't
optional.
say
He's doing
that. He's hurt it.
fantastically.
Look
I
at Ron's
appreciate and
face.
respect the work
He's
the
hurt.
president's doing and the vice president's, the Biden-Harris campaign and team. So absolutely unequivocally,
Vice
I look
President
forward
Harris would be the
to
next person.
continuing to support their efforts. President Biden will be reelected. Donald Trump will be rejected.
I think what he's saying should color every single thing. I mean, I've called him on a lot of the lies, but he
It's
says Joe
sugar,
Biden is
man.
100% up to the job. You know that that's not true. Anybody that can look, he wants you to believe him over your own lying eyes. When he says the economy is so great, how great is it when you're going to the grocery store now? How great is it when you're trying to afford a home? How are those interest rates doing? What about affording a new car? So we have to get real here. We have to understand that Biden is not up to job. But here's I think the problem. What Biden would do, the people around him, they would look to California.
I go to the grocery store and I say, it's sugar, man.
That would accelerate the decline of this country. Freedom is what works. The failures need to be left in the dustbin of history.
Yeah, tell freedom to women that you're trying to criminalize in your state. And
all right, we're retreating to old ground. For years,
this notion of freedom,
gentlemen,
Florida is not a state of freedom.
One of the things I wanted to accomplish here is the policies that you both implement have a great impact on the citizens of your individual states. For years, a gallon of gasoline, Governor Newsom, in California has been notably higher in your state than in the state of Florida.
That's right.
Here are the numbers, by the way, recent numbers. The average cost for a gallon of gas nationwide, just over $3.24. In Florida, $3.17. In California, it is a whopping $4.85. So, Governor Newsom, I ask you, you've also sued big oil companies alleging executives have deceived the public about the health of our planet, knowing that it's a polluter. If your lawsuit is successful, that would likely mean higher gas prices, even higher gas prices for everybody. Here's my question, though. Could you name right now one source of energy that you can bring online in the next 3 to 6 months that would be as inexpensive for the people in this country as fossil fuels?
Well, let me touch.
Can you think of that energy?
Let me touch on I'm going to get to your question, and then let me touch the latter part of your question. Let me get the first part of the question. Okay. You're absolutely right. Since the 1980s, Republican administrations, Democratic administrations have experienced under their stewardship, experienced higher gas prices in the state of California. We've been ripped off by big oil. We continue to be ripped off by big oil. Big oil now has met a new foe, and that's the state of California, the most aggressive anti-gouging law in America, more transparency being required than any time in America. And yes, we're suing the industry responsible for this climate crisis. By the way, the same climate crisis that Ron DeSantis celebrated as human-caused, who campaigned for a fracking ban, who campaigned to oppose offshore oil drilling, and then 2 days after he got elected, signed an executive order. By the way, Nikki Haley had you dead to right on this, Ron. Signed an executive order doubling down, saying you're woke. Adamantly opposed to fracking. You're woke. Adamantly opposed.
You're woke, Ron. You're fucking woke. Get with the program, you bitch. You love the fucking coral reefs, bitch. That's why you stopped oil drilling on your shores, bitch.
You're running away from climate change as things have gotten worse. Hurricanes,
is sugar man
and floods. 179
go woke, get broke, Ron.
Of weather-related disasters, and he has no response except talking points from big oil.
Governor Newsom, that was just more.
California's
the only one that oil companies are gouging. Why aren't they doing that to Georgia or Florida or these other states that have lower gas prices? Because of their policies. That's why people are paying more there. What Gavin Newsom wants to do, what he's doing in California, what Biden wants to do nationally is government-dictated green energy policies. They want to kneecap fossil fuels and reliable energy. We've already seen what's happened in California. They have rolling blackouts. He actually implemented a mandate to buy electric vehicles. So pretty soon in California, you're not going to be able
Our rolling blackouts are due to fucking wildfires. What is he talking about?
There was a notice from the state government telling all EV owners, do not plug in your EV because they don't have enough grid capacity. So he is walking his people into a big-time disaster. What Biden wants to do is he wants to take the California model. He wants to impose that nationally. He wants to take away your ability to purchase.
Yeah, bro made it seem like California's like South Africa or Turkey. You know what I mean?
Across the United States of America.
I have an EV.
It doesn't work. It's going to to cause huge problems. We have more energy here. We can be the dominant energy producer
apparently not
in the world,
Florida.
and
You
that's what we're going to
oppose fracking and
do.
you oppose offshore oil
Florida is
drilling.
not a big energy
You
state. We have the
oppose offshore
Marcellus
oil
Shale.
drilling.
We have the West Texas. We have all of that.
Just
So let's
rank
do that.
hypocrisy.
No
You're
forcing
called out by
electric
Nikki Haley.
vehicles.
We got to take
Save
a break.
the American automobile.
When we come back, we'll continue the great state, red state, blue state debate.
God, these debates are so fucking stupid, but I guess pure comedy in some ways, yes. They're not rolling blackouts. In the state of California, we have pre-planned blackouts due to wind and like to ensure that there aren't like wildfires, but that's it. I mean, our infrastructure is dog shit for sure. Still better than Florida though. You know what I mean? So I don't know. Oh my God, Mark Wahlberg is fucking doing a municipal ad on Fox News.
Mark is passionate about his family, his faith, and his country. He joined me on a tour of our noble exhibit.
Oh, never mind.
With his
Tunnel to
powerful
Towers
voice,
Foundation.
He's helping us to never forget those who have sacrificed so much.
You guys are doing amazing work.
Tunnel to Towers Foundation Murad has actually participated in this. It's weird that Mark Wahlberg, who once famously fucking said that he would, if he was on the 9/11 flight out of Boston, things would have gone down way differently and had to apologize, is now pumping up a 9/11 charity. But yeah, no, this is where they do this like they walk like first responders and everyone else, like it's like almost like a marathon where they walk from the tunnels all the way into the towers, I think, right? Like, or they run up the towers too. What a tool. I didn't know he said that. Yeah, he said, if I was on those fucking planes, dude, would have gone down differently. Let's just say it would have gone down differently. Mackie Mac. He would have finished the job on Flight 93. Yeah, that's what he meant. Wouldn't have gone down like that. All right? Wouldn't have gone down like that. All right? Anyway, would have played a shitty music and the terrorists would have simply given up. No, that's an Onion article that is making a joke, but Mark Wahlberg did say that. One guy post 9/11 saying how all we needed was a baseball. Or was that Bill Burr who said that? No. To be fair, if the hijackers were Vietnamese, it definitely would have gone down differently. Yeah, Mark Wahlberg would have activated the powerful Irish, the powerful Bostonian racism. He would have hate crimed the hijackers. Oh no. That's so stupid. God, these dude, Fox News ads are comedy. Look at this.
$19.99 a year. Price of the year. Only sign up today.
Fox Nation ads.
Self setup featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts.
If you want to monitor your kids and ensure that they're not doing gay shit when you're not around.
Moments in Critical Take. Trace Gallagher has must-see insight and analysis on Fox News at night.
Welcome back to Hannity, the great red state debate. We continue with Governor Gavin Newsom, Governor Ron DeSantis.
Fucking got
to
him.
the Department of Housing.
Oh my
and
God,
Urban
I'm a chatter.
Development
I'm literally a chatter. I'm making fun of him for misspeaking.
For the homeless population in each of your states. It is a big problem around the country. In the state of California, it is 172,000. In Florida, it is 26,000. Now, the per capita number.
He's so cooked. He's so cooked.
For California, it is
Gruesome is cooked on this. This is why. By the way, I love this debate actually, low key, because I told you guys that Governor Gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom would get fucking absolutely cumstered on a national stage because his state is absolute garbo. Even on aspects where it's not garbo, it literally is portrayed as garbo. So like he would have to unironically have to combat like misinformation, and also half the time there are real problems with the state. This is one of them. This is like a major issue.
But it's caused a huge problem with quality of life in California. The people that flee always bring up this. They've really empowered
people that
lawlessness
flee.
and drug use.
Bro,
And,
he's acting like people leaving fucking people leaving Isla Vista are they're fleeing. They're refugees, dude. They come to Boca Raton like, oh my God, thank God.
Freedom on Sunset Boulevard. You have the freedom to create a homeless encampment under a freeway and even light it on fire. You have the freedom to have an open air drug market and use drugs. You have the freedom, if you're an illegal alien, to get all these taxpayer benefits. So those are freedoms.
What benefits?
They're not the freedoms our
What
founding
benefits,
fathers
dumbass?
envisioned, but they have contributed
What
to the
fucking benefits, stupid?
quality of life in California, and the results speak for themselves. People are leaving the state because they have failed in addressing the homeless population.
Yeah, motherfuckers leaving Rancho Cucamonga escaping.
Criminalizing teachers, criminalizing doctors, criminalizing librarians, and criminalizing women that seek their reproductive care. You're making it harder to vote. You're banning books. I mean, spare me this notion of freedom. Ask the folks at Disney about freedom and free enterprise. Ask the folks at the Special Olympics.
Yeah, he's cooked. That's why he's like flinging. Look at him. Look at him fucking flinging around like a rat. Like a sexy ass rat, though. Not like an ugly one. Like he'd be like a hot rat in Ratatouille.
That's being a liberal bully. That's being a bully.
Really?
They had Down syndrome and you wanted to discriminate against them.
$27 million
They were discriminating against
Special
because they were
Olympians.
discriminating
I find that
against the
disgraceful.
athletes.
On the
They
issue
wanted to
of
marginalize
homelessness-
the athletes,
All right.
and you wanted the athletes
What the fuck?
marginalized.
Why is
that
Jank
was
here?
wrong what you did. These are kids with Down syndrome
way,
that just wanted to compete.
I grew up
and
working
you wanted
aid to
them,
adoption
you wanted them
special
out of the
kids. I've
Special
been
Olympics.
working with
You're
Special
a liberal
Olympians all
bully.
my life.
You
How
wanted them
dare
to be. You wanted
How
them
dare
to be
you, Ron?
ostracized.
You
I
threatened
talk,
to
you should
fine
talk
the
to
Special
Isabella
Olympians
from
with
Florida.
$27
She got to participate because
in
we
fines.
stood up for
This
her
is how
rights.
you treat. Oh, yeah, by the way, no, hold on.
It's your
no,
turn.
but let me say,
Go.
I can handle that. I can handle it. I'm used to that. But you know
Oh,
what?
she wanted her
You're
not to
attacking
compete.
the trans community.
You
You're
wanted her
attacking the
not
gay
to
and lesbian
compete.
community.
That's wrong.
You attack
She should have been
vulnerable
able to compete.
communities.
And we
You
stood
attack
up for
women.
them, and we made sure they
Again,
could
Ron,
compete.
relax. I can handle it. I'm used to bullying. You're nothing but a bully.
You're a
I understand that. Intimidating and humiliating people, that's your calling
Why
card.
did you want the
And by
Special
the way,
Olympians not
how
to be
well
able
is
to
it going
compete?
for you?
Why
How
did you
well
want
is
them
this
not to be able to compete?
How well is this
Why do
campaign
you not
going?
want them to be
He's
able
not
to
going to let me
compete?
talk, so
I
I'll
don't
talk to the
understand why
American
you would want to
people.
discriminate
Again,
against
I'll
an
remind
athlete
you,
with Down
the
syndrome.
blueprint,
He wanted them to be
blueprint
excluded
for
from the
Florida
Special Olympics.
has put Ron
gentlemen, if I
DeSantis
can.
41 points down.
Let's go back.
Is Ron DeSantis' new strategy accusing Gavin Newsom of ableism? Is he trying to increase Gavin Newsom's bona fides in the Fox News audience?
In the making in the state of California. Ever since we started shuttering down.
First he called him a bully, then he
institutions
said he's
back in the day,
ableist.
Ronald
What the
Reagan's
fuck?
day. The difference is I'm the first governor in California
No,
history to
Jank
take
has
this
to leave.
head
We can't
on.
have a Jank
We're
off.
investing unprecedented resources, more accountability. We've gotten 68,000 people off the streets, close to 6,000 encampments we've gotten off the streets. We've also invested in unprecedented resources.
There's
in
no Jank off,
reforming our
folks.
behavioral health system. Ron has literally the worst mental health system in America, forgive me, outside of Mississippi and Texas.
Forgive
and so
me.
with all due respect to being lectured on some of these topics, Ron DeSantis is not the one I'm going to be listening
30-second response. You're, well, I'm looking at total time. Governor DeSantis,
look,
about
this-
2 minutes.
He needs it.
This is a map of San Francisco. There's a lot of plots on that. You may be asking, what is that plotting? Well, this is an app where they plot the human feces that are found on the streets of San
Bro,
Francisco.
stop with these
and you
props,
see how
dude.
almost the whole thing is covered because that is what has
Bro,
happened.
what else has he got in his pockets, dude? He's got the weirdest
countries
shit.
ever had. Human feces is now a fact of life, except when a communist dictator comes to town. Then they cleaned up the streets. They lined the streets with Chinese flags. They didn't put American flags there. They cleaned everything up. So they're willing to do it for a communist dictator, but they're not willing to do it for their own country.
Dude, oh my God! Can you imagine they do a high-speed rail for a communist dictator too?
Hamas terror attacks on October the 7th. We have
What?
seen what is nothing short of a disturbing outbreak of virulent hatred, anti-Semitism around the world in the halls of our Congress, on American streets.
It's so
on
funny.
college
These motherfuckers
campuses.
were all riding the Jews will not replace us crowd on Charlottesville, but like when you got pro-Palestinian protesters, they're like, it's the worst anti-Semitism we've ever seen.
Chanting, "Gas the Jews, F the Jews." In American cities, we have protesters calling for.
Sean Hannity be like, and the worst of all, they weren't white. They weren't wearing swastikas. It's so scary. It's scary when you got someone saying free Palestine. Much scarier than someone actually being fucking anti-Semitic.
U.S. officials have warned Israel that they need more to fight more surgically in Gaza. Governor Newsom, 30 seconds for you. We have to cut back on time.
All right.
How can Israel win the war against this terrorist group using surgical strikes and directions from Joe Biden?
Israel. I visited Israel. I met with families, hostages. I saw videos of children being killed in front of their parents.
Yeah, he's gonna hit him with the fucking. I am way. He's gonna be like Ron DeSantis. I'm
a garden hoe.
I'm way more. I'm way more progressive. I'm way more pro-Israel than you, Ron.
Hamas is a terrorist organization, and they need to be eliminated, not just for the people of Israel and Jews around the world, but for the Palestinians themselves. But when it comes to the issue of anti-Semitism, You just mentioned a lot of things that have been occurring on Ron DeSantis's watch. He said nothing.
You're calling him
Masked man
anti-Semitic?
marching. I'm saying he countenanced anti-Semitism, and now he's finally talking a big game ever since October 7th. How about the masked man marching the street? Jews get the right. You said nothing.
Governor DeSantis.
Nothing on these issues. Look at the record.
Governor DeSantis.
Than a second Holocaust. They want to destroy Israel and wipe every single Jew off the map. Israel has every right to defend itself to the hilt. Biden should not be kneecapping them.
They're having a mid-off,
And by the way, Biden stranded a lot of American citizens over there. We're trying to get home. So I did an executive order in Florida, and we sent planes over to Israel right in the aftermath of October 7th. And we saved over 700 Americans, mostly Floridians, but not all, because Biden wouldn't do it. Finally, Biden started dumping people in Greece. And then they were sending a bill to the Americans.
Ron DeSantis like, I paratrooped into Gaza.
They will pay to fly place. They'll put you up in a hotel at no expense. But yet our own citizens fleeing a war zone, they're going to send you a bill. Joe Biden failed those people, and we stepped up and got it.
I think he means like he sent planes to Israel to like fucking get Floridians out or something. What the fuck?
Practices. China has been fighter jets in international airspace hostile to our NATO. The China spy balloon that happened 8 days right across the United States over military installations. The communist Chinese, they have nationals buying up thousands of acres of ranch land, farmland, and land near military installations. Their hostility towards Taiwan. They are, Governor DeSantis, our #1 geopolitical foe. I don't see that the Biden administration
there
has
is
been tough with them.
There is no end in sight with like how fucking virulently pro-Nazi Floridians are. It's wild that Ron DeSantis gets to even talk on this issue. Like, it's insane to me.
China should not be involved.
Every week they're like, we love Ron DeSantis almost as much as we love Hitler rallies. Like, they're doing rallies every week. Ron DeSantis hired like a bunch of little Hitlerian children for his campaign. They were putting the Sonnenrad in the fucking campaigns. The fuck do you mean he cares about anti-Semitism?
China and a G, like Gavin Newsom did. He says China's a part on climate change. China's adding 2 new coal plants every year. China's laughing at us with what they're doing. So yes, they're the #1 threat we face, and we need to take it seriously.
China is literally dominating.
This is just a reminder,
dominating the renewables game right now.
I think it's a question some people are probably asking. I know Nikki Haley's campaign is asking, when are you going to drop out and at least give Nikki Haley a shot? To take down Donald Trump in this nomination? She laid you out. You're a walking hypocrite. What about you're a walking?
He's bobbling. He hates it. Look at him. He's bobbling.
Was looking for direct foreign trade from China. Was doing trade shows.
That is
open
false.
up an
That's already been debunked. You talk about the liberal fact checkers. Even the liberal fact checkers
Donald
did
Trump
that.
himself today called you Red Ron for a reason, because of your complete hypocrisy.
All right, we're almost out of time.
Talking a big game. I confronted Xi on the issue of fentanyl, Ron. I confronted them
Not on human rights. You didn't.
I absolutely did, with the foreign minister and the vice president and other leaders in China. You talk a big game. Meanwhile, you haven't done anything except tweet.
Like, what the fuck is Gavin Newsom doing about
DeSantis,
China's human rights abuses? Bro, fucking fix homelessness, you stupid fuck.
5 seconds? What do I get?
No, it's been a very passionate debate tonight. Actually, I think the American people will decide. Governing philosophies could not be more different. But let me ask you this. Kind of a fun question. You both clearly love your states. You visited each other's state. Governor DeSantis, you can take as much time as you want. You have an extra 90 seconds. What is your favorite thing about the state of California? And
I give him 5 minutes for this.
Go right ahead.
That's a good question.
All right, we'll stay longer. 5 minutes, Governor.
When I got orders as a Navy lieutenant to go to Naval Amphibious Base Coronado.
He can't talk about California without talking about the Navy.
But I got down there, and that Strand is one of the most beautiful places I've ever been. And then all up and down, just a tremendous coastline. I do believe California has more natural advantages than any state in the country, which is why when you have so many people leaving on net, that's hard to do. Like, people don't want to leave there because it really is such a beautiful area. And I'm proud of the military installations that are there. I'm proud of what the Navy's been able to do in conjunction with the state. It was really important duty. It really helped forge me as an individual and as an American. And so I'll always have very, very fond memories of that nice Strand down there in Southern California.
I love that. I mean,
What do you
Ronald
love?
Reagan,
No, what do you love? I don't know what you love
Reagan
about
used to call
California.
California Coast of Dreams. By the way,
What
look,
do you love about Florida?
What I love about your question is the comedy in the question, meaning, you know what? We all want to be loved. We need to be loved. We all want to be protected, respected, and connected. I think there is a unity frame here.
Okay.
You said it well. I mean, Ron, I have no doubt Ron DeSantis loves this country. I love this country. It's not about red versus blue. It's red, white, and blue. The United States of America. And I think we're all better off.
He's so whack. He's so whack. God, he's a threat.
But I also
That's a
appreciate we do have
threat.
fundamental
That's a
differences
threat.
about
You
the
don't
fate and
want
future
that.
of this country. And that's
Oh,
why
he
I'm
put
gonna
the
be
stink
working
on
so
him.
hard
Oh,
to
it's
get Joe
over.
Biden and
It's
Kamala.
over. Ron, he's going to fuck your wife, dude. It's done. It's over. It's GG's. Oh, God.
Would you do this again?
He said, I appreciate your wife. Oh, it's done. It's done. He put the mark. He put the mark. He put the mark of death.
I think it's been fun, and I think it's entertaining. I'm sorry to the guests that I've been in the meantime. Got to pay some bills. It's not a cheap set we built for y'all.
Okay. I'm done. I'm done with this. I can't do this no more. Okay. That's enough for me. But having said that, he put the fucking stink on him. He put the stink on him. He said, that's a powerful note to end it on. That's a powerful note to end it on, where he hit him with the I'm gonna fuck your wife, actually. Like, get excited. I am excited. What a stupid fucking debate. Oh my God. Ay. But, you know, I was right. Everything that they brought up about the California Oblast and all of the direct failures of gruesome governor California's gruesome governor Gavin Newsom from California Oblast, told you that shit was gonna fucking hit him in the face, and it did, and it fucking did. Ron, your wife is incredible. In the sack. Yeah, exactly. Good stream overall. Hopefully, it was very informative for all of you. Obviously, we got to end it on a high note. I'm wide awake, and Alan Awake will be coming back hopefully soon. Hopefully tomorrow. We'll have more fun tomorrow. It's Friday. And more variety. We did variety today. We did a lot of Henry Kissinger today. Anyway, love you all. And see you tomorrow. Stay awake, folks. Stay woke.
See myself and I don't need to hide. My foolish pride paid the price. I will never leave again. I'm by your side. I was calling you. Did you hear me? I lost my way.